they can, but change nothing. We're good to go. We are live, and it is epic. Look at the boys coming out heavy.
Going straight down to the floor if you've missed it. The team's event or test number 5 for day 3. A 1 minute max reps of the clean. You guys can see on the right side of your screen, the men are hitting out that first bar. They've got 1 minute to accumulate as many reps as they can. The barbell weight for the men starting out at 124 kilos.
Glad I'm not on the floor. But you know, the interesting thing about this is, like you said, you've already seen some of the teams tag out. You can only tag out once per minute. So if you come out there and you throw down 3 reps and you're like, actually, I'm good, and you come back and then you say, you know, your friend does 1, turns on back, he's stuck out there now. He can't come back in. So, and here we are. We're on our second weight for the men.
That is true. You can see a transition now. So the men have hit their first 1 minute. They'll be adding weights now, moving those bars up to 133 kilos. But now shifting your focus over to the ladies. The ladies' opening bar, 88 kilograms on the snap, on the clean.
This is going to be interesting. So if you look back to the semi-final, to the quarterfinals, like this was the heavyweight that the girls got to in the quarterfinals. So this is going to be interesting to see that. Like that was the big one after 15 minutes of work. So it's good to see the ladies. Juggernaut girls are just throwing down right now.
Yeah, right over there on your screen, you could see Gemma Burke and Lisa Clarence repping Juggernaut.
There's Ocean over there. She's on the right side in the coral pants. What an absolute incredible human being. Fun. I've had the fortune of traveling with her before to Egypt. Such a lovely lady.
Rest.
And that concludes the ladies' first minute. So you guys can see this is fast. Everyone going into a shared 1 minute rest now before the men take on their second barbell. Bars are now loaded for the men, 133 kilograms, or 295 pounds.
I tell you what, Matt, this is going to be spicy. And again, like we said, I would love to be out there, but my current skill set does not allow it. And I would hate to be the guy out there to look at my teammates and be like, yeah, sorry guys, I fluffed this one. Again, I said fluffed.
I think you're going to see a couple of men start hitting their roadblock right now in this workout. These weights are heavy for a clean. Generally speaking, for us, I mean, I think it's going to be quite rare to see a few men actually get into that 142 bar and have both athletes, be able to shift that bar pretty easily.
I mean, it'll be quite, like you said, it will be interesting to see if you look to the individuals yesterday. I mean, heaviest snatch was 126 with 2 or 3 athletes hitting 122. So in the individuals, definitely has the capability. You look there, that slam on the bottom of your screen in the green shorts. Absolutely. I mean, this man loves himself a heavy clean. He's cranked out 2, almost touch and go. He's going for his 3rd one now. Just smooth. So that's his first squat clean on his 3rd rep.
And just to the left-hand side of your screen there, you got the RTF Krugersdorp Reapers. Moving now on the left of your screen, Pack Life, CrossFit Stanton, and CrossFit Zulu just alongside them on the right.
That's Bruno Kelly on the right-hand side there. Ex-Joburg boy loves himself a heavy clean. Look at the size of those quads. Didn't even let his teammate get out there.
10 seconds.
There we go. We're going to look back to it and see if we get happy. Oh, my goodness.
1.
A lot of these guys still staying power going through their sets of cleans at 133.
The ladies' weight now is at? What's the ladies? Ladies' weight now at 97 kilos. For those of you playing the home game and the metric system. Oh, so close. You've got to love sheer aggression and determination on these ladies' faces. That is a heavy clean for a lot of these ladies. Easily 1 rep maxing it or close to PBs at least.
As you can see there, just on either side of CrossFit Zulu, the Motley Crue CrossFit Blue girls and the Pack Life CrossFit Santon girls just standing in their start lane.
3.
So Zulu getting a little bit stuck there. There's a switch.
And this is, again, the shared 1 minute rest. We've got 2 minutes left of this test number 5, heat number 1 of the teams at the Rebel Renegade Games. And just a reminder, we do apologize for coming to you late this morning. We had unscheduled load shedding right here at the event venue.
Thank you, Eskom, I guess. It's one of those fun perks about living in South Africa. But you know what? I'm not going to say anything more bad about it because there's far too much good to talk about this weekend. And today specifically, think about it, Matt. At the end of the day, we send 1 male, 1 female, and 1 team to the CrossFit Games.
And this is a very exciting day indeed. You can already feel a lot of the excitement in the air. Athletes, I saw a couple of guys walking around this morning, just game faces on.
10 seconds.
Focused, ready. 2 events left for all the teams, all the individuals, and everyone is here to not leave anything behind.
And now it looks like the men are going to step up to a 142 kg clean. So going to be good to see which of these athletes have this. This is slam bottom of your screen. Oh, wow. First athlete up and popped it. That's Juggernaut. Love it from the boys at Juggernaut as well.
Massive clean from Juggernaut there, and you can see the celebrations. Just on the left of your screen, you've got Evan Gilmore approaching his first rep. That's 143 on the bar.
There goes the switch out slam, looks like, and for the guys out of 111. They're on the right-hand side, on the left split of your screen in the green shorts. They're going to send our team captain, Rio. I can see the bar moved up there. Cracking job.
Yaku Duplessis on the right of your screen. Just not able to keep that bar up in the front
Caught
track.
there. As soon as those elbows drop, Matt, you've got no hope in hell of getting that bar up.
Evan Gilmore going to give it one more crack over there in lane number 3.
Go.
The unboxed rookies. Just unfortunately not standing that bar up.
It's when it's so close to the end there. It kind of just makes it just such a good event. Like, it's epic to see that we got this. It's incredible to see that the team's got a strength element.
Just look at that hype down on the floor already with the men.
Get it, girl. Someone's pushing.
The ladies' weight right now, 107 kilograms on the bar.
Lovely to see. I think it's one of that crew there from Belito hammering out that. That's CrossFit Zulu.
235 pounds. We are on the final minute for the ladies.
There you go. Look at the top of your screen. See if she's got. Has she got another one in her? And 111. Not today for Zulu. 111 is going to have a last crack at it. Gets it up, gets under it.
Time.
That is the heat. That was incredible. So one lady getting 107 kg.
Incredible. That is from CrossFit Zulu. 1 rep in the ladies division coming through, part of the teams. 107 kilos. 235 pounds is that final ladies bar.
Man,
Short, sharp, and full of action.
100%. I'm excited to watch this. This next one, it's going to be palpable. You know what I mean? You can taste it. You can feel it. The game faces that are going to come out onto this floor, and these athletes know, because it's close. Places 1, 2, and 3, they've just been trading blows all weekend. So there is actually nothing in it between the teams. A little bit of a photo up there for all the teams. I mean, this is a memory you want to keep alive forever and ever and ever.
And this is one of those workouts where you go down and you just leave it all out on the floor. 2 events left for your weekend. A lot of these athletes, second last event for semi-finals, and maybe a lot of their competition season for the year. So these guys definitely not ready to leave anything behind, go home with any regrets.
100% there. I can't argue with it at all. And again, here we go. Back to some highlights.
Gemma Burke on your screen now.
Juggernaut, look at that. Cool, calm, and collected. She knew what she came out. She knew what she wanted to do. Here's Slam on the right side of your screen, just dominating. On the left-hand side is?
RTF Krugersdorp Reapers.
There's Bruno Collier for, that's Zulu there. Too easy. Another Juggernaut team. Look at that. Bottom cranked. I'm pretty sure it's a PB because he celebrates like nobody's business. Oh, you got to love that fight to get that barbell all the way up. Beautiful technique. High shoulder pull. Dive under the barbell.
Just generally an absolutely epic show coming there from your team's first heat of test number 5 at the 2023 Rebel Renegade Games.
Here we go. Team Heat 2 already are coming out onto the floor. Look at that. Just the team's coming out celebrating there with Rob Zilla, as he is on Instagram. Give him a follow. He's a good, fun kid. Here you go. Janine Ensign and her squad. Here comes the Wolfpack. All these athletes actually train together at the same box, which is absolutely incredible. Here's Coach Chris Heppen out. Here are your current leaders, Michelle Moran and her squad. There's Emma, Janine Ensign. Perinal, not Ensign.
And as you can see, just the focus, the determination on the faces of these athletes. This is your second team's heat, and just having a quick look at the leaderboard after the weekend, up to date. So still holding first place in those leaders' jerseys. We've got the Unboxed Mayhem Africa team. Second place, the Cape CrossFit Wolfpack on the hunt today, and definitely in striking distance of that single game spot. Just taking up third, maybe the underdogs coming into this competition, but CrossFit 10-star. The 10-star hybrids coming in and making waves over here. And then obviously just Tiger Valley and Unstoppable sitting in 4th and 5th respectively.
But here you go. Here are your lane assignments for all the teams. Out of Egypt, the first international team to crack this final heat, which is epic to see. I mean, yesterday we kind of saw all South African teams. So, got CrossFit 111 Relentless, in 2 CrossFit Bounty, lane 3 Juggernaut Unstoppable, in 4 the 10-star hybrids, 5 Unboxed Mayhem Africa, obviously your current leaders, in 6 Cape CrossFit Wolfpack, 7 Tiger Valley Synergy, 8 Pack Life Wanderers, 9 Motley Crue Red, and in lane 10 your Cape CrossFit Werewolves. This is going to be epic.
Once again, if you just joined us right now, we do apologize for the delay in the start this morning. Moving straight into semi-finals, test number 5 for team. This is day number 3 at the Rebel Renegade Games. And this event, a 1 minute of max reps cleans for your men, directly into 1 minute max reps cleans for your ladies, a 1 minute rest for everyone, and the bars go up. 3 rounds, your barbell weights, 124 and 88 to open.
Coffee. Oh, I love the start. I must be honest, for me, it's that last 10 seconds. I get so pumped. Honestly, the hair on my arm stands up when I'm on the floor because you can see and feel the energy coming from these athletes. I mean, you can see it on the screen, but to be in the middle of that floor, I'm a little bit jealous of Kent right now, but you know what? I get to go down for the individuals, so I'm not that jealous. Here we go. 10 seconds. Under starters orders. Here we go. Guys are going to go touch and go here on the left-hand side of your screen. I actually know that team. That's a local team here in Joburg. That's Wanderers. Alan Fowler's dropping to a squat clean at the moment.
And these men absolutely shifting these bars, touch and go reps, and 124 kilograms. Just as Stretch pointed out earlier, the only little kicker with this is that you can only tag in a teammate once. Once you've tagged in, you cannot go back to the bar for a second attempt.
AJ Fisser still going power clean, hasn't even got into the squat clean yet. Himself and I think it's Devin on the right-hand side of him as well.
Yeah, that's Devin Ramsden just to the right of AJ, and then directly next to him, Dale Smith, now on the left side of your screen.
There you go. Remember, once the bar leaves the ground, it is still considered a viable rep.
As you can see, we move straight onto the ladies on the left side of your screen right now.
Yeah, again, some of these ladies touch and go right now, which is incredible to see. Power cleans for most of the ladies. Some of them should have jumped into squat cleans, but you know what? On your right-hand side, it's the Finkel girls. Look at them. They actually have textbook positioning on those weight belts, standing the same way, ready to roll.
That's Regan Finkel just on the right of your screen there, missing that clean.
Brady looks like she's just dropping into power clean. She's not even bothering with the squat right now. She's going to throw it down. Power clean. Janine Perinel on the right-hand side of her as well. Lani Lan on the left split, left-hand side.
And directly next to her there, Angie Conaway.
There you go. Lani Lan of the gymnastics background blocks that one out. Brady Finkel on top of your screen. I think she was given it again. I'm not the judge on the floor. There's that 1 minute rest while the weight change. Then our boys come in. Next weight. What is our weight? Men's weight this time?
133 for the men and 97 for the ladies.
Now it starts getting real. I'm pretty sure the guys should have no problem here. As you saw, we saw power clean, touch and goes there for the guys at 124 for most of the teammates. So I don't think it's to see a big problem for the guys, but we did start seeing a few holes in the game on the ladies' side in the previous heat. But hey, these are your top-ranked teams. Let's see what they've got. Juggernaut crew there on your screen starting to hype up the crowd. Everybody wants to see the big boy weights come out just now at the 142s.
Yeah, and once again, just there in the black and gold to the right of your screen, Justin Swart, leading 3 CrossFit Juggernaut teams to this year's semi-final event. Previously an individual athlete, taking 2 years off just to sort out a back injury, but he is back. He finished, I think, 6th in the Open this year.
Teams are looking good right now. It's Dula on the left split, just unfortunately getting buried there, but man, big lift. He got the first one easily. He's sitting in his teammate as well from 111, relentless.
That's Byron Smith just on the right of your screen there from CrossFit Tiger Valley.
Here we go, 111. He's got 2 reps down so far. Bouncy going to step back up. Oh, he actually power cleaned that the rep beforehand.
You can see Bounty just on the left split of your screen, watching that clock very carefully, lining up to make sure he can try and get 1 more rep in the last 10 seconds.
Wonders have switched on the left-hand side of your screen right now in front of you, though. Oh, man, that is incredible. Teams are just killing it today. And here come the ladies. 97 kilos for ladies. Let's see what we got, girls. It's Natalie van Heerden there. She locking it down. Mish Morand up on the left-hand side of your screen. Beautifully done. Nice work. That's from Emma on the right-hand side of your screen. Yeah, this is going to be a big. This one is the event that could shake up the leaderboard quite substantially here with some big points to get. But again, you need to be able to lift. I think Regan Finkel missing there. I think she's going to send out Brady now. And Janine Perinel on the right-hand side of the right split.
Okay, CrossFit just on the right side of your screen, starting to struggle a little bit under the weight of that bar.
Power clean there for that lady of the Relentless team. And not just behind the bar. This bar was up for the right split. Not today.
CrossFit Tiger Valley ladies looking pretty strong and hyping each other up here, going into their final bar.
I mean, we saw Janine Perinel there do a power clean. A little bit of a wide catch in the legs, but you know what? Hey, the bar got up, and that's all that counts right now. Emma as well, fighting a bar, got the reps. So we're going to have to see what these ladies have got for us at a 107. Really looking forward to seeing the ladies. So far, we've only seen 1 female athlete land that 107.
20 seconds left before we get going with the final minute for the men. The bar loaded now at 143 kilograms. 315 pounds.
This is going to be good. Most of these the males have this. I'm going to throw my hat in the ring and say most of these guys have got this. I don't really see a problem here.
You can just see there at the back, Dale Smith behind Justin Swart getting
Justin
that.
Swart squatting beautifully done.
Almost looked like he wanted to go for the jerk after that.
Literally, I was about to say the exact same thing. He came out like, am I still going? That's 2 for Justin Swart.
Byron Smith just on the right side of your screen there. Dale Smith coming out.
AJ Fisser waiting in the background.
And Mike Van Tonda right in the middle of your screen, making easy work of that 143.
Alan Fowles caught in the bottom. Buried, unfortunately, this one, but I know he's got this in him. They need the reps here. Again, current leaders. They're going to send out AJ Fisser.
And Devin Ramsden over there from 10-star.
AJ Fisser, easy does it. Mike Fontana fights for it, but he gets the rep. He's going to send in Callum Diebel now.
Devin squeezing out that squat.
AJ Fisser got one. Sorry, I overrode you there. Callum Diebel locks it down. He gets the rep. Boy, he's got Devin Ramsden just missing it there, though. That juggernaut locked that down. You can see the celebration on the right-hand side of the screen. All eyes on the ladies now. Here we go. One female has got this so far. Boom, there's one.
Michelle Moran with 107 kg clean. Carly Smith at the bottom of your screen going for one.
There we go. Emma's going to step up to it.
It seemed like Carly Smith just on the left of the screen there. So there you go. She did get the clean at 107 kilos.
Lani Lan, middle of your screen. No. So we've got 2 female athletes have done this so far. Emma Rogers on the top of your screen in orange. She's going to give way. She's going to have one more crack at it before she gives way to Janine Perry now. She's going to have one more crack at it.
Here we go. Carly Smith is going to give it another go.
Oh, the barbell moved. Carly Smith. She's going to fight it.
Carly Smith gets it. That is epic.
Juggernauts have done some big work in this event.
She unfortunately got a no rep there for pulling the bar after the timer had gone. Man. So not getting that second one, but
she knows she got it. In her heart, she knows she's going to take that home with her and go, again, we can only see it from the angles whether the bar did or didn't leave the ground.
Just putting it in the bank there that Carly-Ann Smith now has 2 107 kg squat cleans to her name on a semi-finals floor.
And that's epic. That is too good. Listen, guys, I'm going to head down just now. I'm looking forward to the individuals. That, for me, there are going to be some hearts broken today. I'm telling you now, with those legless, seated up and down rope climbs. But there you go. You've got Dula on the right side screen there in the replay. Barrett fighting for this one. Locks it in.
Right, just heading down to the floor for an interview with CrossFit Juggernaut.
PB was 100 before this. 106 on the day. Woo! No, that was incredible, guys. CrossFit Juggernaut, best team on earth. CrossFit Juggernauts. Cool, guys.
All right, so while you still got the hype on the mic, ladies and gentlemen, what an incredible performance. Talk me through what the plan here was, because it's a massive amount of weight.
Boy, grip and grip. We just pull it, Brie. Pull it hard.
Absolutely. Yeah. Now, you've got an absolute army of individuals behind you guys here. How did that play into you guys getting this W?
I think, in all honesty, we had a little bit of disbelief. Some of us are just happy to be here this weekend, but with such an awesome crew behind us in the stands, 13 athletes and another 7 supporters, but we can't forget about the supporters at home that have got us here, raising all the funds and supporting us every step of the way. Thank you, guys. That was awesome.
Have we ever doubted the power of a crowd? I'm going to pivot this question to you. 100 kilo PR before you got here today, and now 106 for a double.
It was like 100 a year ago for one rep. It was like my glory moments. So never in my life did I think I'd even go for it. Or for 2, that last rep didn't count, but yeah, the adrenaline and the pump, it comes in my heart. So yeah, it was just a really cool feeling.
And can I just say how much we appreciate you? Yes, that lift didn't necessarily count in the end, but you did it for the crowd, you did it for the fans.
Glory!
That's what it's about. Ladies and gentlemen, CrossFit Juggernaut, let's go!
And there you have it, a lovely little interview down there with the CrossFit Juggernaut Unstoppable team. If you've been in the sport for a while, a couple of very familiar faces down there in that team, Justin Swart, Vicky Polidoro, and then Dale and Carly-Ann Smith. Carly-Ann, I think the chat down there was that I think she is still been trying to hit a 100 kg squat clean.
Oh, wow.
As a max. So just you can see what the energy down there on the floor is doing for these athletes. And I mean, coming out hot out the gates and hitting a 106 squat clean for a double for the first time ever.
You cannot be awe-inspired by that. It's just truly beautiful to see. And the thing is, oh man, it's epic. And I wish I was down there. But you know what? I'm going to be down there for the individuals. It's going to be, today's going to be a bun fight. But guys, I'm out of here. I will see you later.
All right, we're just going to take a look at the team leaderboard. Prior to test 5. So these are the scores over here without taking in this squat clean event into account. In first place, as you can see here, Unbox Mayhem Africa, 2 event wins, 2 event second place finishes, but these guys are really just kind of leading the charge for this year's semi-final event. On the hunt, 20 points behind them, Cape CrossFit Wolfpack, taking 3 third place finishes and a win, an event win from test number 3 yesterday, and then in third place, the 10-star hybrids. 4, 3, 2, 1. Looking like we are climbing the ladder over here with the 10-star hybrids. Probably the team that has come in as a bit of a surprise, maybe for some people. I know in the initial discussions coming into the weekend, the kind of top 3, top 4 favorites were around Mayhem, the Wolfpack, and Tiger Valley. So Tiger Valley now sitting in 4th, just behind the 10-star hybrids, and then moving down the leaderboard in 5th. Your Juggernaut Unstoppable, obviously just being interviewed over there down on the floor. In 6th place, Pack Life Wanderers. In 7, CrossFit Bounty. In lane 8, Motley Crew Red. In lane 9, CrossFit 111 Relentless, also making their way back into the top heat today. And then in 10th position, the second Cape CrossFit team, the Cape CrossFit Werewolves. So there you have your top 10 leaderboard prior to event 5, the one that was just down on the screen right now. Moving across to the ladies leaderboard, we are about to move into the ladies test number 6. Introducing your ladies for the first 3 heats of the day. But Mariska Smith leading the charge here. You can see the points are pretty close, but Mariska Smith off to a little bit of a slow start, taking that 11th place, but then really bringing it home yesterday, taking 2 first place finishes in that test 4 and 5, that back-to-back event. In second position, Michelle Basnet has been pretty consistent throughout the weekend, and then unfortunately just slipping down the leaderboard yesterday. She did come out of Friday in the top 3, kind of led the charge yesterday, taking that first place on the leaderboard, but then just slipping down a little bit. And then Gilmarie Reneke, if you were here with me yesterday afternoon, you saw we did a little interview with Gilmarie. Also, just really putting on such an epic show this weekend. Going down your previous, maybe favorite coming to the competition, Christina Levidatakis, finishing in second position at the 2022 semi-final event. So she has been coming into this really, wanting to push the limits here and claim that single spot to the CrossFit Games. And then heading down the leaderboard in 5th place, Tanner Buffet in lane 6. Sorry, in 6th position, Emma Holiday. In 7th, Gemma Rader. In 8th, Megan Fowle. In lane 9th, Alicia Stoop. And then in 10th, Megan McDermott. So that's rounding up your top 10 ladies heading into day number 3 here at the Rebel Renegade Games, Africa's official Noble CrossFit Semi-Final. Just while we're setting up and we're on the leaderboard, again, this is after day number 2. In first place, Jason Smith, again, leading the charge and coming back to claim what is his from the past. In second position, after an epic showing yesterday through test number 4 and 5, Justin Holiday. In lane in third position, the youngster, Konrad Veneditz. Also, one of the favorites coming into this competition. Last year, his first semi-final appearance, and finishing 7th. So definitely exciting to see him climbing up the leaderboard and going into day 3 in third position. In 4th place, last year's Games representative from the Africa semi-final and last year's winner, Keelan Henry. He won't be too happy about coming into day number 3 in 4th position, and will definitely come and drop a gear today. Leading down the leaderboard, in 5th, Dutoy Botha. In 6th, Daniel Grissel. In 7th, Darren Zernamer, also a name that you would expect to be a little bit higher. In 8th place, we've got James van Dongen. Also just dropping down the leaderboard a little bit. He started yesterday in 3rd. In 9th, Josh Kernot. And then in 10th, rounding up your top 10 men, Ruan Potgieter.
Matt, what an awesome event we've just witnessed, and man, everything to play for on this leaderboard.
Yeah, that was super, super exciting. I love these workouts where it's 1 minute of just all out, and it's so exciting for the fans. I could see how much hype got there, and I mean, you just did an interview with Juggernaut Unstoppable. What did they have to say down there?
Man, I wish, I know you didn't necessarily get to feel it up here in the booth, Matt, but they had an army behind them, and I legitimately think it got, I mean, as an MC, I'm meant to be on the floor, you know, just like randomly officiating, but I'm just screaming in people's faces. The hype down there was real. Matt, 143 and dudes were doing touch and go. I mean, power cleans.
The level is insane.
It's absolutely, I mean, look, I mean, that's well above my listed PR, and these guys were repping that, so.
Yeah, and as you can see, it's adapt or die here. And I mean, the weights for those ladies, 106, absolutely incredible. But this is the 2023 Rebel Renegade Games. We are out here at the Old Mutual Sports Hall, the University of Witwatersrand in Johannesburg, South Africa. This is the first year that the Africa semi-final event has been moved from the Western Cape, and we are up in the Gauteng province.
Also, a reminder on the YouTube chat, please do feel free to hit us up. I see a few comments coming through already this morning. Really, really, really awesome to see you get involved. Let me know who you are backing. And here's the conversation right now. Who are you backing to take that ultimate win for the men's and ladies individuals? Let's know. Let's get the conversation going in the chat.
Yeah, coming into day 3, as we said, just looking at the athletes walking around, there's just so much focus going into today. Today, the final 2 events for all teams and individual athletes. And at the end of today, a very exciting time, we will announce the 1 male, the 1 female, and the 1 team going to the Noble CrossFit Games.
Yeah, that's what everybody's playing for here today, Matt. An opportunity to stamp their ticket to Madison.
Right, as you can see right over here, the spectators area, the athlete area, the Heineken beer tent has been buzzing the entire weekend. But what a cool setup just for the fans coming through to watch this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just, I mean, we know part and parcel of what CrossFit is and what CrossFit does is it enables community at the biggest possible level. And that facility just doing amazingly. Now, Matt, we get to see the city of Johannesburg. Let's be real, it's not Cape Town, but it can be pretty.
I mean, it definitely is pretty, and just look at that sunset coming up over the mountains in the back there. Not a mountain and a sea to look at, but you know, the show that the Rebel team have put on this weekend for the Rebel Renegade Games, moving this event all the way up to the Gauteng province, you know, unmatchable.
Absolutely, absolutely. Just some highlights from the lift the event we've just experienced. Matt, I think you called it yesterday. What's going on in the water in Egypt? Like, can we just take a moment to recognize that all of these athletes coming out of Egypt, the men, the women, the teams, just phenomenal weight movers.
Just so brutally strong.
I went over to one of the judges in the middle of the break and I just asked myself, I've actually never in my life had to reconcile just how average I am, other than looking at those Egyptian lifters. Was flipping phenomenal.
And I mean, for us to be able to see that right here on the African platform as well, obviously, we see the CrossFit Games and we see the breakdowns on Netflix coming out, and those guys are just, on a crazy level. But the fact that we have this talent right here on our doorstep, repping the South African name, I mean, it's just amazing to see.
Absolutely incredible. Amazing, these scenes from the workout. That final barbell for the men, just for interest's sake, 143 kilos. Here we got to see Team Juggernaut. Now, Matt, I don't know if you heard the interview. 2 reps out. Unfortunately, the last one didn't count from their final lifter, Shanae. Her listed 1 RM before this event, 100 kilos, hit 106 twice in a 1 minute window.
Unbelievable. And we did touch on that just afterwards, so my mistake, she has hit a 100 as a max before, but going 6 kilograms above that, that just tells you exactly what kind of hype is going down here on the floor.
No, absolutely. And again, you may not have mentioned it on the floor, but Matt, I think it is imperative to mention, shout out to Rebel. They have put on a world-class caliber event here. And also, these athletes and Rebel, in terms of the quality of what's being done here, putting the rest of the world on notice.
Yeah, 100%. Let's have a look at the individual event that will be coming up next. We'll be introducing the women very shortly. They are due to kick off in the next 6 minutes. This is the one that everyone has been talking about from the time it got released. Individual test number 6. 20 overhead squats, a 500-meter row, 3 handstand walk pirouettes. We saw that a little bit yesterday coming from the teams. Then the big one, the 2 seated legless rope climbs, 20 strict chest to wall handstand push-ups, and then back down the ladder, 2 seated legless rope climbs, 3 handstand walk pirouettes, a 500-meter row, and 20 overhead squats. Just that time cap though. 15 minutes for the men,
yeah, it's
16
aggressive.
Minutes for the women.
It's aggressive, and Matt, I think we were looking at this one. If there was any workout that I felt is, let's call it the trip zone, it's this one. There's just so much going on here in terms of intended stimulus. So you kick it off with those handstand pirouettes. We're kicking it off with the overhead squat. So very shoulder intensive, and actually if you hold onto that bar for too long, a little bit grip intensive.
And I mean 56 or 57 kgs on the ladies bar. It's not a light weight to hold
Not at
overhead
all.
for 20 reps. Do you think we're going to see some reps being broken up here?
Personally, and we will look at tips and tricks later, I think it has to be. I think if this is where you think the race is won and lost, I think you've gotten it a little wrong. It's high skill, and the thing is, anything that you're going to do to compromise yourself to execute your skill well, I think you're setting yourself up for failure.
I think the very first and obvious thing that we're going to pick up here is just the amount of load on the shoulders. We're going from overhead squats into handstand walk pirouettes, into the seated legless rope climbs, but then the big one over here, the 20 strict chest to wall handstand push-ups. Just shoulders on shoulders on shoulders.
Absolutely.
And then coming back down the ladder, hopefully being able to hold on to another set of 20 overhead squats.
Also something to mention, Matt, looking at the judges' briefing this morning, what might trip athletes up a little bit is the required movement standards with regard to the legless rope climb. So for those of you watching in, obviously legless rope climbs coming out, athletes need to start from the seated position. However, there is a marker under which there's 2 markers, one at the bottom of the rope and one towards the top of the rope. Both hands required to be at the bottom, at the start, above the upper mark, and then below before they let go of the rope. So there's a lot of time under tension there.
It's going to be very interesting to see, especially with the new movement standards. But let's have a look here. Very exciting. We are about to witness the first set of women take this test on. So just coming in from lane number 3, heat number 1, test number 6. Lane 3, we got Maxine Smith. Lane 4, we got Asma Dirushi. In lane 5, we've got Jessica Skinner. In lane 6, Tammy Taylor. In lane 7, Ingo van Mansberg. And then in lane number 8, Carla van Staden.
Now, Matt, I've got no doubt that apart from the presence of Asma Diruish, you're backing Tammy Taylor here.
I mean, I have to, back the home ground, of course. Tammy Taylor, personal athlete from our home box, CrossFit Bloberg down in the Western Cape. you go. Shout out to Tammy and all of her fans that are watching her from their home screens.
Again, Matt, really interested to see what type of data we collect from this round. It is a brutal, brutal workout. We're going to take a look at the tactics real soon. Yeah, really, really wild on the shoulder stimulus, really wild on the grip stimulus. And lastly, just to mention, looking back at those seated legless rope climbs, Matt, you're also not allowed to do a fireman pole descent.
That was one of the biggest things as well. So, I mean, the legless rope climb, cool, it's legless on the way up. How often are these athletes coming down by clamping that rope and using their feet to come down?
Absolutely. You'll see it later on because the standard does change a little bit later in the workout. But just to let you know, legless rope climb on the way up, you need to show that your feet are off the ground before you can even start. Once you've started the ascent, both hands need to be above the white line. Note, not touching the rig, above the white line. You then need to demonstrate control downwards beneath the bottom white line before you're allowed to let go of that rope.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be a standard that a lot of these athletes are going to struggle with. I mean, getting up is one thing, and how often have we practiced getting up a legless rope climb and then just, clamping with the feet coming back down? So the fact that you may not use your feet on the descent or may not clamp on the descent, you need to get those hands below that first white line and then place your bum on the floor where your feet can touch the ground. That's going to be an absolute game changer.
Yes, indeed. Just looking over to the chats real quick, Matt, some big love being showed to Cape CrossFit and specifically Cape CrossFit Werewolves. Some big love as well, saying Gilmarie for the win. Now, Gilmarie's in that top 3 still, Matt.
Yeah, she's sitting there tight in the top 3 spot. We were fortunate enough to have a small chat with her yesterday. And what an amazing person.
Speaking about a small chat, given that that number 1 spot is currently occupied by Mariska, she's getting some love in the chat. We're going to be chatting with Mariska directly after this event in the booth. So if you are listening in, please do keep it locked in and make sure that you check it out because it's going to be a good one. And they're off, and Matt, straight on to that overhead squat.
Yeah, straight out the gates, 20 overhead squats to be seen too. It'll be interesting to see what kind of breakup strategy we see here.
Tammy Taylor in view right now, moving very nicely, Matt, now. Interesting to see how they're going to break this up in the beginning. Again, not a particularly light load. Looks like Tammy's going for 10. Nope. Definitely going for a set bigger than 10.
Yeah, we'll see. We also might see, a little bit of strategy come here where a couple of athletes may actually stay unbroken through this.
It's like
get to the row and then allow themselves as much time as possible.
It's like Tammy's coach advised her to go unbroken. Matt, do you have anything to do with that?
I do not. She has been given free rein to see how she feels going into this. But I do know that Tammy's got her head screwed on with her. And, she's got that mindset of this is the final day and she's here to just leave it all out on the floor.
So let's talk this through, Matt, in the event that you are a coach and you are listening in. So now your athletes come out, they've banged out 20 unbroken overhead squats. Heart rate's a little high. You want to save the grip. What's your advice on the rower here?
Relax that grip, number 1, and drive hard on the legs coming into this row. If you are pulling on that handle, using your shoulders and your forearms, a little bit of your upper back as well, I think that's where we might see athletes come undone, especially moving into the very grip intensive movements. Someone like Tammy here, a little bit of a heavier and taller athlete, so kind of able just to drive hard on those legs and move back. Very strong in the shoulders as well, so probably confident in herself to hit those 20 unbroken overhead squats, get them out the way, and just carry on.
Absolutely. It really is an interesting piece of programming because you're going to want to go unbroken on that, Matt, because let's be honest, the idea of potentially snatching that barbell for a second time or cleaning jerking, putting it overhead. Again, really tough mental battle that.
Yeah, just, almost wasted time, if anything else. If you're comfortable and if you feel strong in the moment between breaking this into 2 sets and going one unbroken set, give it a bash if you feel comfy.
All right, Theo, just approaching the 3-minute mark in this first one. Interested to see, once we get off the rower, just how these ladies approach that. Well, firstly, the handstand, firstly, the new standard of rope climbs, but the pirouettes, Matt, the great undoing of so many yesterday. Two athletes in the center of the park now finishing up their portion of the row and about to transition through to the next portion of this workout. Tammy Taylor right up there right now.
That's Tammy Taylor and Jessica Skinner that are finished off with this. Jess Skinner making light work of that first handstand pirouette. Just crossing the line. And there we go, Tammy right behind her.
So note that the transition between those two zones is a little bit larger than it was yesterday. Athletes only need to move from block to block. Now athletes need to transition a little further.
Both these athletes looking very strong. Tammy just coming down for the first time. Jess Skinner coming down. And just the amount of control that you need to have on your hands to be doing this. Kicking up, walking, a set distance right in the middle, just stopping yourself. There you go, Tammy Taylor in lane number 6 on your screens.
Yeah, Matt, it's such an interesting event to watch, and I think we're learning as we're going along here with what the intended stimulus
and Tammy
is.
across the line.
Like how to pace it, how to throttle it, how to go sendy, how to throttle back, because there's just so many moving parts here.
Okay, we've got Carla van Staden on your screen, and an amazing effort from Carla yesterday. We saw she did struggle quite a bit with the snatches. That final set of 8 snatches going into her 800-meter run, just that barbell, a little on the heavy side for Carla, but then keeping in mind it was 3 kgs above her body weight.
Absolutely, and then getting asked to do that 8 times.
But Carla really putting on an amazing show for us this weekend. Her first semi-finals appearance.
Here we go, Matt. We're about to look at the stand, and now you'll notice the white line at the bottom of your or at the top of your screen there. Athletes are required to have both hands on the rope at the bottom or at the descent. So that's going to be an interesting stimulus, especially because it's time under tension, maximize time under tension. So here we go. Let's see how these ladies adapt. Watch they approach the white line near the top.
Okay, Jess Skinner looking pretty good, pretty comfortable going up.
Unfortunately, no rep there for Tammy Taylor. A really difficult one this is, Matt. There's so much time under tension. You're going to hear that a lot this week in time under tension. It is a significant amount of time.
Right at the back of your screen there right now, we've got Inge van Mansberg and Carla van Staden. I don't know, I feel like we could expect something quite exciting from Carla van Staden on the rope. Potentially, on the flip side, yesterday her smaller frame struggling a little bit under that set barbell weight. But, it could help today, especially with, those standard heights of, particularly the starting position of that rope, that tape line on the rope.
Absolutely, Matt.
Down on your screen at the moment, on the rower, we've got Maxine Smith.
That, unfortunately, Matt, by the new standard is a no rep. Both hands need to be above the white marker. So a really tricky standard, Matt.
Yeah, there we go. It just changes kind of everything about the rope that we have been used to. And here we go, Carla van Staden going for her first legless rope climb.
Matt, I think you called it. She's looking incredibly comfortable. Now look on the descent. She cannot fireman pole down. Both hands need to have shown control at the bottom of that white line.
It seemed like Carla, unfortunately, just got a no rep there, just dropping off the rope. Must be centimeters above that bottom white line. There she is, grabbing as much chalk as she can. You can see in the back left of your screen, and just lathering that rope in chalk.
Yeah, Matt, I went out on the floor this morning just to try this one out. Thankfully, those ropes don't feel brand new. Nothing worse than trying to ascend and descend a brand new rope.
Just covered in oil.
Absolutely. Again, tell us who you are rooting for in the comments. We are watching a Tammy Taylor getting some love out in the comments. Again, M and Justin Holiday. Quite a bit of band on the chats yesterday for Justin Holiday, Matt.
There we go, Carla van Staden going for her second attempt. Trying to get her first successful rep. This is all in the descent. Her hands need to be below that tape line. And just
Matt, it's tough.
in the exact same spot.
It is, and you can see on her ascent, she's actually one of the more proficient athletes on a rope.
Yeah.
But it's a really, really, really tough one. Everything you do before the rope depends how you ascend and descend that rope. It is a insurmountable amount of time under tension.
Right over there in lane number 3, we've got Maxine Smith going for her third and final handstand pirouette. Getting to the rope. In lane number 4, Asma Diruish. Still just stuck at the top of the screen there. You could see she was taking a little bit longer with those overhead squats. But Maxine Smith is through, completed with her final handstand pirouette on the way to the rope. 5.5 minutes left on the clock, so still plenty of time for these athletes to try and get as far through this workout as possible. So you can see a whole lot of relaxing and recovery coming on. And just behind Maxine, you can see Asma just chipping away at her row. And Jess Skinner just completing a rope climb to standard. Here you can see Maxine Smith looking super efficient on the way up this rope. Coming down, it's all about the descent here. Looking so strong. And that was a textbook rep. I think Boz is going to be happy with that.
Absolutely. That's exactly how you want to demonstrate the movement standards at its best level. Now here's a tricky one, Matt. One hand above, so the top portion done. Hold on to that rope because good to see if she was accredited with that rep.
Here we go, Carla van Staden going for another attempt. Again, you can see she's very efficient moving up the rope. Just that fatigue setting in right towards the top.
The first portion done. Let's hope she can wrap this up now. Hold on for dear life on the descent.
Those feet need to come up. And she gets the rep.
Got it.
Carla van Staden with the rep in the bag. You can just see how much tension These athletes are under, coming down that rope. Maxine Smith looking so strong on these rope climbs.
This might be a second one, Matt.
Just able to hold that L-sit position.
And
she
there you
gets a
go.
second
She
rep.
locks it up.
There is no question as to whether that rep is, on the fence or not. She is displaying the full movement standard.
Unfortunately, on the opposite end of the park, Asma Dirouish currently still... Oh, there we go. She's gotten her overhead squats and her row done, and she's about to transition through to these handstand pirouettes.
Just holding on to her elbow there. Looks like she might be suffering a little bit with some elbow pain.
I'm loving this, Matt, in the comments section. Our good mate Stretch getting some advice in the chats here. Can someone tell the commentator on the floor to please pull his right pant leg down on his track pants?
Well, that seemed to catch on as a trend yesterday, Kent. I'm
Shortly.
pretty sure...
Mine was an accident. I just sat here for too long and I needed to scratch my calf.
I'm pretty sure I caught you down on the floor with the one leg up.
Very, very, very shortly.
I thought I was missing out on a fashion trend here or something. I wanted to get involved.
Matt, I'm going to give you some good advice, which you've not gotten from me this weekend yet. If you need fashion advice, I'm not the guy to follow.
So you can see Dirish has passed her first handstand pirouette, going for her second rep now. And Jess Skinner's onto the strict wall-facing handstand push-ups.
Now, Matt, this was a newly introduced standard this year in the quarterfinals. Did you give it a go?
In the quarterfinals, I haven't given this a go yet, in competition this year. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to complete the full, open and quarterfinals this year, according to RX standard. But I do remember after a couple of handstand, wall climbers, wall walks.
Yeah.
I'm losing my words here. Wall walks, that standard was kind of bound to set in pretty soon after that. And we saw it in the games last year.
So it's interesting, Matt, because, I might sound like a bit of a rookie here, but I'd love to get your view on this. What the wall-facing handstand does is, although the stimulus from a traditional handstand perspective might be slightly different, you actually can't keep this. And if you do, it's really difficult, because then you don't get to recreate that tripod movement at the bottom.
You can't keep this at all, but you will notice how much midline tension there is in this movement compared to that of the handstand push-up, where you can kind of get away a little bit more with like an arched kind of figure. And right here you can see Maxine Smith moving that way and just breaking that midline tension, and you can just see how much kind of strain it's putting that lower back under in that position.
So Matt, it's a tricky one, right? Because as we were watching Maxine there for a second, like realistically, given the fact that you need to complete a wall walk to initiate the movement, chipping away at this at singles is super detrimental to the success of this workout.
But so taxing on the shoulders. So, if you've got the shoulders for it, for sure, go for multiple reps. If you don't,
for sure,
you're going to be doing a lot of wall walks.
So many, because at this rate, and there we go, your first heat in the bag. Matt, at this rate, if you're going to be doing 15 wall walks to do 15 reps, that's a lot of shoulder work.
Especially after that many overhead squats. But there you have it, Maxine Smith and Jessica Skinner just making their way the furthest through this workout. Maxine Smith coming in late as well, taking quite a long time to get through those overhead squats, but then finishing in the top 2 in this heat.
Matt, back to the new standard on the wall-facing handstand push-up. Being one of the older athletes, I gave the standard a bit of a go in the quarterfinals for the men's 35 and up quarterfinal. Interesting workout that was. So it was a 15-minute workout, 6 wall-facing handstand push-ups, 9 GHDs, 12 box jumps. I think it's a little bit easier than the traditional standard, if I'm being honest with you.
The wall-facing handstand push-up?
Yeah.
Over the regular.
It is. Because here's the truth: because your toes are up against the wall, theoretically, if your arms are giving out, you can kind of walk yourself up a little bit.
That's interesting, because we'll even see later on in the teams how the handstand push-ups kind of technically have been programmed to get easier as the rounds get on.
Correct.
And those are also starting with the wall facing, but I think maybe just because it's a new movement, we might be seeing a lot of difficulty in it, because again, it's something that hasn't been practiced. You can see this year the handstand pirouette's not very fluid in a lot of athletes.
Yeah.
And I can guarantee you that come this time next year, if this has to get reprogrammed, these athletes are going to move through this flawlessly.
Absolutely.
As you can see popping up at the bottom of your screen, we just want to give a massive shout out to BT, bringing you all the live stream and live feed action from this weekend. We've had so many comments, and as you can see, this year just bringing a whole new level of competition to South Africa.
Yeah, the digital marketing game is on an absolutely juggernaut level. You would have seen the amazing footage, the amazing coverage from this weekend. Over and above that, if you are on Insta, you would have seen all types of graphical media coming through, from video to photo. That is all BT. So hit them up.
We're going to take a short little break just while we set up for ladies. Test number 6, heat number 2. And we are back with women's test number 6, heat number 2 at the 2023 Rebel Renegade Games. Just introducing your lane assignments for heat number 2. From lane 1, Alzan Drotsky. Lane 2, Inga Hossam Aldin. Lane 3, Sofia Banani. I do that every time. In lane number 4, Thea Kruger. In lane 5, Max Clint-Smith. In lane 6, Mary Jameson. In lane 7, Laura Hume. In lane 8, we got Lisa Marie Guillaume. In lane 9, Coralie Fantonda. And in lane 10, Jessica Thompson.
A little bit of a anticlimactic day for Max yesterday, who on day 1 just seemed to be one of those top contenders, Matt.
Yeah, she was absolutely cooking out the gates in day 1. Obviously dropping down a little bit again in day 2. And same thing goes for lane number 3 over here, Sofia Banani. Obviously celebrating her birthday yesterday. She was a top heat-seeded athlete, and today just dropping down the leaderboard a little bit into the second heat. But again, 2 workouts to go, all to play for. The weekend is not over. Let's have a look what comes out of this next heat. Once again, if you're just tuning in, this is day number 3 of the Rebel Renegade Games out here in Johannesburg, South Africa. And we are on to heat number 2 for individual woman test 6. 20 overhead squats, a 500-meter row, 3 handstand walk pirouettes, and then into the hardest part of this workout, it seems, the 2 seated legless rope climbs. 20 strict chest-to-wall handstand push-ups, and then straight back down the ladder. A 16-minute time cap for these ladies. We saw 2 ladies go unbroken in the set of 20 overhead squats in the first heat.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see because, again, Matt, we've got no tangible data to prove what the correct method is right now to approach this workout with. Naturally, without having experienced the full end-to-end experience myself, I'm going to need to assume that breaking things up from the get-go might be the recipe for success here.
Yeah, just in the previous heat, we saw the 2 ladies that did go unbroken. Kind of came undone a little bit towards the rope, but again, was that a strategy on their behalf to get there as fast as possible because they knew that's where they might get stuck?
Yeah, it's a great question, Matt. Let's talk about the overhead squat for a second, right? So I'm not sure if you, like myself, are a lover of the overhead squat.
I love the overhead squat.
As do I. I'm just thinking about this, though, if I'm one of those athletes on the floor. Would I want to, 1, drop the barbell, or do smaller sets, drop it on the back rack, and possibly find a little bit of rest in the middle?
I don't know. I think the back rack resting approach, you're still sitting with time and attention.
Sure.
And coming into this workout, resting almost, getting a full bout of rest as opposed to taking shorter bouts of rest with, still a 56 kilogram bar resting on your back. Right now on the screen, you got Max Kleinsmith, Thea Kruger over here, opting for 20 unbroken reps and just chipping away at a 500-meter row.
Max Kleinsmith now joining her on the rower. So we were having this discussion the other day, Matt. The snatch and the overhead squat, 2 very unforgiving lifts in the sense that it takes just as much effort to fail it as it does to succeed in it.
I think for me, and I've said it to a number of athletes, the overhead squat is single-handedly the most physical demanding movement that you could do. If you just pick up a bar, chuck it overhead, and do a squat with it, there is every single muscle in your body working.
Absolutely. What I love about it as well, and I guess depending on the type of athlete you are, sometimes you could rationalize this with the front squat, funny enough. These 2 movements tend to expose the weakness in your system.
Most definitely. And a lot of the time, shoulder mobility and ankle mobility are the first 2 that are going to pop up when we are talking overhead squats.
Absolutely, and really also midline stability.
Just there on your screen now, the first female athlete getting off the rower, that's Mary Jameson. You might have heard earlier in the weekend, your oldest female competitor, still qualifying to throw down with the youngsters in the individual field. Mary Jameson, 40 years of age, and a legend of the sport.
Yeah, she's been here from day one, much like we've discussed the impact that Jason Smith has had on the sport. Being a, let's call it a first-generation CrossFitter, Mary Jameson, one of those 2, Matt.
As we can see now, a couple more ladies just finishing off that initial 500-meter row. And just 4 minutes down on the clock.
You'd have heard our colleague on the floor there refer to Mary Jameson as Scary Mary. There was no insult. It is actually her handle on Instagram.
That is her, Scary Mary on Instagram. Mary Jameson, owner of NCC CrossFit. Just having to point out there to Mary's right-hand side on your screen, Laura Hume making easy work of those first 2 handstand pirouettes. And right over here, focus now in lane number 1. There she goes, Laura Hume, the first lady across the line after her 3 handstand pirouettes. As we get set up now for this for this rope climb. Ingi Hossam Aldin, just over there in lane 2 to the right, and Alzan Khosen right over here in the center of your screen.
It's an interesting question, Matt, coming in the chat. Is the rope climb height the normal height? The answer to your question is no. And here's why. You'll see as the athletes get closer to the top of the rope, both hands need to be above the line. And with the new standard, they need to pull just as long without getting the jump in the beginning. So you'll notice there, what you'd usually have to do is touch the top of the rig. Now you need to have both hands over the top of the white line, come down and demonstrate control having both hands underneath the white line. Great example of a brilliant rep here.
An absolutely beautiful rep coming through from Laura Hume. You might think she is a fan of the gymnastics, judging by those pirouettes. Right now on your screen, Alzan Khosen going for her first rep. And once again, if you just joined, the standard a little different. The seated legless rope climb, as you can see, the feet have to be off the floor on the way up and down.
Interesting to note as well with Laura Hume, who's just been able to demonstrate today just incredible gymnastic prowess, opting for the kip from the get-go. So she could have gone with a straight, strict, legless rope climb from the bottom to the top mat, but I think she's being very intelligent about how much energy she's expending.
Yeah, the amount of fatigue that you're putting on your core right over there, just holding the ulcer the whole way up. Or as you can see there, Ingi almost just naturally reverting to the clamp of the legs, but getting warned by a judge at the top of the rope. Sophia Banani now on your screen.
Turning 19 yesterday, you can see her opting, unfortunately losing that rep. Hume now going for her final rope climb in this segment of the workout. Matt, just look at how comfortable she is on that rope, but more than that,
you can see those hands are starting to slide down the rope from the top. We saw a very similar thing now, right there with Sophia on your screen.
Matt, again deferring to you as a coach now. You've got an athlete who's just failed a rope climb. What's your advice to them right now?
You need to just be recovering as much as you can right now in this. And it's very easy. We see it very often where athletes come to this stage and start getting flustered and just going and going and going to try and get that rep as fast as possible. And all that's doing is just more damage. Taking a longer breather, making sure that you can try and recover. I mean, look at that. That is one pull away for Alzan Khosen.
This is a heartbreaking workout.
That is heartbreaking. Those hands were pretty much touching each other and touching the rope at the same time. And just sliding down from the top. Here we go. Sophia on your screen now. Sophia Banani coming out of CrossFit Marbella in Spain.
Ingi now, just for interest sake, now pivoting over to those handstand walks, Matt. Sorry, the handstand push-ups rather.
Ingi Hossam Aldin, your first female athlete, completing all 3 of those legless rope climbs, seated legless rope climbs, and moving into these the set of 20 strict chest-to-wall handstand push-ups.
And onto this new handstand push-up standard that we've seen come through this year in the quarterfinal segment of the Games journey.
Mary Jameson right over there in the middle of your screen, getting her way through her 3 handstand pirouettes.
Matt unfortunately not able to rack it up. Matt Klainsmith currently still busy with her 3rd pirouette, Matt.
And right over there, looking at this top view, now in the center of your screen, Ingi Hossam Aldin. A couple of reps left. And down here on your screen right now, we've got Jessica Thompson. Jessica Thompson coming out of CrossFit Shapesmiths out in London, the United Kingdom. Originally born in Zimbabwe. Jessica Thompson with 5 strict handstand push-ups left.
Ingi looking to wrap hers up as well now, Matt.
And Ingi Hossam Al-Din has finished with her handstand push-ups. Ingi also out of CrossFit 111 out in Egypt. Over here on your screen, you can see Lisa Marie Guillaume and Coralie Fantonda, both just struggling to get their first handstand pirouette. 2 reps left for Jessica Thompson. And here we go back to lane number 1. Alzaan Goosen just really struggling to get that second rep.
And so now we're witnessing some synchro handstand pirouettes.
Must be the outfits.
Must be. They clearly coordinated this. Oh, we've got one.
And that was Coralie Fantonda just getting her first rep. Right over here on your screen now, we've got Ingi Hossam Al-Din moving her way through her second set of 2 seated legless rope climbs. So close to the bottom, and she gets the rep.
That was a clincher.
Jeez.
That was an absolute clincher.
Ingi completed with both reps, it seems.
Mary Jameson having gotten one in the bag already, Matt. Just off camera in the previous scene.
Here we go, Mary Jameson right in the middle of your screen once again. Mary Jameson out of Northcliffe CrossFit. Taking a look over there in lane 4, we could just see a kick up for the first attempt of the handstand pirouette. That was Thea Kruger.
So something interesting to note, Matt. Matt Kleinsmith struggling initially with the pirouettes, but the moment she got out of the pirouettes, she blasted those rope climbs. Ingi going back for her second seated legless rope climb.
And this is Ingi's last rep to be able to get back into those handstand pirouettes. Mary Jameson now.
Come on, Mary, almost there. Just
As
show
you can
some
see
daylight
here.
at the bottom of that white portion of the rope. So close.
And Mary
Let's
gets
go.
the rep. I feel like we're going to see something special in these handstand push-ups from Mary Jameson.
This is the athlete that definitely has made it in the furthest in this workout today, Matt. Let's see if she can rack this one up. Come on, Ingi. There you go. Control on the way down.
And she gets
she's got
the
it.
rep. Ingi through her second legless rope climb.
And just when you thought your poor forearms were going to get a rest, back to the handstand push-ups.
We've got 2 minutes and 10 seconds left on the clock here. This is the first workout of the weekend with varying time caps for the female and the men's field. The females got a 16-minute time cap. And just having a look down there, we could hear the crowd going a little bit wild. It seems like Coralie Fantonda finishing off her second handstand pirouette. Mary Jameson now and onto her strict chest to wall handstand push-ups. And you can Kent, the shoulders at this stage are just smoked.
Absolutely, Matt. This is just an absolutely devastating workout on the shoulders.
Okay, Ingi on her way back.
She traversed through these so easily in the first round, but you've got to consider the cumulative fatigue coming into this.
"45 seconds left on the time cap for the ladies in heat number 2. Test 6 going on at the moment. You can see the breakdown of the workout right at the top of your screen. And the focus now on the left side of the screen with Ingi Hossam Aldin. She has finished her second set of seated rope climbs and is on her way back with the handstand walk pirouettes. There you go, getting her
She's
first
got one in the
rep.
bag. Let's go, Ingi. One more. There's not enough time for that.
And Corey Lee just failing another rep over here. But putting in a full effort, those
This
two
one's for
ladies.
the crowd. This one's for the crowd. Ingi's doing this just for the crowd. And she got it done, Matt. Our head judge over there just making sure that she's aware that that's not actually going to count.
But I mean, what an athlete. Just instead of dropping down middle of the rep, she had committed. She wanted to finish off that rep.
A lot like we saw in the teams from Shanae.
Just heading back to a couple of highlights here from this previous heat. Heat number 2 of the ladies. You can see that handstand, that rope climb standard is tough, but Alzar Hussein over the moon in lane number 1 there for getting her first rep. But your heat leader right over there that was on the screen, Ingi Hossam Aldin, getting all the way back. One handstand pirouette into the second set, so on the way back down the pyramid.
Matt, we're about to head down to the floor again for your elite ladies in just a little bit, but let's talk about this. This race is really shaking up at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, just coming out of day 2, another bit of a shake-up. Obviously, we always say day 2 is moving day, and that's exactly what happened yesterday. Just going back down to the leaderboard, a bit of a shuffle. Mariska in first, Basnet in second, and Gilmarie Renegade in third.
It's interesting if you go look at those results as we would have seen this morning. Gilmarie, a couple of really big events, which put her in first initially. But the 1 or 2 events that she didn't do insanely well at knocked her several spots back.
And just following our conversation with Gilmarie yesterday, she said she's a chaser. She doesn't like having the target on her back. And I think, coming out of day 1, guns blazing, taking that that top tier spot. Day 2, she just knew that she had a target on her back. She was the pace to beat.
Yeah.
And I mean, everyone was just gunning for her. She doesn't like that feeling.
which I get, right? I mean, not everybody enjoys having the target on their back. Interesting stat I heard from a USC statistician recently was when somebody gets crowned champion, more likely than not, they get about 30% better. And what that means is that the moment the psychology of the fact that they are good enough to be there and it's no longer an imposter syndrome, psychologically they believe, okay, I can do this.
I am at the top and I will not let anyone take this crown.
100%. Let's call it the Rich Froning, Matt Fraser effect. As we're seeing now with Justin Medeiros now looking to potentially three-peat this year at the CrossFit Games.
Yeah, and I mean, Tia Toomey in the mix there as well on that international standard. But yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting, this ladies race, all the way to the finish today. Obviously 2 events to go, all to play for still. And all 3 ladies in this top 3 won it. Not to mention that 4th and 5th spot, still in striking distance. Christina Levitakis, not just going to sit back and watch the top 3 ladies fight it out. She wants in that fight right to the end.
You're 100% right. And Matt, I've got to also be honest with you, I've been really enjoying watching Michelle Bazinet swing for the fences. That event won, possibly not as she would have liked, but she really came through and did a phenomenal job in the rest of the weekend to currently leave herself now in 2nd place. So let's have a look at your lane assignments. In lane number 1, Alicia Stoop out of Willoway. In lane number 2, Gemma Rader. In lane number 3, Tana Booth, who worked her way into this after a fantastic showing yesterday, Matt.
Yeah, Tana really just came out yesterday and, you know, kind of proved herself, especially through that test 4 and 5. But so good to see this caliber of athlete all in the top 10. I mean, it really does just do wonders for the level of CrossFit in South Africa.
Indeed, indeed. And then on to the 3 ladies we were just talking about. Gilmarie Reinicker currently sitting in lane 4, but in 3rd position. Holding that number 1 spot, rocking the leader's jersey today, Mariska Smith, who will be in the booth with us here afterwards, so please do keep it locked in. In lane number 6, Michelle Bazinet. In lane number 7, Christina Levitakis. In lane number 8, Emma Holiday. In lane number 9, Megan Fowle. And in lane number 10, Megan McDermott. Now, interesting coming here on the chat. I don't know if it's true, Matt, because there's been a lot of Holiday, Jason and Em Holiday jokes coming through, but apparently Justin Holiday and Emma Holiday did a 5K run this morning. Justin did it in 20:47 and Emma 21:22.
You can tell that I'm not a part of that Holiday family.
No, well, I mean,
I ran up the stairs to get into the booth. I mean, that's as far as I ran this morning.
But at least you exhibited good mechanics, Matt. Remember, pretty lifts become good lifts, or big lifts.
Pretty steps become long steps. Long steps to a 5K before your final day of an event.
I'd love to know if that's actually true. Charlie Mead, you hit us up in the comment section saying that they did that 5K this morning. 2 things I will say about that. If that is true, that is mental, firstly. 1, because it's fast, but 2, I mean, they're at the semi-finals of the games. To do a 5K, especially given the load that's coming their way today, madness.
That's what Charlie Chuck Norris Mead right over there on YouTube. I don't think we can trust him.
I mean, if you say it, then I trust you to not trust him, Matt. Alrighty, yeah, we're about to get underway with your elite ladies about to throw down here at the Rebel Renegade Games, the Noble CrossFit Games Semi-Finals. Remember, everything to play for. The race at the top is still very much on the cards. 2 events to go, and it is still anybody's race. Who will get the opportunity to put that one more stamp in their passport, get a ticket to the CrossFit Games, and throw down for the title of fittest on earth?
They're away right over there. Gemma Rader going straight into a squat snatch. Starting that first event, saving a bit of time. The 3 ladies on your screen now. From left to right, Alicia Stoop, Gemma Rader, and Tana Buffet. Mariska Smith going unbroken through her set of 20 overhead squats, and the first female athlete to make her way to her 500-meter row. Right over there in the middle of your screen.
Yeah, man, I'm going to put my money on Mariska being incredible at those rope climbs. She has incredible caliber when it comes to all things gymnastics. So for her to just motor through those handstand push-ups means we might actually have a epic show on our hands here. Michelle Bazinet in view right now. Been an incredible privilege to watch her hunt down that number 1 spot. Currently sitting in second.
Yeah, Michelle just displaying that, wealth of international CrossFit experience and competition experience. You can just see she comes in, she's focused and not getting too flustered. She knows what she needs to do to get to the end of the weekend.
Yeah, man, it's also interesting to note that Michelle Bazinet, in terms of qualifications pre-semi-finals, really mid-table. Some people just know how to turn it on the big stage, Matt.
And interesting here, just having a look at the different rowing techniques, just between those top 3 ladies right in the middle. You can see Gilmarie and Michelle really making full use of that slide, getting their bum as close to their heels as possible, getting as long as possible. And then having a look at Mariska right in the middle, kind of going for the half slide and using a lot of back action.
Well, we do have the entire community listening in, Matt, again, as a coach. A question for you. When demonstrating the row or what good rowing technique looks like to you people, do you advise heels down?
So learning more about the CrossFit space. So I come from a rowing background.
Yeah.
Before weightlifting. This has kind of become determined on, what the stimulus of the workout is. And after my rowing career, I realized that you can shift kind of the muscle fatigue around depending on that foot position on your, where you're strapped in. So driving down off the heels, going to give you a little bit more of a hamstring activation and a glute activation. Driving down on the toes, going to give you more on the quad side. So, this is also going to come up to these ladies. Obviously, the quad's getting a little bit more fatigued coming through the overhead squats. Maybe just trading things out.
That does tend to make a lot of sense. And Matt, I think maybe myself not being as schooled as you in the rowing department, I didn't realize one could shift stimulus. I've always just been a heels down kind of guy.
Heels down is where the power is at. But I mean, going into a workout that's very quad dominant, you got to kind of,
shift it around a little bit and then defer to maybe rocking onto the toes at the bottom portion of the rep.
You may have struggled deeply in the past with a rowing and deadlift workout personally. There's your answer.
It's a glass-shattering moment for me, if I'm being honest with you. Mariska Smith about to get onto her first set of rope climbs. Christina Levitak is already bagging her first one, and it's good. Gee whiz, did you see how quickly Mariska got up and down that rope, man? With this new standard.
And there we go, Gilmarie Renegade. Just getting up and down that rope to get her first successful rep. Here we go, Michelle Bazinet on your screen right now. Oh.
Matt, if this is you, would you implement a kit from the very first movement to try and save that grip a little bit?
I would need to because I don't have the upper body strength that these ladies have.
Fair play. Mariska racking up her second one, as is Christina Levitakis now, before they head over to their wall-facing handstand push-ups. 15 is what they'll be required to do before they get back to the rope for these new standard...
That's Gemma Rader now that just came down from her first rep.
Michelle Bazinet has entered the chat a little early, and she's banging out those reps already.
Yeah, you can see that these ladies are just on another level. We are at just under 6 minutes into this time cap, and this is pretty much the halfway point.
Yeah, Mariska Smith, as you mentioned at the beginning of the season, Matt, pivoting from a really successful team career, now going over into individual, having incredible mentorship from her coach, Celeste Maritz, who, as you know, has quite a games credentials, but also being a national champion weightlifter as well.
Yeah, I think as we've discussed in the past, this is Mariska's first year as an individual. It's going to be very interesting to see how she can actually handle the individual competition. She comes from a very strong team background, throwing down in local comps with partners as well. I mean, to kind of crack down as your first individual event,
Wow.
on a semi-final stage is quite something.
Matt, interesting to note, Michelle has absolutely smoked her handstand push-ups, and she's back onto the rope again. Mariska and Gilmarie in the front of your screens now, getting back to work on those wall-facing handstand push-ups.
There we go.
There Michelle
Mariska's done.
goes. And she's about to be joined by Christina Levitakis shortly.
Mariska just taking a bit of a breather. And here we go, Christina Levitakis as well, heading up for her second set. Here we go, Megan Fall making her way up at the back of your screen right over there. Emma Holiday just next to her. The amount of tension in the body through these reps.
Michelle Bazinet currently holding the lead and hoping to rack up that final rep so that she could get back onto her final set of pirouette walks. Matt,
Michelle
this thing's
Bazinet
brutal.
getting all the way up to the top
It
of
is
the
a
rep and then just sliding down.
workout, and it is unforgiving.
And that opens the door for Christina Levitakis and Mariska Smith just on either side of her. As you can see over there, Gilmarie Renegade still making her way through her handstand push-ups.
Michelle's stoop in view right now. Alicia stoop. Christina Levitakis attacking that rope right now, as is Mariska Smith. Oh, Matt, unforgiving.
Mariska Smith now with the opportunity to take this. And halfway down the rope, you can just see the absolute muscle fatigue starting to settle in here.
So as Coach Matt explained earlier, and I think it was great, at this level you want to try race it, right? But there is nothing you can do to suddenly recover your grip other than give your grip the time to recover. So you'll see a lot of tips and tricks coming into play here, but realistically, Matt, they've got to wait it out.
Gilmarie Renegade joining the pack now on the her second set of legless rope climbs.
For her, still anybody's race, right? Because whether she's late off the wall, that doesn't really matter.
Yeah, that seems to be quite irrelevant. Still with 6 minutes left over here at the on the middle of your screen now, Tana Buffet. Megan Fall now just hanging in there. But you'll start to see now a lot of these ladies are just going to pace their recovery off of each other. You know, they're kind of all in the same spot. So the only time you really need to get going at the moment is when someone else looks like they're getting ready.
Matt, this is interesting now. So this is Gilmarie's first rep, and it looked so damn good. And honestly, she came off the wall last out of these top athletes.
And you can actually just hear the crowd getting behind Gil-Marie. It sounds like she might be one of the favorites in the competition this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely, Matt. Farm strength. In the same boat as Rich Froning. Seems to be something in the air on these farms that just, maybe it's the bison meat, I don't know. Gil-Marie Renegade has worked herself into a position, Matt, where she's right up there. Nothing splits any of the top ladies right now. It looks like between Mariska Smith, Gil-Marie Renegade,
and Michelle
Bazinet and Christina Levitakis, all with 1 rep in the bag on this portion of 2 legless rope climbs. But she's going for it, Matt.
There we go.
This is her opportunity to make her move, to try and climb back up that leaderboard. Currently sitting in 3rd. Oh, it looks smooth, Matt. It looks smooth, Matt. It looks like she's going to get it. Oh, she got it. It's back in the game. Let's go.
Gil-Marie Renegade just slides into the lead in heat number 3 now.
Sliding into the lead like a creep into your DMs. She is killing it out here on the floor. There goes Mariska.
There goes Mariska Smith.
She's on her way down. Let's see what happens. Mariska has entered the chat. Oh, we've got a race on our hands, people. We have a race. Michelle has entered the chat. We have a Ferrari and a finish on our hands, Matt. It is about to go down like gravity.
Mariska not wasting any time, kicking up straight away and getting into her first pirouette.
Same goes for Michelle. She's got 1 in the bag already. Mariska getting to work on her second. We're good to see where Gil-Marie Renegade currently is. It looks like these ladies are neck and neck, Matt. They are literally neck and neck. Each of these ladies now needing just 1 more. This is going to go down to the absolute finish. I know I'm getting excited, but your boy is excited.
Michelle is going unbroken. And first to the rower, Mariska Smith right behind her. And then just keeping in mind,
Bazinet has entered the chat. Mariska Smith has entered the chat. Oh, Matt, what's the strategy here? Just rip and grip, right?
we're going to have to see, because we have to keep in mind that Mariska was the only female to go unbroken in those 20 overhead squats.
Absolutely.
So getting to that barbell gassed, I mean, they've got the time to finish this row. It's 500 meters. These ladies are probably holding on to about a 150 split. So we can look at, just over a minute left to get through those 20 overhead squats. It's going to come down to rep for rep.
Matt, also interesting to note, all three of these ladies currently occupying the top spots, now being joined by Christina Levitakis. But the main thing is three totally different strategies there. Gil-Marie, the last off the wall, and the first onto the pirouettes.
Just an absolutely amazing caliber of top four athletes right over here and right in your screen. This could not get more exciting.
You can see Mariska Smith rowing for everything she's worth right now. Full extension, but trying to make that chain as long as conceivably possible. She is yanking at that chain. Gil-Marie has this way of attacking any machine that just makes it look casual. We saw that with the runner yesterday, where it came down to her and Mariska in the final portion of that final workout, Matt.
And, here's another big thing that we can look at. Just look at the back of your screen. Christina Levitakis. Her stroke rate is way slower than the rest of the ladies, but you can see she's just hammering down on those legs. Whereas Mariska Smith, obviously a little bit higher.
Matt, we're seeing movement now.
Boosting the heart rate.
Mariska Smith looking like she's in the final portions. Just under a minute and a half left, Matt. It's going to come down to the overhead squat.
On her tail. Michelle
Bazinet has entered the chat. As has Christina Levitakis. It is absolute madness here in the second to final event of the Rebel Renegade Games. And on we go, no break. Trust me on this one. Just a quick opportunity to get that weight belt on. Michelle Bazinet also joining in now. Oh man,
Gil-Marie Renegade knows
down.
what she needs to do. We've got 50 seconds left on the clock.
And she snatches it. She's in position. Let's see, let's go. We've got rep for rep at the end here. 45 seconds remaining. What is going to happen? We've got a clincher on our hands. A no rep to Gil-Marie. Oh no, she's put the barbell down. It's going to be between the three ladies on screen right now, going rep for rep.
Mariska Smith is just looking so strong. But can she hang on to this bar?
Oh no, it's
Just
down.
getting a no rep there.
The door's wide open. Christina Levitakis needed this. Michelle Bazinet needed this. Those two going rep for rep, not putting it down. And they shouldn't matter. They're almost at the end there.
10 seconds remaining.
Your final 10 seconds and no
And
rep got
Michelle
given
Bazinet
there.
has popped into the lead. Christina right behind. And Michelle Bazinet looks like she took that just ahead of Christina.
Oh my goodness, this man was the event we wanted.
We are going to have to wait for the scores, but it is a matter of one rep between Michelle Bazinet and Christina Levitakis.
We will find out in just a bit. Stretch obviously going to be interviewing your winner, but Matt, what a freaking race. Are you kidding me right now?
That was what we come here to see, Kent.
Matt.
That was absolutely unbelievable.
Matt, your boy Kent has been training the entire week. This is the highest my heart rate has gotten. It was insane. And for those of you watching in, if my voice was loud at some point, sorry, not sorry, but we were all in on this one. What an absolutely smashing end just to the elitist of elite ladies here in the Africa Regional.
Within that final minute, just Mariska Smith leading the charge, but dropping the bar, and Michelle Bazinet just hanging on for a massive set of unbroken overhead squats right in the dying minutes.
Yeah, Matt, let's talk about this. I mean, Gilmarie looking like she was going to be the person to beat after coming off that wall last and getting those rope climbs done first. She looked so comfortable on that rope.
She did look so comfortable, but then it came down to the pirouettes where Gilmarie was going in singles, and Michelle Bazinet just came through and did a full length of unbroken handstand walk pirouettes.
And interestingly enough, Matt, the pirouettes didn't even seem to be the separator.
Thank you.
It was literally, and not even the row, because they all identical through the row. It was the overhead squats that was the ultimate divider.
And as we discussed earlier, I think maybe just Mariska Smith raising that heart rate a little bit too high with that stroke rate. But we're just going to quickly go down to the floor over here. Stretch has an interview lined up with Michelle Bazinet.
Hey guys, Ryan, I'm here with Michelle Bazinet. Unofficially, I think she took that event. I'm not saying anything, I'm not permitted to. I'm not going to get beaten up for anybody. But Michelle, tell me about that. What was going through your mind? Because that was intense. We nearly missed the time cap as well. We were so invested.
It was a real race. I missed my second rope climb on that last set, and I thought it was over. And then I happened to be okay with the other girls as well. And then it was just who's going to get back up on that rope. But that forearm burn was so intense. We really had to be sure on that next rope climb. Another miss would have been endgame. So it was really strategic. We were all close at the end, and I think you really needed to save what you could on that last set of overhead squats. So it was good, very intense.
That was incredible. I saw that big chest pump on that second fail. Was there some emotion starting to run really hard there?
Yeah, it's easy to get negative in a workout, you know. Immediately I was like, I just lost that race, and I think I would have had the other two girls not failed as well. And so it's keeping yourself in it no matter what happens. So good learning lesson for sure.
I mean, that's going to mix up the leaderboard, you guys. The top three of you girls are really close. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens there, especially with Christina slipping in there. So what do you predict? Everyone wants to themselves go through. How are you ready for this final event? You pumped?
Pumped. I think I'm going to come down from this, eat some food, take a nap, and then I'll be really pumped. So just riding the waves this weekend as best as possible, learning a lot and trying to enjoy it as much as I can.
Well, there you go, guys. Our champion so far, well, looks like it. I don't know. Unofficially, current leader. We're going to see what happens in the final. See you guys just now.
Welcome everybody again to the Rebel Renegade Games. This is the semi-finals of the Noble CrossFit Games. We're in here with your current leader and picking up another third spot. Mariska, what an event. How are you feeling right now?
I think the only word everyone will say after this event is pretty pumped. Forearms smashed. Yeah.
You handled that like an absolute professional. Tell me what the plan was.
So I knew, obviously, the first part of the workout, I'm quite good at overhead squats, keeping the bar locked out so it doesn't really tie my shoulders that much. Obviously, after the whole weekend, it was a different story than in training. And rowing, I was just planning to just keep it easy, not to fatigue myself, because you're not going to win that workout on the row. 500 meters isn't a lot.
Yeah.
So yeah, I saw everyone next to me keeping it chilled, so I was okay. Let's just get through the row. Handstand walks, I'm pretty good at.
Yeah.
I got a no rep there. I think my hand just still touched the line and I came down, so that's a bit rookie. But luckily, like I said, it's not an issue for me to go back on my hands. And the rope climbs, I was scared because we didn't know the standards. So
of course, yeah.
I've never done up and down legless, so I was really stressed. So that was literally the first time I did it up there. I just knew I had to take breaks. Even in training, just doing legless up, legs down was tough. So I knew I had to take long breaks in between the 2 reps. I knew if I was going to get through the 2 rope climbs, my handstand push-ups is also quite on par.
Yeah.
So that's not an issue for me. And then that second set of rope climbs. The first one was okay, and I knew the fourth one was going to be the break or make or break. And then, obviously, Michelle Basnet and Christina both also missed their second one. I think it was only us 3 there.
Yeah, at the time,
I kept watching them. We were sitting there, chilling it out there, waiting for Gilmarie to go. And as soon as she got a second one, I knew I have to go now.
The race was on.
And then when I went, they went. And I luckily got it. So resting long was not resting long, but making sure you were ready for a rope climb was the main factor in this workout. The rest of the workout was fun. I knew getting to that last set of overhead squats was going to be difficult.
Absolutely.
But I knew it was going to be difficult for everyone. So I was like, everyone's going to feel the fatigue in their shoulders. Whatever happens there, I knew I just had to get top 5 in this workout to be okay, to still be on the podium. And now it's just one left.
So Mariska, you've obviously been doing absolutely incredibly this weekend. Coming off the back of a truly successful CrossFit career in teams, you now get to break out into individual. How have you found the transition? Because I'm not trying to speak too early, but it looks like you have got a target on your back.
Like I said in the beginning in some of the previous interviews, I actually didn't want to do this season. I was wanting to go team again, but obviously, there wasn't a team that was working for me.
Yeah.
And then I didn't actually want to do the season. And then in the open game, finals game, I actually did very well. So I was like, okay, this is quite okay. And I'm actually very proud of myself. I know stress takes over for me usually, but I've handled that very well this weekend. So if that's anything I take away from this weekend, keeping to my game plan, keeping calm throughout the workouts, that's a win already in the bag.
Well, from my side, you've done absolutely incredibly. It's been a pleasure to watch you. Congratulations on doing well thus far. You've been a picture of consistency throughout the entire weekend. All the best for the final event. We're rooting for you. Shout out to you and your incredible coach, Celeste Maritz. Yes. All the best and have a great one.
Thank you so much. Thank you for everything.
There we go, gentlemen. Dan second, third. Looks like Eddie Costi. Fourth going to be Keegan Muir. Jason Dix needs 1 rep to move on to the rower. Willem Sneeman needs 1 rep to move on. There we are. Jason Jix joins his teammates, or his enemies, compatriots, whatever you want to think of them as. Amir's bars up. Sneeman needs 1 more. Down and up, big guy. Locks it down, core tight. Given the rep. Amir needs 3, 4, 5. Sorry, Judge, couldn't see your whole hand there. My mistake. Come on, Amir, let's get it, big guy. Same as the ladies. Gentlemen going to come out. 3 pirouettes, 2 legless rope climbs, 20 handstand push-ups, 2 rope climbs, 3 pirouettes, 500-meter row, 20 overhead squats. Facing the wall, the bar must be put down and they got to jump over. 15-minute time cap. The men have 1 minute less. Amir's moving up. Meanwhile, Hamza's first up onto his handstand walks.
We are back with the men
around his
in
first pirouette.
test
He's
number
gonna walk
6
on through.
over here at the 2023 Rebel Renegade Games. We just had a awesome little interview with Mariska Smith, your current female leader, just ahead of coming back down to the floor over here.
Dane Nordia pops to the top and he's going to kick up into his handstand walks.
An absolutely amazing race going down between those ladies, those top 4 ladies in the last heat. So more to expect over here coming from the men. And then just touching on your lineup for the men right over here in heat number 1 for test number 6. From lane number 2, we got Dane Nordia. In lane 3, Hamza Mahir. In lane 4, Jason Dix. In lane 5, Amir Saleh. In lane 6, Keegan Muir. In lane 7, Eduard Trotsky. In lane 8, Ross Lowe. And in lane 9, Willem Sneeman. Right over here on your screen at the moment, we've got Hamza Mahir blasting the rest of the field through this workout so far. And the most notable thing, movement over here, has to be this legless L-sit rope climb. 2 reps of these. If you have a look closely at the rope, there is a white line at the bottom of the rope. There's a white line at the top of the rope. The movement standard is that the athletes start seated on the floor with their hands below that first white line. As you can see here, Hamza heading up the rope for his 2nd rep. Both hands must be above the white line, 1 hand in contact, 1 hand above, and then keeping the L-sit touching the white line at the bottom with 1 hand below. A crazy movement standard, and we saw a lot of the ladies head through their first round of this, blasting through it, and then really starting to get stuck going back into that 2nd round. On your screen now, we've got Ross Lowe coming from CrossFit Aberdeen out in the UK, originally a South African boy. Right over here on your screen at the moment, Dane Nordia just falling out from that first rope climb. Your youngest male individual competitor, 20 years old, Dane Nordia, and out of Zimbabwe. Ross Lowe out in the orange shirt right at the back of the screen, just finishing out his 2nd L-sit legless rope climb. And then right over here at the front of your screen, Hamza Mahir, busy chipping away at his 20 reps of his chest to wall strict handstand push-ups. Dane Nordia joining. And Dane making easy work right over here of these handstand push-ups. Hamza Mahir just with 3 repetitions left. There we go, looking down the line, just on the right-hand side over there. Resting on his knees, that's Etienne Trotsky. Coming up from Lions Bay CrossFit. And Hamza Mahir with 2 repetitions left. Right over there, that was on your screen in lane number 9, Willem Snyman. Willem Snyman also joining Etienne Trotsky from Lions Bay CrossFit down in Port Elizabeth in the Eastern Cape, South Africa. Dane Nordia absolutely blasting through his handstand push-ups, just with 3 reps left. And he's on the hunt to catch up to Hamza Mahir, who's starting out his second set of legless rope climbs. And Hamza is through his first repetition. 1 more rep to go before Hamza can make his way back down the ladder. As we explained earlier, a 15-minute time cap for the men in this workout. The ladies had 16 minutes. So the only workout for the weekend with varying time caps from the men to the women. But judging at the pace that Hamza is getting through this workout, I think we might just see 1 or 2 athletes finish this workout underneath the time cap. Test number 6 here at the Rebel Renegade Games. We are on day 3, and this is the second last event for these athletes on the screen for their weekend. Amir Saleh right in the middle of your screen. And just failing that rope climb right at the bottom. If you just take a look to the right of your screen, in lane number 3, Hamza Mahir is through. And he is going to start with his set of handstand pirouettes, walking back to move down the ladder of the 500-meter row and 20 overhead squats. As you can see there, Hamza repping CrossFit 40Ps out of Seoul, Korea, but originally born in Morocco. Jason Dix on your screen now, CrossFit East London.
Matt, how are your composure levels right now?
No, I'm feeling good. Feeling good. I think as we saw in the ladies, this workout is really going to heat up, you know, just towards the back end of that workout.
Gee whiz, I lost my mind. But these gentlemen are doing great workout here at the moment, Matt.
Here we go. We've got 1 more length of a handstand pirouette right over here for Hamza Mahir.
They're still looking absolutely comfy on that time cap, man.
And that's Willem Snyman right over there on your screen. Hamza starting out with his last 500-meter row. We might just see our first athlete finish out this event.
Matt, again, it's been super interesting just to notice the programming coming from Boz, right? The distances not being varied for the men's and the ladies this year on any of the cardio implements. 500 it is, both men and women, for the row now.
Yeah, I think obviously with this event, changing out the time cap slightly to potentially accommodate that. That might have been the tip. But yeah, going back to test number 1 for the weekend. Equal distances across the board on especially the machines, the ski erg and the assault bike.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. I know generally we don't change the distances when it comes to running. Right on the screen now, Ross Lowe, your second male athlete making his way back down the ladder and towards his 500-meter row. One final pirouette left for Ross.
I feel like yesterday I made the comment that if I saw Ross in a mall, I wouldn't necessarily assume that he was an elite athlete. I think he might have retaliated to me today by taking his shirt off to start this workout.
100%. That's a different man without a shirt on.
100%. I am now forced to have to take back what I said yesterday.
Right over here, we got Dane Nodia. Dane absolutely blasting through those chest-to-wall handstand push-ups. But seems to be struggling a little bit over here with the rope climb standard. He has 1 rep left. And just not making it. There we go, far ahead of the pack right now. And the man of the moment, the man on your screen, Hamza Mahir.
Yeah, man, at the beginning of the day, we did have a discussion about whether this time cap was overly aggressive, but it seems like it's being challenged now.
Ross Lowe is on the hunt now. Also, onto his second 500-meter row.
Some love out there for Hamza Mahir, rather.
And we just have to take into account the barbell weight is 83 kilos.
100% spot on, Matt. 83 kilos it is.
That is a pretty heavy bar. And you could just see over there, Keegan Meir diving over the line to get a rep.
Yeah, Hamza looking very comfortable on those overhead squats. Matt, it's an interesting one, though. Your first set and your last set of 20.
Oh, and Eddie Odrotsky just dropping down from his final pirouette.
Your first set and your last set of 20, obviously feeling very different.
Yeah. That first set, this is the first workout of a new day. Everyone is filled with fire, filled with excitement. 3, 2, 1, go. You pick up that bar and, you kind of...
Pinned to the planet.
It's all tunnel vision. On the way back down, you've just gone through 14 pretty grueling minutes of a lot of shoulder-intensive work.
Hamza looking like it's all but a formality that he's going to get the heat win, but he's unfortunately not going to get this under the time cap. But valiant effort and an incredible performance by these gentlemen out on the floor today. Hamza racking up that heat win.
And Keegan Meir right over there celebrating, just sneaking in a little bit of a extra handstand walk before the time. Right over there, you got Willem Sneeman on your screen. And his box mate, Etienne Trotsky. An absolutely amazing effort coming out from your men in heat number 1, test number 6, their second last event for the Rebel Renegade Games, the Noble CrossFit Semi-Final for the Africa division. Yeah, a lot to talk about in this event, and again, I think it comes down to that new standard on the rope. This is really going to be the trickiest thing for a lot of the guys to get through, as we could see there in the last heat. Dane Nordia absolutely crushing the 20 wall-facing handstand push-ups. Not a super new movement, fairly new, but at least a lot of these athletes have had time to practice that one. But this rope climb, coming down without clamping on the rope, definitely going to be a game changer. Just resetting the floor. We'll be back with you shortly with the men's test number 6, heat number 2 at the 2023 Rebel Renegade Games. I'm going on. Welcome back to the Rebel Renegade Games. We are stuck right in the middle of the action over here with the men's test number 6 moving swiftly from heat 1 into heat number 2. As you can see here on your screen, this is the workout that has been programmed for test number 6, and quite a brutal one. Just going through it with you. 20 overhead squats to open it up. 3 into a 500 meter row. Directly into 3 handstand walk pirouettes. 2 seated legless rope climbs. This is where a lot of these athletes have been getting caught out kind of towards the back end of this workout, especially with the new standard. 20 strict chest to wall handstand push-ups, and then we come back down the ladder. 2 seated legless rope climbs, into your handstand pirouettes, the 500 meter row, and finally finishing out with 20 overhead squats. Just coming off of the previous heat, Hamza Mahir putting in an absolute amazing show. Just unfortunately not getting quite to the end of this workout inside the time cap. 15 minutes for the men to try and get this full range of work done. And you know, I think we might just see some magic happen here in the second heat of the individual men's division. as these men line up for this workout, just in their lanes from left to right. In lane number 1, we've got Al Saeed Hassona. In lane number 2, Yusuf Ihab. In lane 3, Matthew Schiff. In lane 4, Ruan Conradi. In lane 5, Assem Efat. In lane 6, Julian Liebenberg. In lane 7, Damien Botas. In lane 8, we've got Dries Bouchier. In lane number 9, Hilmar van Mansberg. And right at the end over there in lane 10, Robbie Hoyer. And with the sound of the buzzer, these men are off. We saw a couple of ladies manage to go unbroken through their first set of 20 overhead squats. But is that the way to go in this workout? Just a reminder, these barbells overhead are 83 kilograms. Not the lightest load to be doing a massive set of 20 overhead squats unbroken to open up the first leg of this pyramid. And having a look at your screen right now, we've got Assam Efat just making his way through his row. Obviously not struggling too much with that 83 kilogram overhead squat. As you saw yesterday in the YouTube comments, commonly known as the Egyptian Hulk.
The Egyptian Hulk, Matt, and befitting of that name, we've seen, and not to stereotype, but these Egyptian athletes are moving barbells so effectively.
A lot of strength, generally speaking, coming out of all of the Egyptian athletes repping CrossFit 111.
Yeah, no, listen, just a sheer example that just it's been on display over the entire course of the weekend. But the team's event this morning, CrossFit Trip 1, man, those barbells were big.
Yeah, some very, very heavy barbells thrown into the mix this morning for the team's first event with the cleans. And, I mean, you would think maybe a little road or a block in the road, an obstacle, but not for these athletes. We saw 142 kg barbells getting cycled.
No, Matt, it was absolutely crazy to witness just how easy. I mean, we're talking power cleans at that weight. I mean, and it was a progressively heavier load.
It was quite a sight to see. If you did miss that first event this morning, definitely worthwhile heading back through this live feed and catching up on it later. But for now, we are stuck right in the middle of test number 6. This is heat 2 of your individual men at the Rebel Renegade Games, Africa's Noble CrossFit Semi-Final event.
Matt, I didn't get to put you on the spot earlier. Tell me what your predictions are for this specific heat. Who have you got your money on?
Well, I don't know, there's a lot of different components in this workout, and I think moving through all 3 of these men's heats, I'm not going to bank on anyone because, just the mixture of that cardio endurance on that 1K row, essentially, when it comes down to those rope climbs. I mean, we saw previously in the last heat, Dane Nordier struggle a little bit through the rope, but then just go unbroken through his set of handstand push-ups. So I think there's so many individual components in this workout that it might suit each individual athlete.
Interesting here, your Egyptian Hulk now going totally unbroken. So it's not just a matter of moving mass. Well, I guess you could argue that if he's moving his body weight, that is moving mass.
Yeah, and that's right in the middle of your screen over here in lane 5. We've got Assem Efat. Oh, Robbie Hoyer not wasting any time getting into those rope climbs right at the back there. Lane number 10.
Matt, it's been such a pleasure watching Robert Hoyer this weekend. A man that just seems to move so well that so much of what he does looks effortless. I think you mentioned at the beginning of the weekend that some people are just so good that the hard stuff looks easy.
And this is Robbie Hoyer right here on your screen, repping CrossFit Risotto out in Bloemfontein.
Honestly, it looks like the man could have taken a leisurely stroll on his feet up that rope. That's how casual that looked.
Meeting those movement standards to a T, like there was absolutely nothing for his judge to even worry about looking out for. His feet were almost above his hands coming off the floor there.
And Matt, I know we can't see it maybe on the screen right now on the far end, he's just gotten straight to work on those handstand push-ups.
But right here, you can just see the amount of strain. And quite interesting, resting at the bottom of the rep.
Yeah.
Not something you see very often.
Not something you'd see very often. And Matt, I need to question you as a coach here. Probably not something you'd advise your individual on, right? Because you could use a little bit of the momentum of the bottom of the bounce to try to get you up.
But at this point of the game, I think the heart rate's a little bit higher and not quite like your regular handstand push-up where you can just kick up. Obviously, if Robbie comes down off the wall now, he will need to do a full wall walk to begin his next set.
Also something interesting with regards to the standard, Matt. If you decide... So firstly, let's maybe go one step back. The rep starts not at the bottom of the movement, but at the top of the movement. Over and above that, because the rep starts at the top of the movement, if you find rest at the bottom of the movement, and let's say, for example, you want to try find some comfort, rest on your head and shake out your shoulders, the moment you lift your hand, it is immediately deemed a no rep and will only count once you get to the top of the next one.
Wow, just having a look in the middle in the orange shirt, Julian Liebenberg from Pack Life CrossFit, just absolutely knocking out those wall-facing handstand push-ups. As we have right here, closest to your screen, Ruan Conradi, coming out of a heat win yesterday.
And he was super pumped for it.
He was so pumped coming out of the end of that workout.
Dark horse in that heat, and he did incredibly at it. Fun fact, Ruan Conradi, as well as his partner Biscuit, picking up the win at this year's Pretoria Throwdown as a team.
Right up here in the front, we got Matthew Schiff, the only individual coming out of CrossFit Juggernaut. As we know, they have a huge team's presence this weekend. But Matty Schiff, or Schiffy, right on your screen now, we've got Damien Burtis. Damien also having quite a solid weekend. Always featured right there in the top of the mix. But here we go, Ruan Conradi finishing off his final rep of his 20 wall-facing handstand push-ups. Ruan has to move now back into 2 of those seated legless rope climbs.
Get straight back to work on those legless rope climbs.
Man, and as you can see, at least on the way up for him, not too strenuous, but it's always this little part right at the bottom coming down, but he gets that rep.
Yeah, and really, you've got to appreciate Ruan's approach here, because he didn't just let it go when he knew he had the rep. Took the time, composure to wait, to see that his judge gave him the effective rep before he did.
Here we go, Damien Burtis just struggling to reach the rope right at the top there. And just moving back there to the middle lane, we had Asema Fat, who came out guns blazing, but just seems to be struggling to get through those strict wall-facing handstand push-ups.
Yeah, Matt, look, the mass that he carries definitely helps with the lifting component of this, maybe hindering on the gymnastics.
And here we go back to Ruan Conradi. This is his
Come on, Ruan.
second rep.
Let's go. I think he's already been no-repped due to the fireman pole slide, although it's only 10 centimeters or so. This is what makes this really difficult, Matt, because what we're seeing today is that although we've got some of the most elite athletes in Africa throwing down and getting this done, it doesn't seem to be the ascent that they're struggling with. It's the time under tension catching up with the descent that seems to be the big derailer.
Yeah. And just having, Robbie Hoyer right over here in lane 10, done with his second set of 2 L-sit rope climbs.
Robbie's just been a picture of just like elegant movement under fatigue.
There you go, wasting no time doing that pirouette. He's confident in the handstand walk.
Was he credited that? Unfortunately not.
No, I think he was. He's just taking a couple of steps back. Right over there, Julian Liebenberg, also really just struggling to get through the second set of rope climbs. These men have got just over 4 minutes left on the clock.
Ruan getting back to that rope. Come on, Ruan.
And judging by this, the time set in heat number 1 by Hamza Mahir might just be a very well contended score.
Absolutely. Well, but if Rob Hoyer has something to say about it.
And Robbie is through. He's got 1 more handstand pirouette to go. And Asema Fat still with 2 repetitions left, but you can just see like how much these athletes are fatiguing because 2 repetitions right at the end, you would usually just hang on, you would try and make that work.
Absolutely.
But
because every repetition starts with the wall walk, Matt, so...
Exactly, so for Ifat to go up, do 2 reps and come down knowing that he still needs to wall walk up, you know just how much strain those shoulders are under.
Absolutely, Matt, that's very, very, very well articulated. Rob Hoyer looking to wrap up his pirouettes with this one as he now crosses the right line and ready to get yanking on that chain for his final 500 meters on the rower.
Here we go, the focus now, Robbie Hoyer from CrossFit Resulto. He actually owns the box out in Bloemfontein. Free State, South Africa, a homegrown boy.
Robbie Hoyer getting to work the first in this heat to get to work on the row portion of this. Ruan Conradi also getting back up there to try and get this rope climb portion of the workout done. The second one, he got a successful one on the first.
And right here on your screen, Matthew Schiff finishing off his second rope climb as well.
It looks like Ruan Conradi is going to get this one.
And he gets
He's locked it up, as Coach Matt told us earlier. The only thing you can do when that grip stimulus starts to fail you is to give the body time to recover it.
Oh, and Ruan Conradi.
Oh, good save,
a little
Ruan.
bit more stable on his hands than Matthew Schiff directly next to him.
And he's just going straight for it, Matt. We saw a bit of a wobble.
90 seconds left on the clock. These guys are going to want to get to that rower because, once you get to that row, that is easy reps that you can pull ahead.
Absolutely.
And, every meter counts.
Rob Hoyer still chugging away on the tail end of his row right now.
10 meters left here for Rob.
And there you have it. He'd want to waste no time in getting to those overhead squats to challenge the previous total set.
So just looking at the previous heat, so Hamza Mahir got to the same point right over here as Robbie Hoyer, but he just couldn't get a successful snatch in to get that first overhead squat. So Robbie going for a little bit more of a slower approach getting the bar up, but potentially a much safer option. And as he gets one rep, he'll bump his score ahead of Hamza. And now it's just a race to the finish. 25 seconds. Can he get through the remaining 15 overhead squats without breaking?
I back Robbie, but I'm unfortunately going to have to say no to that, Matt. It's a heavy load.
83 kilograms overhead for Robbie Hoyer. Conradi just sneaking in. And as you can see, as I mentioned, just jumping onto that row right in the last couple of seconds and yanking it with all of his might to try and get a couple of meters up on that screen. But ultimately, your heat winner.
And now your overall event leader, Robbie Hoyer. Robbie Hoyer taking the win in this heat. Let's see what is about to go down as your elite gentlemen are about to hit the floor. Or your top 10 rather, about to hit the floor in just a little bit.
We have got one men's heat remaining, just as we go through a couple of these highlights. Your top seeded men's heat coming into day 3 of competition, about to take to the floor, and their second last event. After this, one more workout for the teams and individual male and females before we sit here and crown your champions of the 2023 Rebel Renegade Games.
So Matt, it's been a bit of a difficult one to try and ascertain exactly who to predict in this event, right? Because there's so many unknowns and unknowables that we as CrossFit fans have not been able to see people tackle yet until today. So it's really hard to say. It's not like we can divert back to somebody's previous body of work to see exactly how they handle this new rope climb, for example, or the pirouettes, for example.
Yeah, and like we discussed, coming into this event, this has definitely been the one that people have been looking out for the whole weekend, just because of the sheer high skill movement that has been added in. The new standard on the rope, the pirouettes, I mean, the weight on the overhead squat in itself. This is really the height of skill programmed by Boz, and it's all crammed into a 15-minute workout.
Absolutely. Taking a look at your men's heat, the final heat for Test 6. It looks as follows. In lane number 1, Josh Kernett. In lane number 2, James Van Dongen. In lane number 3, Dutoy Botha. In lane number 4, Conrad Winnert. In lane number 5, Jason Smith. In lane number 6, Justin Holiday. Crowd favorite over here. In lane number 7, Keelan Henry. In lane number 8, Daniel Griesel. In lane number 9, Darren Zinema, who has broken into the top 10 now, and Ruan Potgieter. Darren's going to be, I'm sure, chuffed about that, but probably going to want to be making a statement for this workout.
Yeah, for sure. And as we went through the leaderboard this morning, just looking at James Van Dongen dropping down the leaderboard a little bit after that last event, but then a massive climb from Justin Holiday. He's sitting second.
Absolutely, absolutely. No, look, it's been a fantastic one to witness thus far. All of the big guns coming out right now. You'd be silly to bet against Darren for this one. After having witnessed the massive snatch load he did, and knowing he's quite capable at moving his own body weight quite proficiently, definitely one to look out for in this heat, Matt.
Darren just giving a little cheeky smile and a wink to someone in the crowd there as he makes his way onto the floor.
All right, just another overview in terms of what we have going on here. So there's a 15-minute time cap on this one. What you are required to do is do 20 overhead squats, the barbell loaded to 83 kgs. Thereafter, going on to 500 meters of rowing and then traversing to 3 handstand walk pirouettes. Thereafter, with a new standard, 2 seated legless rope climbs, having to display control above the marker and below on the descent. Then 20 chest to wall handstand push-ups, 2 seated legless rope climbs again, 3 pirouettes, 500 meter row, and then to cap it off, 20 more overhead squats. Now, I don't think you need to be a very large betting man to think we're going to see a couple of those sets go down unbroken here right now, Matt.
I think the biggest thing that we need to focus on right now is the fact that Keelan Henry has not made his way down to the floor and has withdrawn from the semi-final.
Well, that is a bit of a shocker. What that means is that irrespective of what happens this weekend, we're going to crown a new African champ.
That leaves the door wide open. I mean, Keelan Henry is back, and he's holding the crown of the 2022 champion. So with Keelan Henry out of this event, I mean, this is going to make things very interesting.
Yeah, it means the door's wide open, man.
Jason Smith probably quite chuffed to hear about that.
Look, I'm not going to lie to you. With or without Keelan in the race, Jason was going to be gunning for that number 1 spot. Alrighty, all to play for. Second last event for these gentlemen for this weekend, Matt. All the chips are in and across the table. Everything to play for. 1 ticket to Madison.
2 events left, and these guys know they've kind of preserved their bodies now coming into day 3, and today is hammer time. Yesterday was moving day. Today is, black out and leave it all out on the floor. There's no going back after today. 2 more events, and only 1 ticket to the CrossFit Games at the end of this.
And they're off to the races now, Matt. Every single one of the final heats, whether teams or the ladies individual thus far, has come down to the absolute wire this morning, and it has been a crowd lifter, an absolute send the roof off the building type of finish. Do you think we see it again here?
I mean, just having a look at how these men have started. Darren Zernhammer just flying through these. I mean, that is his body weight that he's currently holding overhead right now. And he's repping out 20 unbroken overhead squats, it seems.
Very good point. Ruan over there on the right-hand side of your screen, noting, of course, not one of the bigger athletes, breaking it up from the get-go and doing so very intelligently.
And Darren, straight onto the rower. First athlete onto this Concept 2 rowing machine. Right over here, James van Dongen in the middle of your screen.
Jason Smith getting to work right now on that Concept 2 row erg. Keeping in mind, he is, as you are seeing, wearing the white jersey, your leader's jersey.
And then right here at the bottom of your screen, Conrad Veneditz, his first semi-finals appearance last year. Only 20 years old, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry, 22 years old. Conrad Veneditz, right here, third overall currently. Last year finishing off his first semi-final appearance in 7th position. By CS here. So this is the first time I've ever seen his name.
Justin Holiday, a crowd favorite, rather. Second overall, making a mad run up the leaderboard yesterday, Matt. Justin Holiday, currently in view in second place, making a mad run up the leaderboard yesterday, Matt.
Yeah, really making a massive comeback. And again, Justin Holiday, one of those names that has been in the field for a while, but not quite featuring in the top 3. Previously at any of his appearances. In 2022 at Fittest in Cape Town, our last semi-final event, he finished off 15th. So a massive jump up the leaderboard coming into the 2023 season. Jason Smith already gasping for a little bit of air there, finishing off his 500. But all at the same time, we got Jason, Darren, and Ruan. Ruan wasting no time, getting straight into those handstand pirouettes. But the control that these men have, walking on their feet, on their hands, rather.
Yeah, they make it look that simple, don't they?
That's the thing. I think I was just getting
Ruan
confused.
going totally unbroken as well. Gee whiz.
I don't think I could walk this fast on my feet.
I can confirm this.
Okay, Conrad, right over here on your screen. Commonly known as Sia.
Yes, indeed.
Ron Potchkita over here in lane number 10, not wasting any time. He's trying to break out into an early lead and hang on. Conrad right now on your screen. Conrad on the left, repping CrossFit Ground Zero. He's a Potchefstroom boy.
Ruan now wrapping up those row climbs. And he's already onto his wall walk. No rest in between there, Matt.
No, Ruan is currently sitting in 10th, as you can see. But again, making another big push. Not resting at all, Ruan, and he's still looking very fresh. Jason Smith heading up the rope for his second rep. And it all just comes down to this descent right over there. Jason moving over to the wall. As you can see, it looks like Ruan Potchkita has come into day number 3 of the Rebel Renegade Games, just with a different fire in his eyes.
Absolutely. Look, having a chat with him earlier, I've always enjoyed just the quality of movement that he presents. He just seems to be, more than anything else, an efficient mover at whatever he does. And he's really got some fire in his belly coming into this final day.
Here we go at the bottom of your screen now. James van Dongen. Just behind him, Du Toibote. All the guys now busy with their set of 20 strict chest to wall
We haven't even hit 6 minutes, Matt.
handstand push-ups. Unbelievable. Keeping in mind a 15-minute time cap on this workout.
Did I miss something? Is Darren Zenema back?
Darren
the rope?
Zenema is back to the rope for his second set. He's got 2 reps left before he can now make his way back down the ladder of the handstand pirouettes.
That's scary.
Darren looking very strong. Unfortunately, it sounds like Justin Holiday is still stuck back on the pirouette, so he's quite a way back of the field currently. Just struggling to spin around, and that is going to hurt his overall placing, currently sitting in second.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, coming into this event at second, he might have had an opportunity to come in and clinch that #1 spot. Alas.
Darren going for his second rep.
Oh, nearly missed it. But at this level, with the presence of mind to have the control to just stop, make sure, that's professional. Ruan back onto those rope climbs now.
And Ruan definitely not going to want to let Darren get away from him. Ruan finished there with his second rope climb. And now needing to chase down Darren Zernhammer as the leading 2 men in this pack. Ruan taking a little bit of a break. Darren, you could see, just having a little peek over his shoulder just to see where Ruan is. He'll wait till he catches up and then kick up.
I think Darren's being smart here. Because I know he backs himself on that overhead squat set to go unbroken. It happened in the opening set.
Oh, just a little shaky from Ruan just to finish off. But he goes unbroken.
But how much will that cost him on the overhead squats, Matt?
We're going to have to see. 7 minutes left on the clock. Darren Zernhammer. And here comes Conrad. He's on the chase. Not too far behind Darren Zernhammer. Just the level of these athletes, their precision in movement is just unbelievable. Okay, Ruan got quite a big lead now on Darren.
Yeah, you mentioned it and you articulated it well not too long ago there, Matt. A fire in his belly heading into this final day.
Here comes Jason, and this is also going to be an interesting one. So obviously, Conrad sitting in third. Jason, your current leader. Conrad Winnerit is going to be wanting to claim some points from Jason. And this is a good workout for him.
I think we're going to see a dogfight. And don't we just love watching those from the booth?
And Jason is definitely needing to kick up fairly soon. Just to keep Conrad, in his sights.
Oh no, unfortunately Jason losing that one. He gets right back to work though.
And Jason definitely going to be using his height. Getting into this row.
Oh, Ruan Conradi on the final stretch on his row right now. The judge's hand is up.
Yeah, here we go. Ruan Portita. 10th overall. And currently leading this heat and leading this event up to this point.
This could be a second event win for him.
A massive difference between this effort over here from Ruan
Oh,
Portita.
hang on now. Now, remember I did mention that Darren backs himself with these overhead squats to go unbroken.
This is going to be a very interesting race over here. A very good snatch and a first rep from Ruan. We're on 3. So Ruan currently on rep number 10 as Darren Zernhammer just gets off of his rowing machine. As you can see here, your 2 men in your top 3, Jason Smith, Conrad Winnerit.
Oh, I
3
think it's his
reps
to
left.
lose. It is his
For
to
Ruan
lose.
Potgieter, he
Ruan
needs to go
Potgieter, be
to-
upstanding. That is a second event win for this weekend, for this legend, now in screen, and he has locked it up. Ladies and gentlemen, he gets over the line, walk-off finish, and he is pumped.
20 unbroken repetitions at the end of all of that work. Darren Zernom is still in a position to push for that second place finish. Just getting a little shaky under that bar, moving it back into his lane. Darren Zernom knows now all he needs to do is stay ahead of whoever's behind him, so he can afford to take a little bit of a break. But here we go, Conrad is onto the bar. You can just see that shoulder fatigue setting in.
Yeah, listen, there's been a mad workout on the shoulder and the grip.
Conrad is going to want to take Jason on this event, so he's going to get back to that bar. He's going to be pushing hard. Jason Smith now onto his set of overhead squats. Obviously, a much further distance to go. for
Yeah,
Jason
longer range of motion.
Than Connor. And Jason looking strong. Here we go.
This is just like, this is the most elite level of CrossFit we have currently. And then to think at what Ruan has just posted in terms of time is mind-blowing.
Darren Zernom just struggling to hang on to that bar now.
The wheel's coming off a little at the end here.
And as you can see, like these men over here fighting for the second place spot, it just really shows you what Ruan Potgieter was just able to do. To hang on to that bar for 20 unbroken reps at the end of the workout.
And Darren Zernom now locking it up. Unofficial time of 12:55.
Here we go, we've got 5 reps left for Conrad Winneritz. And he's going to want to snatch a heat win over Jason Smith. His last repetition, and he is over the line. 2 reps left for Jason.
Daniel Crystal now also getting onto his overhead squats. And if you're Jason, this is damage control right now, right?
Yeah. Jason cannot let anyone right now get between Conrad's score and his finished score. Because as soon as you kind of let that field open a little bit, that's where it's going to be very hard to come back from. But 2 reps left for Jason. And he does the damage control necessary. Here we go. Daniel Kriesel, 4 reps left, 1 minute on the clock. And just going back to the previous heats, no men to finish this inside the time cap. And then Ruan Potgieter coming through and knocking this out the park in just over 11 minutes. Almost 4 minutes left to spare.
Absolutely savage performance by somebody who just doesn't seem to have any inherent holes in his game.
At no point did he look tired in that workout. And that was, I think, the biggest thing I noticed over there by the wall.
Walk-off finish for Daniel Crystal. You know, Matt, I told you, obviously, in the events leading up to this, where the team or individual ladies final, we saw a clincher at the end.
Sorry, just Josh Kernot over here in lane number 1, pushing to get this workout done inside the time cap. Repping 360 Vita, and James van Dongen. What an incredible show by these men.
But just mentioning, as I was prior, you know, we've had a clinch at the end of every single one of these events today. Ruan Potgieter, nobody even in his rear view mirror. He went full nuclear on the pack.
Yeah, just having a look through a couple of these replays, just an incredible show. And this man particularly, Connor Winneritz, just putting up such an epic show. We're going to head down to the floor, and interview Ruan Porkida, your heat winner and event winner for test number 6.
Guys, managed to get, I'm going to call you the technical assassin right now. Rowan Porchida, absolutely beautiful. Did you go unbroken in those last 20?
Last 20, yeah. That was the game plan.
Beautiful work, son. Come out the pirouettes, unbroken pirouettes, kick up, row. How was the row? You just looked so relaxed on that rower.
So I tried to catch your breath so you could go unbroken. That was the thing.
And now you know literally why they call you the technical assassin. Well, I do, and everyone else will from now on. But let's go back a step. That bench press yesterday, I mean, you're so good under a barbell. What happened there? Just there?
Well, I think for one, I have small boobies, so I can't really press like the big guys. So my triceps were taking a lot of strain, and that's a heavy dumbbell for me. That's all it is.
But then, I mean, stepping up in that snatch workout, 1, 2, 2, technically beautiful. Man, do you snatch a lot? I know we were talking about the pistols. Pistols are your game. Overhead's your game. Snatching?
Yeah, we do a fair bit of snatching because, like I said, for me, my biggest thing is strength. So I have to do, I feel like 3 times as much as the big guys that have the technical advantage. So snatching, we do a lot.
Fair enough. Like you say that, but then again, we see some of the bigger, heavier guys really struggling on that rope climb. So, I mean, we know the sport. Gives and takes, wins and losses. But, man, that was beautiful to watch at the end there. Those overhead squats, I'm pretty sure you put on a clinic for everyone here in the cheap seats.
Yeah, it was a pretty cool way to end the first workout of the day. Had a big chat with my coach, family and friends. Make it a good one for the last one.
Done deal, man. Like, we look forward to seeing you. One more event for the day. How are you feeling?
Yeah, pretty pumped now, and we're going to hopefully keep the ball rolling and do well on the last one as well.
Yeah, man. Big out and congratulations, son.
Hello again and welcome to the booth. My name is Ken Klein. I'm joined here by Christina Levitakis. Thank you so much for making time to come down and join us here in the booth.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
You've had an absolutely fabulous showing this weekend. You've come out, you've been consistent across the board. What would you say to date has been your favorite workout this weekend?
Definitely the ring muscle up one. I love being on the ring, so yeah. The bag made it harder, but it was good. Yeah.
Yeah, you went fully nuclear on that one, so it was awesome to witness. Now, you've come out, you're right there and thereabout, one more workout left. How are you feeling heading into it?
Yeah, look, I feel like I've been hit by a train a couple times, but I'm excited. Like, it's a fast workout. I'm ready to go hard, leave it all out on the floor. Yeah.
Absolutely. Talk to me about the season thus far. I mean, we've obviously traversed through the open, we've gone through the quarters. How have you found it? How's it been for you personally?
I've loved it. Every workout, like all the programming, yeah, it's been good. Like, I've loved this season, probably my favorite season so far. Yeah, it's been hard. Like, I work full time as well, so juggling that with training, but it's been good. Yeah.
If you don't mind me complimenting you at this point, now obviously a phenomenal athlete, but an incredible person. Just, I mean, we haven't gotten to talk a lot this weekend, but just the warmest heart and just there to compliment you on that. Now, talk to me about life outside of CrossFit, if you don't mind. We want to get the people to get to know you a little bit better. You mentioned you have a full-time job. What does that look like, and what does the full spectrum of Christina Levitakis look like outside of being an elite athlete?
Look, to be honest, it's all just CrossFit for me. I work in a CrossFit gym at CrossFit Crossaxe in Brisbane. Yeah. And yeah, work full time, work in the mornings, train in the afternoons. They're really great there. They let me train in between where I need to, whilst on shift and things, so that's good. But it's pretty much just work and train and hanging out with my boyfriend, really, when I get the chance. That's what I do on my rest days. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't really do much else outside of CrossFit. Eat, sleep, recover, massages, the odd movie. Yeah.
Awesome, and that was about to be my next question. You've given me a bit of insight into it, but life outside of CrossFit, like what is, on a down day, you're not training, your body's recovering, what does the ultimate off day look like to you? Like, how do you establish that point of balance?
Probably catching up on sleep.
Sounds like an amazing idea.
Yeah, so yeah, I could definitely, that's something where I would wish I had more time for, sleep. It plays a massive role in your recovery. So yeah, if I could sleep more, that would be amazing. So yeah, naps. Naps. I get a massage every Thursday at this awesome, it's called Peak in Australia. They're great. Shout out to Claire. But yeah, so massages, sometimes we go for like saunas, ice baths, that kind of thing.
Sure.
But to be honest, I work on my rest days mostly anyway, so
True.
still busy.
So if you don't mind me asking again, diving more into Christina, talk to me about your support system. Like, who are those people in your life that really make sure that you're grounded, that you keep going, and that more than anything else, that balance of not falling into the trap of CrossFit is everything is established?
Yep. Well, my partner mainly, he's amazing. He's always there. Yeah, always keeps me grounded. Doesn't give me a big head. Yeah, and same as my coach, like Rob. He also he's definitely plays a role in that as well. Keeps me grounded. And everyone at CrossFit CrossAx, like even the other gyms, G-Force CrossFit that I used to train at, they're all great. That support system, they're always constantly, keeping in touch, messaging. All the athletes at CrossFit CrossAx as well, training against them, alongside them, they keep me humble. So that's good as well, yeah.
So just in closing, obviously there are a lot of younger female athletes. As we've seen the trajectory of elite female athletes, it's starting to get younger and younger and younger and younger. So if you're talking to a younger athlete out there who's looking up to you as a potential inspiration, what advice would you give them at this point in their journey?
Focus on those, that like baseline, the fundamentals. Like I've been doing that recently with my gymnastics as well. My gymnastics used to be my weak point in CrossFit, and I was focusing on moving well. And if you move well, you've got room for movement breakdown, like you
Absolutely.
can move well. Once your movement starts to break down, you've got that, room to do that. So that's definitely my advice. Just focus on moving well consistently. Yeah.
We had a bit of a discussion in the booth earlier today about how, a lot of what the game is so numbers focused, but especially like in the realm of Olympic lifting, and also when it comes to gymnastic, we like to say pretty lifts will eventually become big lifts.
Yes.
But just focus on making them beautifully and mechanically sound in the beginning. Is that something you'd agree with?
Definitely, yeah. Yep. Obviously, strength, you need strength, obviously.
Absolutely.
And that takes time, but that's easy stuff, well, not easy, but, yeah, that's simple. You can just, squat, deadlift, press, all that. But yeah, getting all that technique down packed, all of that, yeah.
All right, beautiful. Christina, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
You have been a phenomenal athlete to witness throughout the course of the weekend, but there is one more event, and I've got no doubt you've got your eyes on that top prize. You are not here to play games. You are here to set the floor alight after spilling some kerosene all over it. All the best. Have a
Thank you so
fantastic
much.
one, and heading back to you there in the booth.
sickness. So, well, that's what we've been told. So, unfortunately, Keelan, hope you're feeling better, mate. Would have been lovely to have you on the floor, but hey, got to look after yourself first and foremost. And that it is literally, man, it's star-studded. It's incredible. That we nearly missed the time cap there in the women's last event, just because the crowd, myself, the staff, everybody losing their marbles and all eyes glued on the athletes. But you know what? Enough about the individuals. You guys will see plenty of them later. Right now, it's all about the teams. You can see there the team leaderboard right now. Team Unbox Mayhem Africa 1-1-2-2-1. Clearly dominating performance. But then again, Wolfpack right behind them. What's that? 3 wins, a first and a fourth, and 10-star hybrids, 4th, 2nd, 3rd, 1st, and a 5th. So they've actually got the full, what's they call the royal flush, basically.
Yeah, this is a pretty stacked top 4 as we can see it now, but right at the top, 490 points for Unbox Mayhem Africa. These guys just leading the charge and really just kind of demolishing the field at the moment. Cape CrossFit 455, but within 5 points, the 10-star hybrids. So I think going into this last event of the weekend, these guys are about to leave it all out there. As Stretch said, some amazing performances from both our men and women. Just unfortunately, Keelan Henry having to withdraw. We've just been told that it's due to a sickness and no more information after that. So we'll try and find out just as the day goes on. But for now, let's shift the focus to the teams.
And just a quick one there. So you get 100 points for a win, 95 for second, and 90 for third. So that means that, this is... You're fighting for the podiums here because basically Cape CrossFit, Wolfpack, and a 10-star hybrid's 5 points in it. So this is literally down for a podium. Who's going to take home second? Who's going to take home third? And you know what? This last event is just nasty. Honestly, it is just, as I would normally say on the mic, it's nasty.
We cannot count out Tiger Valley Synergy right over there, hanging in there in 4th position. Also, definitely just looking for a stab at the podium with one last attempt of the weekend.
But it's going to be good. Again, they're looking down in 9th place. You got CrossFit Zulu, KZN Box. My heart's going to be out to them. Always been a proud KZN kid myself. But I'm same as you, bud. Like Matt, buddy, champ, chomp. Just saying, it looks good there. What's that? Cape Town, Joburg. No, 10 stars, Cape Town.
No.
Where's the hybrids?
This side.
The Plateauland, the Inlanders.
The side in the
Tiger Valley,
dry
Inland, Juggernaut, back to Cape Town, Joburg, Relentless. Egypt, another country. Then we got the back to Cape Town, KZN, and then the Cape Town again. Really well represented. But it looks like a lot of our top teams actually coming from from the Cape.
Stretch, one event left for the weekend. Semi-finals, test number 6 for the teams. Let's shift our focus to what this workout actually is. Just before these teams get going, bring out the worm again, 15 worm burpees, that's synchro between all 4 into 15 worm squats, and then woman 1. All of the women complete legless or rope climbs in a bunch of variations. So you'll see as they move through this workout, we start with the hardest variation, a seated legless, and then we move into 2 legless, not from a seated position, and then 3 regular rope climbs. The guys doing something similar, but starting with strict chest to wall handstand push-ups, and then going into regular strict handstand push-ups, and then 20 kipping handstand push-ups. So 60-minute time cap, a lot of work to be done here, and just a kind of sliding scale of difficulty over here.
Yeah, no, CrossFit really does like they're all over, and they really and truly have tested every single aspect of this competition. We've had synchro across the team, then a full team workout, individual work. It really has been a beautiful program, if you ask me, in terms of everyone's had to be there. Now, again, we look at this arena, your game is going to be exposed. If you're strong as a team, it's going to be there, but also if you're strong as an individual, you're there to give your team more. But these legless rope climbs, as we saw in the individuals, they're not easy, they're not fun, and they're on anything but it's just grit. This is that grunt work, that deep, hardcore, nasty grunt work.
Right there on your screen, we had the Unboxed Rookies. The second team to your leading team for the weekend, Unboxed Mayhem Africa. A couple of teams finished with their first set of 15 burpees and moving straight into 15 synchro squats.
Oh, look at that. The worm is one of those things. I mean, it's an interesting piece of equipment based on the fact that you've just got to get it done. You know, the worm wiggles, it wobbles. It's called the worm, let's be honest. I don't need to talk about it. But it's not a solid bar. So the height differences do play a factor into this. I mean, with our heavy athletes, obviously, generally looks like they take more weight. But I'm going to go ahead and say that a lot more of that weight gets distributed towards our short athletes where you see the worm drop down to their shoulder height. You can see the different techniques of the athletes moving further back, taking the weight off the female shoulder, hanging off the front leg up there. I mean, that's a lot more weight on the leaders.
Right over here, you got the unboxed rookies and Motley Crue CrossFit Blue making their way back underneath the rig, where now you will see at the same time the two women each complete one seated legless rope climb, and the two men each complete 10 strict chest to wall handstand push-ups.
This is where we talk about that, you know, that ability, that whole new game. I mean, how many of these ladies and men have practiced these legless rope climbs? I mean, most times, as we saw in the individuals, it's basically down to the fact a lot of the guys have done legless up, but the legless down is where a lot of athletes got caught. You know, and the rules here were so strict being sent out by CrossFit HQ that the fact that any slippage or sliding is deemed a no rep. I mean, I watched hearts break. It was beautiful carnage out there, to be honest with you.
Right over here, you got Tamar from CrossFit Juggernaut Triumph team. Not getting that rep just because her second hand wasn't above the rope. So another one of those standards right over here. Let's just take a look at the unboxed rookies making light work of that first rope climb.
Oh, yeah, no, it is beautiful to see. And I mean, it's even down to what they call a pinch. So if your legs close around that rope and the judge sees that it looks like a pinch, it's a no rep. Like, there was some, you know, fair calls when they was closing. They were 100% fair calls. But when you just look in the athlete's eyes, you just like, and I go speak to the judge after, you just see they're heartbroken, man. They don't, like they say, judges do not want to give no reps.
There you go on the far left of your screen. Lisa Clarence having a go from Juggernaut Triumph, just not quite getting halfway up that rope.
That rope burn, man. You come down like a fireman and you can't use your thighs. I've watched athletes just melt the flesh off of their hands, and it's painful to watch and it's heartbreaking to see. Like I said, man, this is where some of the teams are going to get stuck. It's nothing you can do about it. I mean, we saw the individual athletes, the top 30 females in the world. Some of those ladies in the continent, we saw some of those ladies get caught. And even that downward, I mean, you saw Keegan Muir. He's a big guy. He came down. He got, I think it was like 5 centimeters between his bum and that mat. And you have to be in control before you touch the mat. Otherwise, it's a no rep. There you go. Both hands over the line.
Michelle fighting to hold on.
There you go. No rep, given the slip.
So even if both hands are in contact with the rope, but you slide down and you don't control the walk down, the rep does not count. But over here, Motley Crue CrossFit Blue have got both of their female athletes through the ropes and both of their male athletes starting onto the rope climbs. The females now.
Yeah, like we said, it's a case of you just got to get through the work, man. Like, doesn't matter which way you look at it, you've just got to get the work done. You're not going to avoid it. You're not going to hide from it. It is what it is. Yes, these are different techniques. I mean, even these handstand push-ups, this is down to the leverage. If you've got a short torso and long arms, it's going to play against you. On the other end, if you're like Christina Levitakis, it could play into your favor. I mean, she came storming back in that last individual event. But again, look at the kip, the long kip from these athletes, making sure that they get those hands above that tape, because these judges, although it may seem brutal, those are the rules. Standards are standards, rules are rules. I love those little safety ninja rolls out there. They make for some interesting viewing.
Very efficient.
Again, this is unfortunately one of those things where you could just watch your teammate, and with your, I mean, it's going to be interesting. Like I said, in this, I don't expect to see many people just trying everything they've got in the last few minutes of this workout in the next heat. But for now, I mean, it's heartbreaking to know that you're giving everything you can for your team, and unfortunately, sometimes it's just not enough.
As you can see, just these legless rope climbs just taking its toll on these athletes.
Oh, there you go. Look at that loving encouragement. And that's all athletes ever want, seriously. Like, when they're out here, no matter what, you take nothing away from them. They are the top of the continent of Africa, and it is a beautiful thing to watch these athletes throw down.
Unbox rookies now. Both men are through the rope portion. And we're just finishing off with their second female needing to get through 10 strict chest to wall handstand push-ups.
And like I said, you can see some of these athletes, if you look to their feet, the way they're trying to move their feet around to enable to slide, because there is, I know it's just perspex, but man, does it grab the bottom of your shoe like glue. Guy's just trying to stretch out there, showing his teammate how to get through it. This is, it's say one thing about CrossFit. I know these athletes are in essence out there alone, but their team will try and do and coach whatever it takes to help their athletes just get one rep. Because in this game, one is literally the difference between winning and losing. And I say that because if we look to the individual stats on the females, there's 1 point difference between Mariska and Michelle Basnett, Mariska Smith and Michelle Basnett. So that is going to be an all-time final in the women's individuals. So the team's back onto their worm burpees. And again, none of these workouts are actually done until they literally are done. And that's it. And that's the one thing again. I mean, you saw in the individual men, Justin Holiday, coming a bit unstuck, but he's a big guy. It looked like he was the only one that may have been able to catch Jason Smith. But we'll have to see in the points. Please don't take my word for it. I just read the stats as they come out, and we'll have to see what happens there. But right now, all eyes are on this team event. This is the first heat of the teams.
Right over here, at the bottom of your screen is the unboxed rookies onto their second round, and directly behind them, the Motley Crue CrossFit Red team. Both Motley Crue CrossFit teams are in here, red and blue, and they are both in lane 5 and 6, respectively. This is lane 5 over here.
Man, I love these event T-shirts. They had their names on the front or their boxing on the front, and then every athlete's name on the back. They really are something special. Yeah, what an event. Seriously, I can't say this enough. And again, you can hear it in my voice, and I'm on the mic. I don't need to shout. I don't need to scream, but it's palpable. Seriously, it's too incredible to be out there just sharing the floor with these athletes. Even never mind that I'm not throwing down with them.
Motley Crue Red just progressing their worm and moving back to their second round. Now, moving into the second round, you'll see a slight change in the movement. So round 2 is just 2 regular legless rope climbs without starting in a seated position, and 15 strict handstand push-ups without facing the wall.
This is that thing that CrossFit does, and you're just like, oh, it's going to be like this. And they're like, no. We're going to test everything. So if you've worked a lot on your strict and you've neglected your kipping, for instance, they're going to find you. And if you've done all your kipping work and neglected your strict work, they will hunt you down in their programming and expose you. Ten and a half minutes on the clock with just a 16-minute time cap. Look at the speed that lady going up that rope. There you go. Now these athletes allowed to use technique, or basically, I think it's the fireman descent, which is pretty cool.
As you can see, it makes a big difference to the speed that these ladies can get up the rope. That was Tatum Naidu on your screen right there, repping Motley Crue CrossFit Red.
I mean, the speed, now I've said, like I said, that technique takes everything. And, and the sport is that. That is the sport of CrossFit. Like, yes, you need strength. Yes, you need endurance. Yes, you need all these things. But if your technique isn't there, man, you're putting yourself at a seriously disadvantage. And again, something we saw in the individuals, like Amna and I've nicknamed him, the technical assassin. Ruan Potgieter What a treat to watch that man go overhead. End of that whole workout, upper body dominant, still went 20 unbroken overhead overhead squats. Beautiful view there. Unfortunately, we couldn't see what was happening, but hey, this is what live TV is. I think some teams are just so pumped that the athletes get one. You know, this is that thing. This is the difference between CrossFit and 99% other sports. Everybody loses their mind just if you manage to do something that's a PB for you. It doesn't have to be great on the world. It's just going to be special to you, and we want to be there to celebrate with you.
Okay, you can see, as I mentioned yesterday, in this team right here, Motley Crew CrossFit Red, I got some word from Ty that 2 of the members in this team are actually travelers from Germany. They tend to come down, join the box for 3 months over the course of the Open, and then, qualified for quarterfinals this year and asked if they could keep their spots in the team.
That's pretty rad, man. You've got to love that faction. Actually, I think I follow them on Instagram, and of course, for the life of me, I cannot tell you what their Instagram handle is. I think it's the
Box
CrossFit
Programming?
Life. Is it Box Programming, the CrossFit Life? Give us a second, we'll check it out. I'm sure it's okay. We've got divided opinions here. One of us is going to win. There's $5 on this bet.
I got you that the 2 athletes run an online training portal called the Box Programming.
Damn it, you win.
$5 in the bank. Okay, right over here, Selna Bester, just struggling a little bit to get through her wall-facing handstand push-ups. As you can see, just towards the back end of this workout, just full effort going on here. These teams trying to get as far as possible, encouraging each other through. Everyone just trying to finish their workout or their weekend on an absolute high. This will be these athletes' final workout, final event, final time on this floor.
This year.
Until next year, hopefully.
You literally took the words out of my mouth, you little bugger. But yeah, you know what? I mean, Matt, you've done an absolutely exceptional job up here in the podium. I mean, you guys can't see, but the lights in here, it is warm. You know, Matt, trooper to you, man. You and Ken, you guys have really held it down up here in the bird's nest, and it's been epic. You know, I've only heard good things on the live stream, and from me down on the floor, thanks, guys. It's been epic.
There we go. Evan Gilmore just getting through his rope climb. 90 seconds left on the clock. And Motley Crew CrossFit Red are really making their way through this workout now. They are starting out their 3rd set, so if they are able to get through 15 and 15, their final set underneath the rig there will comprise of 3 rope climbs, 3 normal rope climbs, and then 20 kipping handstand push-ups.
Man, this workout is not easy, no matter which way you look at it. But it is incredible to see the ability or talent step up each heat as we go through. Yeah, under 1 minute now until the time gap. Teams, I mean, looks like this team, who's this? Looks like they know they're ahead. There's still no time to coast because there's still points to be had across the board for these events. And no self-respecting athlete quits or gives up on themselves for anything. So they're going to all fight hammer and tongue to the very last second. Some of these teams just move so well together.
20 seconds left on the clock for teams test 6. This is the final test for the weekend. This is your first heat. 1 heat to follow.
And then that's all she wrote for the teams. Like I said, this is your penultimate heat. 1 more heat, the event is over, and we crown us a champion, and we get to send 4 rock star athletes off to CrossFit Games.
And you can see Motley Crew CrossFit Red taking the heat win there. quite a far way ahead of the team in second, the unboxed rookies. And then the majority of the teams just getting stuck in that very first set of L-sit rope climbs.
See, I'm not the only one that glitches, man. But yeah, those rope climbs are brutal, to be honest with you. And that's it. We say goodbye to heat 1, which means we only have 1 heat remaining in our team event. And again, I do apologize for my voice, but if you were here on the floor, you would understand. We don't always have that sexy social voice like my co-presenter currently, Mr. Matt Holiday. Props, big guy.
As you can see, the team down on the floor just making a little bit of hard work out of those 160 kg worms, trying to pack them up, trying to get them back into their starting spot. There you can see the motley crew squad. Lekker little photo op. Again, this is the final time any of these athletes are going to be on the floor for the weekend, closing off their semi-finals weekend out here at the Rebel Renegade Games. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back to announce the lane assignments for your teams in heat number 2. Welcome back to the Rebel Renegade Games, and as you can see on your screens right now, the teams coming through for their final event of this weekend. It's been 3 grueling days of tests, and this is your top 10 coming into the very last test. Test number 6, heat number 2, and just reading out your teams and your lane assignments. From lane 1, CrossFit Bounty, in lane 2, out of Egypt, CrossFit 111 Relentless. Lane 3, Juggernaut Unstoppable. 4, the 10-star hybrids. 5, your current leaders, Unboxed Mayhem Africa. In lane 6, we've got the Cape CrossFit Wolfpack. In lane 7, the Tiger Valley Synergy. In lane number 8, Pack Life Wanderers. In lane 9, Cape CrossFit Werewolves. And in lane 10, CrossFit Zulu.
Dude, this is going to be epic. You know what I mean?
For the very last time this weekend, and I mean, there's been a lot of hype and a lot of talk about the teams part of the semi-finals this year. I think we saw a couple of super teams be formed. Obviously, the comeback of your leading team, the Unboxed Mayhem Africa team, coming back after a couple of years out of competition for some of these athletes, and a bit of change from individual last year. Obviously, Michelle Moran taking and leading this team. They are absolutely smashing the weekend.
And you know, that's something we've got to say. Actually, a lot of these athletes have come back from like a year or two actually off time, quiet time, just been training in the quiet, getting, you know, doing their thing. And it's so good to see them back on the floor. You know, like some of these guys are, you know, competitive veterans here in South Africa.
Yeah, right there. I mean, in lane number 3, lane number 3, you got CrossFit Juggernaut Unstoppable. I mean, these guys are coming back. Again, we've mentioned it over the course of the weekend, led by Justin Swart. Off for 2 years with the injury. Vicky Polidoro making up one of the females in that team. Another monster individual competitor from a couple of years back. But been off the scene for about 2 years. Dale Smith also joining the team, joining forces with them, and then obviously with his wife, Carly-Ann. But the team of the moment right here on your screens, been hanging on to that leader's jersey
pretty much all weekend.
But
it's interesting to see, you know, I mean, like, and here's the video. I'm pretty sure, I mean, they've basically, I'm going to be so bold to say that they've got it in the bag. And you know what? They're not going to take it easy. They're still not going to just, you know, we've got it, we can rest. I guarantee you they're still going to go at this workout with everything they have. Not because they're trying to show up, but because this is now training for the big show, for the CrossFit Games later this year.
Everybody's so hyped. Everybody pumped. Obviously, a couple of teams came here with the plan of snacking up that one and only spot to head over to the CrossFit Games later this year. It's been an epic fight. And these guys are about to close off their weekend with this last event.
I'm interested to see that second, third position. That's going to be a bun fight and a half. But yeah, man, let's get going.
Cape CrossFit Wolfpack on your screen right now. Two of the Finkel sisters, Brady and Regan Finkel, accompanied by Callum Diebel and Mike van Tonda.
Epic thing to know, and I know they are engaged, but I keep calling Mike's wife. But you know, Monique out there absolutely cracking it. Like we've said this all weekend, the amount of families, you know, couples, brothers, sisters, it's incredible. It just shows you, like, if your family are involved and you're involved, and just that healthy, fit lifestyle that I think CrossFit's always aimed to promote.
30 seconds to go. Just having a look at your women's leaderboard after 6 events. Just had a little sneaky preview up there on the screen. But moving back to where the focus lies right now.
There you go. 10 seconds till we unleash the crazy.
And just look at the game faces. Regan Finkel in the zone. And just so much synchronization here. You can see everyone taking that split-second pause at the bottom of the rep, making sure that they are climbing out of their burpee at exactly the same time.
Because
just on the left.
Sorry, but this is the... You go, I'll wait.
Just on the left of the Wolfpack, now off the screen, Tiger Valley.
But yeah, like I said, you know, every rep is crucial, especially now in the end of the game. And yes, it's towards the end of the competition, but that means nothing for these athletes. Like, as you said, this is pride. This is not even ego. This is pure pride right now that these athletes are fighting for, and they are going to give it everything they have and more.
Cape CrossFit Wolfpack first with that worm up and onto the shoulders, leading with a couple of reps. Mayhem Africa getting there pretty slow compared to the rest of the pack.
There we go again. Mike van Tonda, going to go ahead and call him, you know, captain of the team there, but really repping it. Right next to them, of course, It's our it's Michelle Morand, AJ Fisser. I'm slowly losing people on the screen here. It's a Michelle Holiday, and good Lord, I always get them wrong. Hey,
Who are we looking at?
yeah, my brain glitched. Sorry about it, guys. It's been a long weekend, and I've been focused so much on the individuals. So I do apologize if I get names wrong. Please do not hold it against me. Doing my best, I promise. Alan Fowlis. Good Lord, my brain took far too long to get that, and we've said his name all weekend. This is ridiculous. Sorry, guys. That's on me. My bad. Absolute idiot. Cannot believe it.
Juggernaut Unstoppable just dropping off their worm to before joining the rest of these teams out here and underneath the rig. Obviously, as mentioned before, the first segment of this workout, both female athletes need to complete 2 seated, or 1 each, a seated legless rope climb. The men, 10 strict chest to wall handstand push-ups. Once both females and both males are done, they will then switch positions. The men must then complete 1 seated legless rope climb, and the women will complete 10 strict chest to wall handstand push-ups.
There you go, AJ Fisser now into his chest-facing strict handstand push-ups, looking good. Meanwhile, Mike Fantona in orange coming down beautifully. Just 2.5 minutes into this workout, and athletes are absolutely going at it. And this is the beauty of this or any sport. It's never over until that whistle blows.
There goes Alan Fowlis coming back down the rope. But Cape CrossFit Wolfpack already finished with their first set and first to the bag for their second set of burpees. The Cape CrossFit Wolfpack are in it to win it. They want this first place finish, and they're going to do everything they can to put points between themselves and the Unbox Mayhem Africa team. Second to the bag, we've got CrossFit Tiger Valley Synergy. Another team consistently featured in your top-ranked teams in South Africa. Right here on your screen now, the 10-star hybrids.
Just a quick word here, just jumping on the Instagram. One of these athletes, he's just had a child. That's Rio. He's the boss man affiliate owner there of CrossFit 111. And congratulations to you, sir, and your lovely wife, Aisha, and the birth of their daughter, Ainsley Mohamed Samir. Beautiful, beautiful work. Congratulations, mate. If you go onto the socials, you can see the lane assignments for the women's test 7. Now we're just waiting to see how the men rack up for their final event. But right now, all eyes here on the live stream. Straight up, 4.5 minutes. Here we go. Cape Wolfpack. They want this victory. They want this event win.
And they are going to fight all the way to the end to make sure that they bag it. As you can see, 3 teams out now on their second set of burpees. Unbox Mayhem Africa, third to the worm. The only bright side about this is as the more work you complete, slightly easier the movements get. Easier as a strong word to use.
Very strong word, mate. I don't know how many athletes will be happy with you saying easier, because some of them are a lot bigger than you and I, to be honest with you.
Less complex. Okay, there we go. So as you can see, Cape CrossFit Wolfpack now moving back. Their women need to complete 2 legless rope climbs. That just kind of takes out that L-sit out of the picture. They are able to just slide down the rope where they weren't able to before, and then completing 15 strict handstand push-ups, regular handstand push-ups.
As you can see there, those, what's that, teams 2, 3, 4, just fighting for it. Absolutely no love lost. They're not interested in anything. They just want to hammer it out and give it everything they've got for this workout.
This is CrossFit Zulu right here underneath the camera. Lane number 10 coming out of KZN. Also doing an incredible job to stay inside this top 10.
You can just see the strategy going there, coaches, teammates just looking. And from here, obviously, we don't always get to see it, but the coaches on the sideline, they are as involved and as engaged in these events and these movement strategies as the athletes themselves out on the floor.
Right over there under the screen, we had the Pack Life CrossFit Wanderers team. And then right here towards the bottom of your screen, CrossFit Juggernaut Unstoppable. Just alongside there, the 10-star hybrids, still sitting inside your top 3 for the weekend. But Tiger Valley Synergy are on the hunt and are wanting to take that 3rd position spot for themselves. Cape CrossFit Wolfpack just absolutely obliterating the field at the moment. Onto their 3rd and final set of 15 synchronized lateral burpees.
You know, the thing is, we're 7.5 minutes down at the same time. The synchronization of these athletes has been too beautiful. It truly is a thing of beauty. Whether you're here or at the CrossFit Games itself, it really is a beautiful thing to see these athletes just so dialed in with everything.
And just another incredible thing to note is in the previous heat, just having a look at the time cap, 16 minutes, we're not even halfway through the time cap. Cape CrossFit Wolfpack are already busy with their final round of this workout. In our previous heat, the winning team of the heat just getting into their last set of burpees with the bag. Juggernaut Unstoppable here, joining the rest of the pack right at the top. Tiger Valley still just behind the Wolfpack, busy with their burpees. Wolfpack is busy with their bag squats. The Wolfpack have come to make a statement in the very last event of the weekend. Teams Test 6, the final. This is your 2nd heat, your top seeded heat at the Rebel Renegade Games 2023. And here we go. We're going to see one last push come in from the Cape CrossFit Wolfpack. They need to move across. The women complete 3 regular rope climbs, feet allowed. The men will complete 20 handstand push-ups, kipping allowed. Tiger Valley over there on your screen going full send with those squats. 15 squats to get done out the way.
Man, it's been such an epic weekend. I'm almost like, I know it's the last couple of minutes for these athletes, but you know, it's the last couple of minutes for me up in the booth. And man, Matt, thank you, sir. Just thank you for, giving me the opportunity and getting me up in here in this the Birds Fest with you. It's been an absolute epic weekend. 3 days, been amazing. And yeah, man, just what a pleasure watching these athletes throw down.
Yeah, what a cool weekend. And obviously Stretch will be moving down to MC on the floor as soon as this event is done. So thank you, Stretch, for joining me up here in the Bird's Nest for your commentary, for your...
Yeah, there goes the last few remnants of my voice are going to go in the next part of the day. But you know what? 100% totally worth it. Cannot wait to throw down with these legends and just see what it is. Because I'm down there, I get to crown and see obviously our individual female champion and our individual male champion. I'm telling you now, there is every single thing to fight for in the female individual category right now, with I believe 1 point between first and second place.
There we go, Unbox Mayhem Africa. Obviously they know they are a few points ahead, but still need to make sure that they are finishing this workout in the top bit of this field. Right over here on the screen, Cape CrossFit Wolfpack.
It's at 10 minutes, almost 11 minutes down, and we're looking.
Mike Matonda.
Man, I just want to watch it.
A couple of rope climbs left. 5 minutes remaining. One more rope climb for Mike Matonda. And a couple more handstand push-ups. Left here for Regan Finkel. Just to the left of your screen, Unbox Mayhem Africa. The current leaders going into this event. Currently sitting in 3rd position as they pick up their worm now for their squats.
Short breather for the team here, but you know they want this. And I can't wait to see what they've got. There we go, Finkel girls just. I mean, the future is absolutely bright this year, just with the talent. Across the teams, you know, we've got youngsters and the teenagers.
And CrossFit heading back.
In our male and female category, we've got Dane Nordier, 20 years old. Yeah, at the same time in our female category, we have Sophie Bonani with, I think she's 18 years old.
Yeah, she just turned 19 yesterday.
There we go.
But right over here, the focus of the moment, the Cape CrossFit Wolfpack. They have got 15 worm burpees left and 15 worm squats before they can finish across the line and take this heat and event win, closing off their weekend on a very high note. 3.5 minutes left on the time cap.
Looking good here, the Wolfpack just dominating this workout, to be honest with you. Like, maybe, unfortunately, a little bit too late, but you know what? I really look forward to seeing these athletes in the future. Just the Finkel girls, all 3 of them, beautiful athletes. And there you go. You've got the talent pool that's coming out of the Cape region is just incredible.
3 minutes remaining. And the Wolfpack with 15 worm squats remaining. 15 worm squats, and they can finish this event, taking the event win. Right at the bottom of your screen, right over here, we got Cape CrossFit, Juggernaut Unstoppable, and right alongside them, the 10-star hybrids. Five reps remaining. You can see Callum Deeble's hand sticking out the back of that worm there, just trying to get this crowd hyped up. At Cape CrossFit Wolfpack take the event win, finishing off just underneath 14 minutes. 2 minutes left on the time cap, and a couple more teams itching to get this workout completed.
That is going to shake up the leaderboard a little bit there if you really look into it, because we had 2 teams so close together in 2nd and 3rd place. It's going to be interesting to see how that victory of the Wolfpack shakes up the leaderboard. I mean, I'm pretty sure that our winners have it there. That's like it doesn't matter. 2nd and 3rd place is everything to fight for at the moment. They came to this event pretty much tie. So I'm interested to see how the podium stacks up on the teams.
Yeah, so there was only 5 points splitting the Cape CrossFit Wolfpack and the 10-star hybrids, the team that's on your screen right now. That means that if there's any team separating the Wolfpack and the 10-star hybrids, they'll move from 3rd into 2nd position at the end of this weekend. Unbox Mayhem Africa making their way over to the worm for their 3rd set. Tiger Valley just leading them.
As we've said, there is everything to fight for in these events. And again, like we're going to see in the female individual ladies, 1 point separating that whoever is going to go to CrossFit Games this year and represent the continent.
Coming into this event, Tiger Valley just outside of that podium position, sitting 4th on the leaderboard. But Tiger Valley to finish off this workout ahead of Mayhem Africa may just sneak back up into that 3rd position spot, knocking out the 10-star hybrids.
Beautiful blend of athletes here on your left-hand side. You've got what looks like are going to be your leaders, the Mayhem. I mean, they've pretty much buttoned it up in this way, but still nothing left in it up against. And there is the time.
And at the 16-minute time cap, Cape CrossFit Wolfpack, the only team out of your top heat to finish off this workout.
And in absolute dominating fashion, let's be honest. I mean, talk about leaving nothing on the floor. They obliterated everyone in that last workout. That's 3 full days of competition. Still be so dominant at that last workout is something to be held back. Right now on your screen, your champions have punched their ticket to the CrossFit Games later this year.
But just look at the emotions running here through this team. Unbox Mayhem Africa, they knew what they needed to do in this event. AJ, right there on your screen, a little emotional. And they were coming back out of a long season. But AJ, sorry, if you didn't know, AJ Visser had his second child last week.
That's a big call, man. Like I said, now having to leave your newborn, come here and compete, you can see just absolutely overcome with emotion. And that's what it is. That's what the beauty of the sport. You know, we don't always know the athletes' backgrounds. We don't always know what's going on in their heads. But wow, we are all bound together by this beautiful thing called CrossFit.
I know that, Unboxed Mayhem Africa was under a little bit of pressure because AJ's second child was due the day before they were supposed to leave. So they only ended up coming up the day before semi-finals started, but an incredible bunch of athletes, well-seasoned athletes, got so much experience on their side. Obviously, Michelle Moran being a previous Games athlete herself, AJ and Alan, multiple regional times athletes, and then Angie Conaway last year coming into the semi-finals as an individual.
Yeah.
Just so much experience.
Just incredible. You know, this team put it together, and as much as we've said it before, you know, what we call super teams here on the African continent versus, you know, home box or homegrown teams. But you know what? I don't care. To be blatantly honest with you, these are the 4 best athletes in a team, and we are so super pumped and proud to get behind them as they represent all of us at this year's 2023 CrossFit Games.
Someone just asked. And just what an epic show coming out from the final team's heat for test number 6. We are going to head down to the floor where Kent is going to do a short interview with the heat winner and the event winner, the Cape CrossFit Wolfpack. Down to the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm joined here by the event-winning team, Cape CrossFit. What a way to send off the weekend. Tell me how that went in your books.
Yeah, look, coming in, we knew that the Mayhem Africa team was looking pretty much there. So that was just about making a statement for ourselves, for all our supporters out there, being the loudest, and just making sure that all those worm burpees Chris made us do throughout this practice weren't for nothing.
Now, we know it was the final event for this weekend, but can I just say, There was an absolute demolition. What was the plan going into this? Because whatever it was, I'm pretty sure you chucked it out the window and just wrecked everyone.
I think that kind of was the plan, was to chuck it out the window and just either we're going to die or we're going to get over the line just in time. Yeah.
Clear statement being made. We'll hear the final results in a second. But ladies and gentlemen, everybody in the house, let's give it up for Cape CrossFit.
Thanks, guys.
Just visiting a couple of replays on your screen now after that team's final heat. If you are just sitting at home and you're not quite sure what to do with your time right now, as you can see up on your screen, the team's winner coming up next. We are just gathering all the teams down onto the floor after the weekend, and we will be announcing the team's winner of the overall weekend from the Rebel Renegade Games, the one team that is going to be punching their ticket to the Noble CrossFit Games out of Madison. Alrighty, welcome back to the booth. And I'm joined here, very fortunately, by Christian Oman.
How are you, brother?
Did I say it right?
Kind of, enough.
So Chris is obviously the head coach at Cape CrossFit down in Cape Town. But more importantly for today, the coach leading that Cape CrossFit Wolfpack team, as well as Du Toit and the Werewolves. So 2 teams and an individual throwing down at this year's semi-final.
Lots of coffees.
A busy weekend indeed. Just for you, Chris, how has the weekend panned out?
Look, they're about to announce the winners in the team competition now, and the guys came up with a big goal, and we're falling just short of that. So that's always something that's going to be a little bit disappointing. But if you're looking at the overall, when we're looking at our first team first, they've been fighting the whole weekend, and they get to walk out with a really positive experience of showing what they can do. So I was happy for that. Our other team, they come in here with no expectations really, and they're looking like a very strong top 10 team as well.
Yeah, exactly. Popping into the top 10 for your second team was, having 2 teams in the top 10, just unbelievable.
Chris,
yeah.
Don't hate me. So I spoke to Leo now to ask them how long until they're not.
Sorry, brother. We're in it. Don't worry about it.
Sorry about that. So, coming straight back down to you, Chris. Just that absolutely amazing show coming into the last event here. We kind of knew going into the last heat that the event had already been taken by Mayhem Unboxed, but why the fire coming into the last heat?
Look, honestly, a few things to mention on that. It's really cool to see such a broad, strong competition on the team side this year. This is without a doubt the strongest teams that has been out there. All top 5 teams, and again, other teams in top 10 can steal points from each other, and there's really good athletes in there. That's very cool. And we wanted to go in and make a statement in a sense for the athletes themselves to know that they are that good. There's been moments throughout the weekend where I think there's been doubt in their minds. And I've seen that, and we've been battling with it and working through it throughout each event. And then we have some good, and then we have some bad. And we spoke it through. The athletes are really strong leaders themselves, so we made a decision together that there was one opportunity, it was a minor chance, and that's making sure that we go balls to the walls and see if anyone wants to follow and can't follow, because we know how good they were in this type of workout. And regardless, making sure that they could walk away with a win in a workout where they were so strong, proving to themselves that they could hurt like that and still do all the fancy stuff on the hands and the rope. That was kind of like the goal. We wanted to walk away with a smile.
Right at the end of the weekend, just managing to still really push through. Chris and I are going to take a quick break as we head down to the floor, just to announce the overall team's winner. We will be back in a couple of minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, that moment is upon us. Exactly what you wanted to find out, and here we go. To start off, thank you so much to everybody who's participated this weekend. Can we give it up for every single team that took place this weekend? You've come from near and far, you've come far and wide, and you have demonstrated the African spirit here on this floor. One more time, give it up for all these competitive athletes. Now, what would this be without a little bit of something interesting to throw in there? In the final event, in third place, we had a tie. Coming in, tied in third. However, we do have a winner due to a win in event 4. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for in third place, 10-Star Hybrid. It must be said, though, it was a tie, so it would not be fitting if we didn't give big shine and big love to the third place tie, who unfortunately didn't get it due to not having an event win. Ladies and gentlemen, Tiger Valley Synergy. And now, on to your top two teams. It was an all-out dogfight this weekend. We saw blood, sweat, and tears shed on the floor. But ladies and gentlemen, in second place, your first runner-up, give it up for Cape CrossFit Wolfpack. And finally, the moment you've all been waiting for, stamping their passport to Madison. Getting on their plane, representing Africa, the one team to represent our name and put it on their back. Ladies and gentlemen, Mayhem Africa! Let's give it up for Mayhem Africa, y'all. Let's go! While these teams consume the moment, if I can please ask if the top three teams still remain on the floor. The rest of the teams, you can go and enjoy the athletes, recovery area. Top three teams, stay on the floor. Give it up for all of these competitive athletes this weekend.
Of the screen right now, the team's winners for the 2023 Noble CrossFit Semi-Final event at the Rebel Renegade Games. CrossFit Unboxed, Mayhem Africa, punching their ticket and heading over to Madison later this year in the teams division of the CrossFit Games. Just coming back into the booth, and we're going to continue here with Chris Aman. Cool. Thank you for letting us take that short break. So Chris, just getting back to the team and the team setup, how do you get to this point of being in a semi-final event with a team of four?
I think there's different ways of doing it. Our philosophy, and I believe, yes, looking from the outside, some of the successful teams here as well. I mean, like, big ups for the guys who won. We've known them for years as individual athletes, and to see them pulling together and getting into such a strong team is very, very impressive. So hats off to the Mayhem team. And that kind of like tells the story, I think. I think you need very strong individuals. So our philosophy is to make the athletes themselves as strong as possible. When you have athletic athletes, they can still come together and do the teamwork as needed. So point being is like, yes, they train together, but they don't do teamwork as all the time. Like, you need to be as strong as possible. You need to be able to do the high skill by yourself so you don't slow the team down and so on as well.
Sorry, I just believe we need to go back down to the floor for the winning team on an interview. Sorry,
Sweet,
Chris.
Man.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Your fittest in Africa, one-way trip to Madison, ready to put Africa on their back and carry the name all the way through CrossFit Mayhem Africa. Alan, just talk me through some of the emotions.
Buddy, it's really, really hard to let it all sink in right now. I was chatting to AJ. Obviously, Michelle's been before, Angie, and AJ and myself haven't been before, but for AJ and myself, I think especially, it's been 10 years of clapping the team and the individuals that have qualified and gone through to the games, and to finally realize this moment for ourselves with such a special group here. I mean, I don't know what to say.
Now, I think it's fair to say that despite the hard work that you guys have put in, there are people who need to be honored that got you here. This is your time to plug their names, because these are the people that got you here.
Play away. First of all, thank you so much to the organizers of this event, the Rebel Renegade Games, all the volunteers. the judges, the crew, everyone who's carrying, who's watching Leo and them, watching the videos for appeals till 4 in the morning and making sure this all happens smoothly. We appreciate it so very much. Thank you so much to the crowd, all the supporters. Whether you supported us or whether you supported any of the other teams, we appreciate you. The community is what makes the sport so special, so thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. And then for myself, to everyone at Rourke Gyms in Cape Town, guys and girls, I appreciate your support. Friends and family, my boy Justin, love you, buddy. And so many friends. All the messages before, throughout the weekend, we felt the support all the way from Cape Town, and it means the absolute world.
AJ and team, I can see the emotions still raw. Congratulations. Walk me through what this means.
Yeah, just thanks to everybody. It's like Al said, like Madam over here is going for the 3rd time. This one's probably gonna go 3 times. Al and I have retired 3 times each. It's been it's been 10 years. It's our 10th regional trying, and there's wives at home and people. There's family at home that there's been birthday parties we've had to miss, weddings we've given up on. There's been time with our boys that we've had to say no to for this. So it's big. And thank you. Baie jammer.
It's your time now. Who would you love to honor in this moment?
I'm Angie. First of all, everyone back in Namibia, especially Namibia. Everyone from Cape Town, Fitbox family, everyone. Thank you.
Are you guys sure you should give me the microphone? Is everybody ready? Okay? What do you guys call a lady who can't dance? Jasmine.
Oh, wow.
Thank you to everyone. We're going to the games.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 2023 Fittest in Africa, Mayhem Africa.
Now we're back for the 3rd time. All right, Chris, so just touching on what we were previously discussing, you kind of set up your athletes as individual athletes first before compiling the team. At what point do you bring the team together? Or is it kind of from the get-go, you have the idea of the team, or is it kind of free play for everyone?
I would say free play for everyone in the sense that I think that you have to get to choose what you want to do, because that's where you're going to perform the best. So these 4 guys, now that was on our first team as an example, they decided before last year that they wanted to be on a team together, right? And then we had, like a freak accident. Brady stepping out of the car and close enough to breaking her foot the day before quarterfinals. Callum getting COVID the day before quarterfinals, and they were gone. And then 2 of them went individuals instead. And they made a promise to themselves there that they were going to come back for this season and do it together. So that was already decided. Training-wise, many, but not all training sessions they often do together, so they know each other well. And then when it comes to bringing them together for the training together, and they were always worried about this. They're like, don't you think we should start doing training a little bit sooner? Maybe we should get a worm and we should do these things. And I kept on saying that there's no real need. We need to make you as good as we possibly can. And when we bring it together, I'm quite convinced that we're going to be okay. And the first time I saw them doing the worm, I was like, these guys are better skilled than the guys that usually been doing it for years, So I believe that you need to be the strongest possible individual at this stage in the sport. And if you have a few months and a few training sessions together here and there, it tends to be able to pull them together strongly enough, I think.
Well, obviously, as you say, like they were pushing you to get them started a little bit sooner. This isn't your first rodeo. I mean, Chris has been in the game for years. I think coming into Cape CrossFit back in 2009.
Yeah, started back in, kind of moved down 2009, started 2010, competed for the first time 2011. So yeah, I think 12 years now.
The games athlete yourself?
Yeah, I was on a team that qualified by default back in 2011. So I guess I can call myself that.
But then, kind of moving forwards through the years, you did actually get a team through to regionals that ended up winning regionals that year and going to the games.
Yeah, 2018 when we had Richie, Matt Bowerman, Vicky, and Nicole, and they won the Meridian Regional, and they went on to the games and did really well and finished in the 20th spot. So that was pretty cool.
And Vicky actually back out on the floor today,
which is so cool to see. It's so cool to see. I mean, even Alan and AJ and Michelle, these guys have been on this on the arena for so long and still upholding that standard. That's very impressive.
So cool. And I mean, just alongside a really badass coach, an insane CrossFit affiliate owner yourself as well. 3 boxes now down in Cape Town. And fun fact, my first box actually too. I joined Cape CrossFit back in 2014, and that's where my journey started.
Which is so cool for me to see, like I always say the same thing, even on the athlete side or in your case now, in a successful affiliate owner yourself, it's all about responsibility. It's all about responsibility where you show the responsibility, you grow to a certain level as an athlete, you show the responsibility like you did. You were a hard worker from day one, brother, and look at you now.
Well, I mean, thank you for laying down the foundation, both there on the business side and I mean, obviously still having an epic team out. What a cool show, and thank you for coming through this weekend.
Thank you, brother. Thank
Chris,
you for having me.
Thank you for joining me. And all the best with the team in preparations for no doubt what's going to be a cracker year next year.
I appreciate that.
Watch the space, eh?
Thanks, brother.
Coming back to you live from the Rebel Renegade Games 2023. Just closing off that little conversation with Chris Oman, head coach at Cape CrossFit and coach of the CrossFit Wolfpack. Coming back for our final ladies individual event, test number 7, the final. This is our first heat, and the ladies are already well underway. Just giving some insight on the workout. 3 rounds for time. A 10-calorie assault bike for the ladies, a 20 toes to bar, and a 60-foot sandbag bear hug carry. 6-minute time cap. So this is going to be hard. It's going to be fast. Not too much room for breaking up those toes to bar. Just taking a look down onto the field. This is Coralie van Tonde at the moment. Closely followed behind with Tammy Taylor. Right over there in lane number 6. Lane 2 coming towards you there, Maxine Smith. And right next to her, Asma Diruish. Inga von Mansberg making her way down the lane for her first round. And as you can see, if these ladies can keep up this pace, that 6-minute time cap is achievable. Here we go, Carla van Staden picking up that 150-pound sandbag. Carla van Staden having some fun with it. 68 kilograms is the weight of that sandbag that these ladies are carrying down in a bear hug fashion. Just a reminder that Carla van Staden, The athlete over there, right down in lane number 8, has a listed body weight of 53 kilos. So the fact that she's able to pick up that 70 kg bag, we've got a bit of a race going on here now between Coralie Fantonda and Tammy Taylor. Coralie with 2 toes to bar left.
Matt, I've heard that Tammy Taylor is some of the most elite coaching that the country has to offer.
Welcome back, Kent.
Oh, thank you so much. I probably should have said how's it.
Yeah, Tammy Taylor, actually, we just had a conversation with Chris Oman. Tammy was one of Chris's first athletes, also making it to multiple regional events alongside Chris before moving across to me back in 2018, where she joined us at CrossFit Bloberg, but has a very strong kind of resume of competitions. In the teams, you could see Vicky Polidoro, Tammy Taylor, and Vicky, long-time teammates for a long while as well. And now both just kind of finding the individual space. This is Tammy's second individual semi-final. Right over here on your screen now, Maxine Smith picking up that 70 kg sandbag, making light work of that, running back down to start out round number 3. Oh, just dropping that sandbag a little early. Tammy Taylor just behind now, heading into her second round, slowing down the pace a little bit, but Coralie Fantonda just approaching her third round. There we go, Tammy Taylor in the back now, jumping onto her assault bike to kickstart her third round. It's 10 calories on the assault bike, 20 toes to bar, and a 60-foot sandbag bear hug carry. 1 minute remaining.
Matt, I know it was a bit of a clinch at the end there, but how close was that race for third for teams?
That was quite something to watch. I mean, it must have been amazing being down on the floor to witness that and actually get to announce that Unboxed Mayhem Africa team has officially snapped up that spot.
Yeah, you could see it meant a lot to Alan and AJ. The tears were flowing quite freely. They're ladies with quite a bit of games experience already.
Written there across Tammy Taylor's stomach. I don't know if you could see that. I heart Leo. Leo, one of the competition directors and a longtime friend of Tammy Taylor. 5 seconds remaining.
Who's honestly made this event such a success?
And closing off on the 6-minute time cap right over there. None of our ladies managing to get through a full 3 rounds of this workout, but still putting up an amazing show. Just flashing back here, Tammy Taylor on your screen. Coralie Fantonda looked like taking the heat win and finishing off her weekend on a very strong note. Coming out of that last event where she did struggle a little bit with the handstand pirouettes, definitely bringing back a bit of redemption over here, as you can see right in the middle of your screen. Tammy off to a strong start, but just slowly kind of falling off the pace of Coralie as the rounds and reps moved on. Right in the back there, Inge von Mansberg managing to get through 1 round. And right at the back again, Carla van Staden putting on an epic show, picking up 20 kgs almost over her body weight in that bear hug carry across the 60-foot floor. That is officially the end of all of those athletes' weekend here at semi-finals. Test number 7, the final in the bag, and we are about to set up for heat number 2. We'll be back. Welcome back to the Rebel Renegade Games. This is day number 3. We are just busy setting up now for the individual women, test number 7 and heat number 2. So having a look here at the lane assignments, jumping straight to it. In lane number 1, yes. Welcome back to the Rebel Renegade Games, and we are looking straight into the individual woman, test 7, heat number 2. We're just going to go through these lane assignments. Lane 1, we've got Elzon Trotsky. In lane 2, Jessica Thompson. In lane 3, Thea Kruger. In lane 4, Laura Hume. In lane 5, Alicia Stoop. Lane 6, Mary Jameson. In lane 7, Ingi Hossam Aldin. In lane 8, Sophia Banani. In lane 9, Lisa Marie Guillaume. And in lane 10, Jessica Skinner. This is currently your woman ranked from 11 to 20 here at the Noble CrossFit Semi-Final Africa edition.
Matt, as always, any predictions?
I think I've given up on predictions. We're at this point of the weekend where there are just surprises coming left, right, and center. And this workout, particularly, just being a sprint event, 3 rounds for time, a 10-calorie assault bike, 20 toes to bar, and a 60-foot sandbag bear hug carry with a 70 kg sandbag. 6-minute time cap. So we are just looking for one of these athletes to stay under 2 minutes a round.
Which is aggressive.
Yeah, that's tight. But here, right in the middle of your screen, Ingi Hossam Aldin.
Who put on a display in her last workout, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely destroying the field in the last event with the seated legless rope climbs. Jessica Thompson on your screen right now in lane number 2. And Elzon Khosen in lane number 1. Elzon Khosen, an athlete from Lions Bay CrossFit down in Port Elizabeth.
You're moving very nicely on these toes to bar, Matt. It's interesting. You always can see experience play off in movement quality.
Again, right here in lane number 2, Jessica Thompson. Not a stranger to Fittest in Cape Town or to a semi-finals event, competing at Fittest in Cape Town in 2022. A member of CrossFit Shapesmiths out in London, the United Kingdom. But right here on your screen now, Ingi Hossam Aldin, heading out for her second round. Only 90 seconds in. So Ingi making some light work of this quick little sprinter workout to finish off these athletes' weekend. This is the final time that all of these athletes will be out on this competition floor for the 2023 season. All athletes now in this heat number 2 back onto the assault bike at the same time.
Yeah, nothing splitting them at the moment, Matt. I think when we get to the middle to latter rounds, we're going to start to see a little bit of a divide here.
Right over here, Thea Kruger. In the middle of your screen now, lane number 3. Thea Kruger doing very well, coming into this competition seated in 17th position. Repping CrossFit Taniwa out in Pretoria. Not too far from home then.
You're referring to my home, Matt? Actually, believe it or not, Taniwa is roughly 300 meters from my front door.
Oh my word, and you're not a member there?
I'm over at Willoway, which is about 400 meters from my front door.
A lot of competition out in the Pretoria side.
No, the
then
Pretoria
with
region
boxes.
is flooded, my friend. It is flooded. But something that's in the water in Cape Town makes me believe that you guys might be doing something right. Or is it just the standard of coaching?
It must be. Are you referring to the team?
Yeah, I mean, look, generally these athletes from Cape Town have just had a phenomenal showing. I mean, you think about, Cape CrossFit now. The teams definitely was a Cape Town dominated affair. We had Pretoria teams out in 3rd and 4th place.
Oh, I mean, that's right up top there. Must be the altitude.
Must be the altitude indeed.
Just approaching the 4-minute mark now. Got a couple of our ladies finishing off their second round. So one more round to go. This is where these ladies really need to drop a gear if we are looking to finish out this event. Right on your screen now, Laura Hume. Mary Jameson just getting ready to pick up that bag. 70 kilos is that bag. And as you can see, if you don't have a solid grip on that bag the first time you pick it up, it's really not that easy just to adjust a 70 kilo weight right in your front rack. This is Alicia Stoop now, right in your middle lane, lane number 5, and looking to finish off her 3rd and final round of this event.
Tiny little break there from Alicia just before she gets back onto the bar and gets some more reps out right now. Again, another athlete who just moves so well, that just has the ability to make high skill movement look particularly easy.
I think this is going to become very close in the next couple of seconds, because as you can see, all these ladies are busy with their final set of 20 toes to bar.
Going rep for rep, Matt.
Their bags are placed underneath them, which means they only have one length left to run.
Question
5
is,
reps left for Stoop.
Who can hold on? Stoop's broken these down into sets of 2 at the moment to conserve her grip.
With 30 seconds left on the clock, are we going to have a female athlete finish this event? Okay, here we go. Ingi Hossam Aldin just struggling to get that bag up.
Alicia Stoop is off to the races. She might
Stoop.
lock this up, Matt, just ahead of the time cap. Let's see if she gets it done.
And Alicia Stoop.
Go.
I think we might have had a late break there by Sophia Benani as well.
Again, happy birthday to you yesterday. As a gift, Matt decided to pronounce your surname correctly.
It only took me 3 days. I think we're going to have to go back to a little bit of camera action here, because it seemed to be a foot race between Stoop, Benani, and Aldin right over there. Aldin definitely just struggling to pick up the bag going into that final round.
Yeah, Matt, and really awkward implement to pick up, right? Like, these athletes will do double that weight on a barbell if it comes to a deadlift, some even on a squat, but when it comes to moving odd objects, there's just no great way to grip it.
Yeah, and as mentioned before, if you mess up that first time you pick up the bag, it really just becomes, as you could see here with Mary, that is the way to get that bag up.
Absolutely.
Make sure it's nice and high, a full grip around the bag. But it all came down to this. The last little foot race. It seemed like Stoop took it.
A little bit of camaraderie at the end there between 2 competitors.
And that is just what we love to see. I mean, it's been 3 days of grueling workouts. And just to finish off, smiles on the faces, hugs going around from your fellow competitors. I mean, these guys know exactly what each other have been through for the last 3 days.
Yeah, it's been absolute mayhem, excuse the pun. But all that to say, these individuals have been sending it the entire weekend long. No doubt some tired, worn, painful bodies out there, Matt.
Can we get the leaderboard up on before the final heat? Yeah, for the woman.
Matt, still everything to play for.
And with that epic show just coming out there from the ladies in heat number 2, we're going to shift the focus now down to the ladies coming into heat number 3. This is the final test of the weekend, and you have to just look at this. Look at this. First and second position. What do you notice?
1 single point, Matt.
1 point between Mariska Smith and Michelle Basnet.
It is an all-out dogfight. Basically, what it boils down to is whoever is ahead of the other in the next event.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it comes down to. We are going to be watching this with an eagle eye, but pretty much for you watching at home, it doesn't get more exciting than this. Between Mariska and Michelle,
it comes down to the very, very last event. And Matt, you only need to look at the results. Like, let's just look at it in terms of damage control. Now, number one thing you notice is both ladies coming out with event wins, putting them right on top, both relatively consistent, but both have that one workout that knocked them square out of the top 10. For Michelle, that was earlier today, yesterday, at the tail end of yesterday, coming in at 15th. Mariska, her opening event at 11th. I mean, she came in towards the tail end not being in that top 10, and she's been on a tear ever since.
Yeah, I mean, I think she really just kind of found her rhythm coming into the weekend and decided why she came here and what she wants to leave here with. And we're going to see that right now. 1 point splitting these two ladies. Whichever one takes the event win for this.
What's also crazy, Matt, is if you look a little further down the leaderboard to number 4, to Christina Levitakis, who we had a great chat with earlier, look at the finishes. That is consistently good, as in first, third, sixth, second. It was literally just the first event that ended up in 24th that has derailed everything.
Yeah, a massive showing right there on the screen by Christina Levitakis. If you just have a look at her kind of average, but as you say, she was kind of in the same boat as Mariska Smith going into that first event. A lot of excitement coming up here at the Rebel Renegade Games. This is your women's leaderboard and your top 10 women going into the final event. But they will be taking to the floor directly after your first 2 men's heats. So we're going to take a shift over now to the men's heats. We're going to go through men's heat number 1, men's heat number 2, and then we're going to come back and then we're going to hit the women's final heat, followed by the men's final heat to crown your Rebel Renegade Games champions for 2023.
All right, Matt, the gents are up. We just got to see the ladies throw down this exact same workout, but the only inherent different, Matt, that sandbag is a whole 90 kilos.
That's it. It's the 15 calories for the men on the assault bike. 20 toaster bar stays the same from men to women, but then a 90 kg sandbag carry. Again, this is very close to a number of these guys' body weights. So just lugging your own body weight off the floor, running across the competition floor with it and dumping it down. Again, a sprint event, 6 minutes on the clock, and all these men's final event for the weekend.
Yeah, let's have a look at how they stack up heading into this heat now. In lane number 2, you have Willem Snyman. In lane number 3, Ross Lowe. In lane number 4, Edwin Trotsky. In lane number 5, Hamza Hamir. In lane number 6, Amir Salah. In lane number 7, Jason Dix. And in lane number 8, Dane Nodia.
And what a way to end out the weekend, yeah, Ken. 6 minutes. 6 minutes. A workout really on the shorter, faster end of this weekend. And I mean, everybody loves a sprint to finish off the weekend.
Absolutely, a final cent to end the weekend, Matt.
Here we go. Our men for heat number 1 are straight up and onto the bikes, not wasting any time. Right in the middle, you got Amir Saleh. He looked like he got an early start on that bike. Right next to him here now on the screen, Jason Dix. And alongside Jason, just having a look around without the shirt on, Dane Nordia. Once again, Dane, only 20 years old, coming out of Zimbabwe. Ross Lowe, an athlete from Aberdeen, coming out the UK. Born and bred in South Africa. Coming back for a semi-final appearance. And here we go, first to the bag, Eduard Trotsky, coming out of Lionsberg CrossFit down in Port Elizabeth.
But that is a unit over there, Matt. And speaking of unit,
trailing him, Amir Saleh, coming all the way out from Egypt. Eduard Trotsky getting back onto the bike for his second round. We saw a very similar time from the ladies in the first round in heat number 2. Finishing off their first round in around that 1 minute 30 mark, but then all kind of falling off that pace.
yeah, it's a tough workout to throttle, Matt, because you're going to want to, especially at this level, see if you can go with those toes to bar unbroken, right? But again, I just think it's a trap because it's going to be grip intensive. The assault bike, although not particularly grippy, does tend to hit the grip stimulus just a little bit. And then you get onto that bag. And that bag, although hitting your entire central nervous system with a bit of a shock, is really grippy.
All I notice here in this workout is there's no time to breathe. The camera there just focusing on Willem Sneeman and now coming across back to Amir Saleh. This is how much can you handle that kind of panic mode, because you're going to spike that heart rate on the assault bike. You're going to jump straight onto the bar, and all you're doing is closing that diaphragm for 20 reps. Again, not really able to catch your breath, and then immediately going straight into your body weight resting on your stomach and chest. So absolutely zero chance to, just catch that breath here. And I think a lot of athletes, if you can't stay calm, under that insane amount of pressure, that's where you're kind of going to fall off the wagon a little bit. Amir Saleh on his way back, but as you can see already, according to the clock, almost 1 minute and 50 seconds that round. So dropping off the pace now by 50 seconds, but a good amount of time to still get all this work done, completed inside this time cap. Ross Lowe heading back for his third round, still under that 2 minute a round. Willem Sneeman just having a little bit of trouble dropping his bag early, getting called back to his sandbag and having to pick it up. That's going to cost him a bit of time, and in this workout, 6 minute time cap, you don't have much time to be wasting.
Yeah, it's a really aggressive time cap there, Matt, and it's going to be interesting now because a bunch of these gentlemen getting onto that second round just before the 4 minute mark, which means they're pretty much on schedule, but round number 3 does tend to be the hardest of the 3 because that's when the cumulative fatigue settles in.
And we're going to come down to a little bit of a race now between Eduard Trotsky and Amir Saleh. Amir just getting to the bar a little ahead. Jason Dix really pushing to jump onto that toaster bar.
Both gentlemen actually have not relented or not broken up their toaster bar at any point, Matt. all of them going down unbroken thus far.
And you see all these men following a very similar kind of movement pattern through these toes to bar. I'm sure you've seen the two different variations, that very short kip, kind of doing that reverse scoop at the bottom, and then staying very long through the bar. And
Amir Salah off to the races.
Amir Salah finishing this workout just over 5 minutes, and we've seen that face once.
Unofficial time of 5:03. He is absolutely losing his mind down there. As an athlete who wears glasses, I have to say shout out to Amir Salah. I don't know how you do it, but somehow you've avoided missing up those bad boys.
Jason Dix getting over the line just underneath the 5:30 mark. Here we go, Hamza Mahir, who really set the pace in the previous workout, test number 6. Dane Nordia just left, down finishing off his last set of toes to bar. 1 rep remaining. And 10 seconds. Not going to give up.
Quadzilla.
And an amazing show already from the men in heat number 1. Dane just not able to get to the end of that length with that bag in his hand. As you can see there though, gasping for air.
Absolutely, Matt. All my thoughts are going towards which official who is not an athlete is going to have to move his bag back to place. 90 kilos, Matt.
No, some very, very heavy bags. An early break here from Idyan Trotsky, but then just going into the second round, Amir Saleh.
Yeah, he was consistent, Matt. He didn't have the lead from the beginning, but he stuck with the game plan and he saw it through.
Yeah, just a very consistent pace there. All sets, just staying unbroken.
Yeah, all out joy there for Amir Salah. Incredible showing. Consistent from beginning to end. An image of Jason Dix at the end there and his final flurry into the end.
Coming back to you now live from the Rebel Renegade Games, Africa's official Noble CrossFit Semi-Final event. We are down now to individual men's test number 7. This is the second heat of the men. Our third last heat for the day. Just straight out of this, we'll be going back to the women's final heat, followed up by the men's final heat. So just introducing your men for the last time this weekend. In heat number 2, in lane number 1, we've got Yusuf Ihab. In lane 2, Hilmar van Mansberg. In lane 3, Robert Hoyer. In lane 4, Matthew Schiff. In lane 5, Ruan Conradi. In lane 6, Julian Liebenberg. In lane 7, Damian Burtis. In lane 8, we got Dries Bouchier. In lane 9, Keegan Meir. And in lane 10, Al Sayed Hassona. As we just saw from the previous men's heat down on the floor, Amir Saleh taking this event win, or this heat win rather, setting a time just over that 5-minute mark, 5:05. Kent, do you think we're going to see some faster times out of this heat?
Abso-freaking-lutely. Not to discourage the body of work put on by those previous gents, but I think we have some guys who were hoping to be in the top 10 who didn't get it with a point to prove and a chip on their shoulder.
There we go.
Nothing like a little bit of aggression coming into the final day.
The lineup now is filled up with the men with your current standings 11 through 20, and definitely one or two men over here definitely trying to sneak themselves down and finish off the weekend inside the top 10. Everything to leave now out on the floor. We've got 3 rounds of this workout. 15 calories on the assault bike, 20 toes to bar, and then a 60-foot run with a 90-kilogram sandbag and a bear hug hold.
Matt, bar the intense amount of load on the actual sandbag, what I love about this is classic CrossFit, right? You've got a triplet that most of us in our boxes can probably do, just maybe with a little bit more volume, but at the end of the day, most people can look at this and think, I could do that. The differentiator here is that aggressive time cap.
I think we just need to take note that Julian Liebenberg, right over here in lane 6, just got off his 15-calorie assault bike in 15 seconds.
Matt, apparently I've got to do a 30 for time after this, so I don't think I'm going to be doing that in 30 seconds.
Well, I mean, he just proved that it's very possible.
I mean, he did. I really hope you're not expecting that from me. But anything is possible, and if you're in the chat and you want to try see that from me, I mean, hey, why not? Let's give it a send. I've just finished off my lunch, and I think that might be an interesting exhibition.
A very strong start here from Julian Liebenberg, repping Packed Life CrossFit. Heading back in less than 90 seconds. Matthew Schiff now in the middle of the floor on his way back. Hilmar van Mansberg nearest to the bottom of your screen over here in lane number 2. Right alongside Hilmar, we've got Robbie Hoyer.
Alrighty, some of your athletes breaking back to that second round of assault bike already, Matt. No throttling of this pace. Full send to the end to see off the weekend.
Yeah, right here on the right of your screen now we've got Damian Burtis, and just alongside him on the left of your screen, Dries Bouchier. Matthew Schiff now in the middle of your screen. Robbie Hoyer still looking very comfortable through his toaster bar. Opting for a bit of a mixed grip.
Matt starting that third round before the 3-minute mark.
Damian Bottas taking the lead now. Maybe Julian Liebenberg came out a little hot on that bike. But here we go. We got Matthew Schiff. Bag is up and heading back to start out his final round. Matthew Schiff across the line at the same time as Julian Liebenberg.
Now, can I just say I really love this event to end the show. Not just because it's quick, but it's quick, it's fast, it's emptying the tank, it is full send from beginning to end.
And another one of those where it's just kind of like, how much pain are you willing to put yourself in?
Oh, absolutely. But also, if you bury the needle too early, those 3 rounds basically become forever.
Yeah, but that's, the perfect kind of final test of, are you willing just to go all out and hang on, go to that dark place, find that dark place, and just push right through the end of the weekend. Your current leader of this heat, right on the screen now, Damian Bottas, looking to finish off his 20 reps.
Somebody's going, oh no, I thought there was about to be an unbroken set. Damian Bottas getting back onto the bar, looking to wrap it up, but that overall grip with fatigue is definitely getting in there. Oh look, we have a competitor about to finish up. Oh, the bag is where it's going to be at.
Just
but look at the quick grab. It's a race for the finish. Who's going to get there? The big man's pulling him in.
And Driss
gets it done.
Across the line, just ahead of Damian Bottas. Man, what a race. Matthew Schiff bringing it home for a third place finish over here. Right alongside him, Ron Conradi picking up that bag. Ron Conradi right in the middle lane in the blue shorts coming over the line. And Keegan Muir right towards the end then. You take a look on the left of your screen in the white shirt laying on the floor. Robbie Hoyer left out, but right in lane 1, Yusuf Ihab. And here's the man, Julian Liebenberg, came out guns blazing. A 15-second first calorie effort, but just not able to hang on to that pace. Robbie Hoyer coming over the line, 15 seconds left. One athlete left out on the floor. And that is El Sayed Hassona.
Matt, a frenetic end right now, lining up for the final ladies event hereafter, and then the final gents event. Now, everything to play for here. We know we've already stamped one ticket through to the games for CrossFit Unboxed Mayhem Africa. Ladies, everything to play for. 1 point separating it.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the most exciting part of the weekend. Just the ladies over here in the first and second position, 1 point splitting them going into the final. On the team side and on the men's side, I don't want to be that guy to say it, but it's kind of written in the stars as it is. Anything can obviously happen going into the final, but on the ladies, it is a level playing field.
All right, Matt, and we've got a view of the leaderboard up here. Jason Smith consistent throughout the course of the weekend. Doesn't look like he's going to be letting go in the top spot unless the wheels totally come off, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, a 60-point lead for Jason Smith going into the final. That is a position that you would just love to be in.
Absolutely. 3 event finishes inside the top 3. 3 just outside of them. No train smashes for him. Looking 1 down to CC. Conrad Winnerts. 11, 6, 6, 4, 14, 5. Relatively consistent. Not breaking through to the top 3 once, Matt.
Yeah,
but being consistent.
Sitting in second position. I mean, that's always the name of the game when it comes to it. You can see Jason Smith holding a very strong lead up at the top of the field, but not a single finish outside of the top 10. Whereas compared to that ladies leaderboard, we were just having that discussion, Christina Levitakis, probably the most consistently, top finishers.
Absolutely.
But then 1 finish sitting in 24th at the start of her weekend, which just completely throws her out of the mix. So just having a look there, obviously Jason Smith, not a single finish outside the top 10. Conrad, not a single finish inside the top 3. However, holding true to that number 2 spot. Coming back at you from the Rebel Renegade Games 2023. We are in the middle of a short break. We are coming back for women's heat number 3 at 3 p.m. Stay tuned. Keep your screens on because we might bring through a fun little interview shortly.
Yeah, fun little interview. And Matt, after a lot of banter between you and I on the weekends about levels of fitness and stuff, we've got one of our top ladies, Natalie from 10-star CrossFit Hybrid, going to go head-to-head with me on the all-new Hurricane bike.
That sounds like it's something not to miss. So we are going to take a little break, head out of this booth. I'm going to go downstairs and watch Kent get absolutely hammered by a female athlete that just finished third, the third fittest team in Africa.
Matt, what's the similarity between myself and AC/DC?
I don't know.
My hit track is Chunderstruck.
Well, we'll see you downstairs now with the all-new Rebel Hurricane 2.0.
Yes.
Testing, testing.
Matt. Cool. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm joined here by Natalie. Natalie just picking up that 10-star victory. We're ready to tell you more about the Rebel Hurricane 2.0. Now, this is the closest thing we've got in the country to the Rogue Echo bike. But just to give you a little bit of a preview, the big difference is no longer chain-driven, now belt-driven. Nat is going to put down a time to beat of 25 cals, and I'm hopefully going to not die trying to do much the same. So, Natalie, the bike is yours.
My time started. You're going to minus 15 seconds.
100%. And Nat is off to the races. So just to let you know, she's going to go for 25 cals. I'm going to try this as well. The build quality on this, incredible. Rebel have done such a nice job with this. Nat is going full send, and she's actually almost there already. She's doing such a phenomenal job. A really, really tough task here, but all that to say, a phenomenal machine. If you have a local affiliate, make sure you get it. Game standard currently, Rogue Echo bike. The Rebel technology means that this is the closest one in the country that we have to that. Nat's pulling in on 50 minutes now, obviously minus 50 seconds, minus those 15 seconds. Almost there, 5 calories left to go. Final 3. And there we go, Nat. 55 seconds. That sounded, as you can see, one of our top athletes in this country was a maniacal little finish. And after a long weekend of activity, she now finally gets to rest. And for your viewing pleasure, I get to suffer that same fate. Nat, really, really well done.
Yes, thank you so much. Brilliant, thank you so much. Oh.
Rightio, let's get off this.
done.
And now back to the floor for ladies heat number 3.
Yeah. Good job.
Oh my goodness.
My
That was
legs.
way too much spaghetti. Woo!
All right, we are back here at the Rebel Renegade Games for 2023, the Noble CrossFit Semi-Final event for Africa. It has been 3 days of just action. And it's all coming down now to the final 2 heats for the weekend. We had a little discussion earlier. The ladies is going to be unbelievable. We've got one more ladies heat left, and this is your top 10 ladies at the end of the weekend. 1 point splitting your 2 top ladies, Michelle Basnet and Mariska Smith. So it all really comes down to the wire when we're having a look at this event. Pretty much winner takes all at this point. 1 ticket to be punched to the CrossFit Games in Madison later on this year, and both of the ladies want it. Coming up on your screen right now, we're about to introduce your individual women for test number 7. This is their final event for the weekend. It has all come down to this. It has been 6 grueling tests leading up to this point. But having a look at your top 10 lineup going into the final event. In lane 1, Megan McDermott. In lane 2, Gemma Rader. Lane 3, Tana Buffet. In lane 4, your 3rd place female, Gil Marie Reinecke at the moment. In lane 5, Michelle Basnet, your current leader, but only 1 point ahead of lane 6, Mariska Smith. Lane 7, Christina Levitakis. In lane 8, Emma Holliday. In lane 9, Megan Fowle. And in lane 10, Max Clint-Smith. Coming onto your screen right now, you can just see the focus on these ladies' faces. Gemma Rader walking out now into the field.
And in lane 1, Megan Joy McDermott.
Megan McDermott. Just revisiting test number 7. If you just tuned in, this is the final event for the 2023 Rebel Renegade Games. Test 7. 3 rounds for time. 15 and 12 calorie assault bike for us, not echo bike. So 10 calories for the ladies. 20 toes to bar. And a 60-foot sandbag bear hug carry. That sandbag, 68 kilograms in weight. 6-minute time cap.
Yeah, I need a battery. I've got 14%. Okay.
This is the moment we've all been waiting for. These ladies are lining up to take to their start pens.
Matt, 1 point. That's all that separates it. 1 point.
1 point. And what an exciting way to finish off the Africa semi-final event.
Absolutely. I had to run up here because I really wanted to see this one. Super excited to see how this goes down.
If you were just watching the live feed, that was Kent down there giving that Hurricane bike 2.0 a go. He just knocked out a couple of calories and then sprinted up the stairs because he does not want to miss out on any of this action.
Sprint is relative. I felt like I was running, but Matt, there's so much lead in my legs right now. It's a tool of Satan.
I'm so glad that's you and not me right now. I've been sitting here enjoying the show. We need to be 10 seconds. It all comes down to this.
big anticipation for this one.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
I cannot wait for this one. This is going to be magnificent.
And they are off. One ticket available for these ladies and a couple of ladies in contention.
Mariska coming out swinging, Matt.
Yeah, that's Mariska right there on the right-hand side of your screen. She wants this, and she is going to fight for it. 20 unbroken toes to bar. Mariska is first to the bar. Christina Levitakis just behind her.
Now, just as you remember, only 1 point behind Mariska is from Miss Bazanay. All that to say, she would not mind having Christina Levitakis wedged between the two of them in the point scoring in this event, Matt, just to create a little bit of a buffer.
Yeah, I think it's all to play for. And I mean, as we saw in the how much just somebody sandwiched or getting sandwiched between those top scores can affect the leaderboard. Gemma Rader now in lane number 2 in the blue shirt, just behind Mariska, but Mariska leading the pack. And we're sitting in a very closed off room, and the crowd outside is going absolutely bonkers for Mariska.
But let's just talk about the standings right now. So Mariska 1 point behind Miss Bazanay. All that to say, there are a few positions currently vying between the two of them, which means if the things stay the way they are, we've got a shift in that leaderboard. But you can see, big swing in the first round. The excruciation on Marika's face.
Mariska is halfway through, 4 calories left. Christina Levitakis still looking very calm. But Gemma Rader, I think in lane number 2, definitely a force to be reckoned with. You saw she came out at the same pace. But just to the right of Mariska, you can see Michelle Bazanay just a little bit behind, a couple of reps.
But Matt, something you do need to note, when she got off that assault bike now, she looked so calm, like she's still got so much send left in her. Mariska now needing to break up those toes to bar. She went extremely hot out the gate, Matt.
And back to that point of Michelle Bazanay having so much international competition experience. This is not her first time fighting it out for the games. I mean, she did it in 2021, and Michelle took the win. In 2022, she got just edged out by Michelle Morand. Mariska still leading the pack here, picking up this bag. Michelle Bazanay hot on her heels.
Yeah, look, I mean, we can see that Mariska did go out very hot, Matt. You can see the look on her face. She's not going to stop moving.
This is going to come down to this final round.
But moving gingerly at that. About to start cranking on that bike now, knowing that she's got a few seconds lead on Michelle Bazanay.
10 calories to go here, one more round.
What's at stake for all this pain? Well, it's a one-way trip to Madison to represent Africa at this year's Noble CrossFit Games. These ladies putting everything on the line. Mariska Smith making a big transition from a Games earning spot team last year through to an individual performance now. She's got 5 cows left, Matt.
It's going to come down to the toaster bar. You could just see in the previous round, Mariska had to break 3 times. Michelle only broke once.
And Matt, they look like they're neck and neck heading into the end of that assault bike run. Toes to bar, sandbag carry, and that's the event.
Mariska's off first, but 1 calorie ahead of Michelle.
Oh my goodness, Matt, this is going to be a dogfight for the end.
Mariska now 3 toes to bar ahead. It's going to be who can hang on to this pull-up bar for 20 toes to bar reps. Mariska taking her first break. Michelle taking her first break. Mariska taking her second break. Michelle as well. 5 reps left for Michelle and no rep for Mariska. They both drop off again. Oh man, all these ladies are into their third set. 1 rep left for Gemma Rader in lane number 2.
Michelle Bazinet done with her toaster ball. She's ready to get onto that sandbag carry and lock up this Africa Regional with the #1 spot. Ladies and gentlemen, as she crosses the line, your winner not only of this event, but of the entire regional, Michelle Bazinet.
The emotions are pouring out. Just look at that. Michelle Bazinet just so happy with herself. Mariska Smith coming down the line.
Man, oh man.
What a race between those ladies.
Finish, Matt. Gee whiz. I'm going to be honest with you, coming out the gate, we know that the early ascendancy doesn't really mean much, but Mariska Smith, Christina Levitakis coming out swinging from this one.
Just finishing off. Megan McDermott right here in lane number 1. Tana Buffet right there in lane number 3, just coming across the line, sliding inside that time cap. But ladies and gentlemen, there is your 2023 Rebel Renegade Games champion, Michelle Bazinet.
What a BMT style performance, Matt. Let's be honest, going back to what I was saying earlier, Mariska, Christina got off the bikes first. They got off their sandbag carry first. It looked like they were leaving Michelle Bazinet in their wake, but she stuck with her game plan. Like I said, that second assault bike, she looked calm coming off of it.
But once again, this is where that deep competition experience comes from. This is not Michelle Bazinet's first rodeo as an individual athlete, whereas this is Mariska Smith's first individual. And what an effort put in by Mariska this entire event. To be coming into the final just 1 point out of that top spot.
Matt, fully agree with you, and I think we need to put emphasis on that as a commentary team, just to say it was her very, very first season as an individual, and she came out and she locked up like a spot near the top. We'll find out the official standings in a bit, but coming into this event, coming into the day with the leader's jersey, coming into this event in second place, she should not feel hard done by how much she's done this weekend.
No, what an incredible effort by Mariska Smith this whole kind of weekend, but just right down at the end. Michelle Bazinet just proving that experience. You could see going into the first round how much more relaxed she was. Mariska Smith came out guns blazing, and it might have just been a little bit too much to carry through that pace.
Yeah, no, Matt. I mean, don't get me wrong. My heart goes out to Mariska. She has been consistent the entire weekend. But at the end of the day, it goes down to one event. And in that event, your queen and your newly crowned fittest in Africa, Michelle Bazinet. It's probably like a second place.
Hi guys,
And
down
heading
here
down to the
with
floor
our
for an
final
interview.
event winner, Mariska. I lie. I'm sorry about that. It's all weekend I've been making glitches. I'm sorry. Michelle Bazinet, I know. I'll get Mariska out here as well. I thought it was going to there, you. Michelle Bazinet, absolutely beautiful weekend. Left it for the very final event there. Like, I'm not allowed to call who won it. Obviously, they were doing all the mix. Beautiful work. What was your strategy going into it? Because you have never looked calmer on a piece of equipment that I've seen all weekend.
Toaster bar is something I've been working on for a long time, and so I knew I had to break from the beginning if I was going to have anything left at the end, and it worked out well. It's not easy chasing someone down. It's not easy being behind, and so I think you have a choice of either mentally giving up or just staying in it till the end. And this whole weekend, I feel like that's been my biggest learning lesson, is to finish till the end. Even if mentally maybe you want to just throw your hands in the air. It's been a great weekend, and the competitors have been amazing. So it was very intense, and I was very nervous before that workout.
I mean, it looked like you kind of had it, you're playing with everyone's emotions in this arena all weekend. I think a big turnaround for us when we saw that big chest pump. It looked like you just dialed up the crazy to the next level. You kind of knew suddenly you were there, you wanted it that bad, and we just saw that again in the final now. How does it feel now standing where you are right now, having won that event? I can't say what I want to say, but the thing is, now you know you've got another event win. You kind of know what it was going into. Just run us through what's going through your head right now.
We walked out and they said, I think I was in the lead by 1 point. I didn't know that, so that wasn't the greatest thing coming onto the floor knowing. And then right now I just feel very happy, very excited, but I really have learned how to kind of mentally push myself. It's been a challenging weekend of trying to stay in control of my emotions and my reactions to things. And if anything, I've learned to weigh in my effort and not so much the outcome. And that's exactly what happened this weekend. So I'm very, very proud of that. It's a different approach than I think I've normally taken, and it paid off. So
beautiful work, and I saw your coach as well losing his mind. So I know he's super proud. I mean, have you and your coach been working together for quite some time?
We started together about last December, and I had a really big burnout year last year, and so I struggled through the season. I struggled mentally coming back into the sport, and I didn't know if I was going to compete this season. I didn't decide until before the Open, and I luckily found Taylor self-made programming, and he's brought me to this point, him and the whole of CrossFit Charlotte back home, and I'm so grateful for them, because without that support system, I don't think I would have gotten here. So I'm very happy, very proud.
Well, fantastic. We'll wait for the official results. But ladies and gentlemen, your event winner, Michelle.
Guys.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, right up on your screen. The winner of the 2023 Rebel Renegade Games, Michelle Basnet.
Thoroughly well deserved, Matt. Coming into this a hot potential favorite. Day one didn't necessarily go according to plan. Day two, consistent performance. Day three, went in for an assassinistic-like kill.
And just going back to day one, starting out in the second heat. Remember, Michelle came into this event kind of ranked around the middle of the pack, and they just made a massive kind of jump over the last couple of days.
Guys, ladies and gentlemen,
already
just a quick
securing
one.
herself a spot in the top 3 out of day one, and then pushing herself into that top spot today and just refusing to let it go.
But Matt, just something to notice as well. Day one wasn't even in that final heat. Some athletes just have this massive ability to show up on game day, line them up next to the fittest, and absolutely go full send and get themselves that win.
But going back to it, just the show of the female individual field this year. I mean, how exciting. It was, we were on the edge of our seat for multiple events here. It was never really just one person running away with it. And extremely well deserved to Michelle. This will be her second CrossFit Games appearance. Last year, she just missed out of that podium spot, and she came in this year, with a focus and a target, and she made it happen.
Yeah, Matt, listen, look, I know we still got the men's event up, but can I just say, shout out to each and every one of these ladies. This field was so stacked. Like, the depth of talent we have here right now is really indicative of the type of future we could look to as we see the second and third and maybe even fourth generations of CrossFitters come about in this country.
Most definitely, and this can only just continue exciting us and the community for the future and what the future of the sport has to hold right here in South Africa. We're going to take a short break while we set up for the men's final event, and we'll be back with you shortly. I'm Matt Holliday, and this is Ken Klein.
And it has been great to do this entire weekend with you, Matt. We still have one more big event to go.
But this is the 2023 Rebel Renegade Games.
No, I'm asking because I'm wondering, like, she's clearly been there for a while, hasn't she?
Yeah, for pretty much the whole life.
Because if it wasn't for Nat on that assault bike, I would have died because she's just like, don't come out hot.
I want a hat.
Yeah, they were like, oh man, you can like sport our own goods. It's like, yeah, the hat and the t-shirt.
Because Chad, so like there was these boxes yesterday for all the affiliate owners, and it had like a cool bunch of like CrossFit stuff in it. And I got there late because I was sitting in here at the inn, and then when I got there, they had like already kind of handed out all the. Because I also want my level 2 badge.
What do you do with the badge?
They're just doing like, it's like patches. So it's cool, man. It's like.
Where do you put it?
On a weight vest or a.
Never owned one, so.
I'll probably just put it on my box jacket.
Incredible weekend. Left everything out on the floor, but in second place, Mariska Smith. Which, of course, gives me all the joy on earth to announce your 2023 Rebel Renegade Games winner, punching her ticket and her spot in the 2023 CrossFit Games, Michelle Basnett. Ladies, will those three please stay on the field? The rest of you may leave. Thank you for an absolute beautiful weekend. Please go out the middle. thank you very much. Off the floor. Where's the little girl that came in earlier and then she had to leave? Did you? Okay. All right, here are our judges. Judges to the center. All right. All right, 5 t-shirts. I'm not looking, so no one can say anything. I'm just going to face like this. There's 1. I'm not looking. There's 2. Here's 3. It's mine now. Here's 4. 5. All right, guys, we're gonna try something. You guys, you all know that stamp, clap? Robbie, you wanna do it? Nope. All right, here come my judges, athletes, everybody, let's go. You know it. I can't do this together. Here come our men's finalists for the last time today. Individually, 1 by 1, here they come. Okay, they're waiting now. They've just left me hanging.
Back to day 3 at the Rebel Renegade Games. It all comes down to this, Kent, and we are getting ourselves pumped, absolutely pumped, for the very last heat.
So much to play for here. We're about to let these gentlemen, these absolute Goliaths, come out of the tunnel, being led.
And as these athletes start walking out of the tunnel, we will introduce them.
Darren Zerman there, big comeback. Jason Smith.
It's Conrad Winneritz. Justin Holiday.
Ruan Potgieter.
Josh Kernot coming out there. Dutoy.
What a stacked card we have here. We've had a correction in the scoring for those of you who might have noticed a little earlier. Having not accredited Conrad Winneritz with his 3rd place at the end there. We did mention that he didn't have any top 5 finishes. Well, we were wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it was we were comparing the fact that Jason had not a finish outside the top 10, and Conrad not a finish inside the top 3. However, that has been adjusted and corrected on the leaderboard. But man, what a vibe out there. I can just hear the music banging. I can hear the crowd slamming their feet and clapping their hands. And it feels like I'm at the final of the Olympics here.
Yeah, no, it's gone absolutely mental. Just to have a look at what your current standings are, Matt, I mean, nothing's really stopping Jason from taking that number 1 spot. And for those of you who have asked the questions already in the chats, no result here gets Jason to go Masters. He's already decided coming into this event that he's not going Masters. This one punches his tickets to the game as an individual athlete representing Africa. Taking a look at your lane assignments now, they are as follows. In lane number 1, you do have Dutoy Botha. In lane number 2, Josh Kernot. In lane number 3, Ruan Potgieter. In lane number 4, Justin Holiday. In lane number 5, your current leader wearing the white jersey, Jason Smith. In lane number 6, in number 2, Conrad Winneritz. In lane number 7, Darren Zernemer. In lane number 8, Daniel Griesel. In lane number 9, James Van Dongen. And finishing off from Egypt in lane number 10, Asim Efat, aka the Egyptian Hulk.
The Egyptian Hulk. And I mean, what a jump by Darren Zernemer. I mean, we had a discussion just coming into that final, or the last test number 6, where we thought he would definitely want to be coming up that leaderboard a little bit more, and he is clawing back. Once again, coming into your men's test number 7, the final event for this year's 2023 Rebel Renegade Games.
Now, Matt, this has already been an absolutely amazing weekend. These athletes have put it all on the line. We've got to sit in the booth and enjoy fitness. Man, what a way to send this off with a sprint workout to finish it.
A 6-minute workout right over here. 15 calories on the assault bike for the men. 20 toes to bar and a 60-foot bear hug run with the sandbag. 90 kilograms is the bear hug. And here's your man right here on the left-hand side of your screen. Jason Smith, your oldest competitor, right alongside Conrad Winnertz, one of your youngest competitors. We've got 39 on the left, and we've got 22 years old on the right.
I mean, Jason Smith already having pretty much wrapped up the weekend. What? Oh my freaking goodness. Are you joking?
14 seconds.
14 seconds, 15 calories. Oh my goodness. I mean, why would he want to just settle with having an event win? I mean, the win here. He wants this event win as well.
We've seen this in the past, and we know that Jason Smith wants to cross this line in first place with that, you know, iconic Jason Smith scream and bicep flex. We know it's coming.
Jason Smith, an absolute gentleman, but an absolute savage on the floor.
All of these men are ready onto their set of 20 toes to bar. And Jason Smith going unbroken. Darren Zernomer right alongside him.
How did Darren make up all that ground? Are we talking range of motion here, maybe? Because I know he didn't get up that assault bike as quick. Shorter athletes loving the shorter range of motion movements.
Darren is going to fight for this for sure. Just alongside Justin Holiday. Another athlete that is going to be in a full send mode for this workout. He's got his weight behind him for that 15-calorie echo bike.
Jason Smith cranking hard at it again. I do feel extremely sorry for that poor assault bike. Looking like he's about to rip the arms off of that thing.
Interesting tactic there by Jason, just pedaling hard with his legs to kick things off while he just adjusted his wrist, maybe gave his arms a little bit of a break so that he can jump straight up into his toaster bar and go for another set of 20 unbroken.
You'd assume that like assault bike worker would favor one Justin Holiday, yeah?
Yeah, but then, you know, he's going directly into the 20 toaster bar, which is
also true.
You know, a movement that would favor a slightly shorter athlete.
Now, we said initially this being a 6-minute workout that it was a little aggressive on the time cap. Matt's second round, and we've only just hit the second minute.
Let's just appreciate here, lane 2, Josh Kernot, the judge once again, right into the mood of things. So you can see her going. Josh Kernot entering, you know, the fight for that top 3. Dutoy Botha just off to the right of your screen. Ruan Potgieter on the left in the red shirt.
Ruan Pistol Potgieter looking, you know he's going to go unbroken on these.
It's Jason and Darren going head to head in this. It all comes down to the transitions. As you can see, Jason moving his grips, putting on his belt while he was running back. 90 kgs is the weight of that bag.
Darren losing that bag in the center of the floor there, giving Jason a little bit of a time to continue his lead and get cranking on that bike for his final round.
Once again, Jason kicking things off.
I know we love seeing an exciting finish, but Matt, I would not mind seeing that classic Jason Smith scream as he runs over the line.
Again, Jason just head down now, putting in the work. He's got 15 calories left on this assault bike, 20 toes to bar, and a 60-foot sandbag run between him and a ticket to the CrossFit Games. Jason is off. Josh Kernot not letting him out of his sight now. This is going to be very exciting. Dutoy Botha has joined the race. Are these men going to be able to hang on for 20 reps unbroken? Right at the back there we can see James van Dongen, Darren Zernomer. And here we go. Jason Smith is leading the pack. He drops off. He's about to pick up that bag. And here he goes. 60 feet between Jason Smith.
Ladies and gentlemen, your multiple times Games representative, your King of Africa.
And here
this
it
year,
comes.
Jason Smith, it is your time. Are you not entertained?
Josh
there it
Kernert.
is. Let's go.
Jason Smith going absolutely nuts in the middle of his lane here. You can see he came here to prove a point, Kent.
And he's silently happy despite the look on his face. But man, what a finish. We got what we wanted, an absolute manic sprint to the finish.
DT Botha right over here in lane number 1.
Daniel Christel finishing up his work just under 5 minutes.
Asima Fight right at the back there, just coming in underneath that, just past that 5-minute mark. And Sia Conrad Winnerts
going straight into a cuddle of the sandbag.
And you can just see how much that took out of these men. Rowan Potgieter down on the ground. Justin Holiday coming across the line. And all of these men well under the time cap. Jason Smith.
He
came, look at him. Look at that man. He came, he saw, he conquered. And he will be going back again
Matt,
to the noble CrossFit Games.
Can we just take a second to recognize the man's credentials? 2014, fittest in Africa. 2015, fittest in Africa. 2016, fittest in Africa. 2017, second fittest man in Africa. 2018, fittest man in Africa. 2021, fittest man in Africa. And now again, 2023, fittest man in Africa. Can you doubt that he is exactly what we need, the cream of the crop of South African CrossFit?
Truly just an unbelievable track record right there. Since 2014, Jason Smith has been right at the top of the pile. And 2023, no difference. 9 years apart, 39 years of age, and this man still leading the pack. Absolutely incredible scenes here from the Rebel Renegade Games.
You'll remember from day one of my standout moments, Matt, was Jason saying, I might be an old dog, but I'm here to teach these guys some new tricks. The man has plenty of tricks up his sleeve because we've had some truly interesting events thrown at him. Nothing wobbled this man.
And just coming down to the floor there, you can see Jay Smith signing off that leader's jersey. Where will it be going?
Just so in case the rest of the world didn't know, he is number 1.
Oh, he's about to throw this. A signed Jason Smith shirt directly off the floor of the final.
Such a crowd favorite, isn't he?
And I mean, this man knows how to hype up a crowd.
He's just such a good dude, isn't he?
No, a true legend in the sport. And you had a very awesome opportunity to sit down with Jason yesterday. Just go through it. I mean, not a full-time athlete. Jason, a business owner, a multiple CrossFit box owner, a family man with
Absolutely.
3 kids and a wife. How does he do it?
Absolutely. I mean, a very attentive father, a very involved father. As you said, a husband, somebody who manages the business pretty well. There we also get to see his brother in the background, Richard Smith, who's also a decorated athlete.
Just summing in those genes, that family has got 2 power athletes behind them. And I don't know if you guys could see, but right at the end, on the finish line, just James van Dongen, coming up underneath Jason Smith, one of his athletes coming across to congratulate his mentor on another win.
Absolutely, no doubt having Jason Smith as your mentor. We're going to see in the next few years James van Dongen make his ascendancy up that leaderboard.
No doubt. I mean, we saw James van Dongen last year and just a massive leap on the leaderboard, just a single year apart, kind of contending in the top 3 all weekend. There's no doubt there's more to come from that boy in the future.
So one more fun fact on Jason Smith. Started his journey out in CrossFit in 2008. The man has been in the game for quite some time.
I mean, considering that he is 39, he already joined the game fairly late, I would say, compared to some of the athletes that you already see out on the floor. But, I mean, as we say, still leading the pack, still leading from the front. Just what a legend of an athlete.
This will be your fourth time.
Going to the game, Joe.
All individuals?
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with the GOAT of African CrossFit, Mr. Jason Smith, 39 years old, and just punched his ticket to his 4th CrossFit Games as an individual athlete. Jason, tell me what you're feeling, man.
Yeah, listen, it's pretty surreal. From originally not planning to come out here and put on a show for you guys, I thought I'd do it one more time, and I'm so glad to end up out on top. So thank you to everyone for your support, the love. Thank you, guys.
So, Jason, we heard a rumor that obviously you were actually looking to enter just the Masters. You really want to compete against the old dogs there at Games. How now are you going to step up to the big show? Carrying, literally, I heard the guy say they're carrying Africa on your back. Does this feel any different to other years, or it just now the real training begins?
Yeah, it was the plan to go against the Masters just to see how I could fare at the Games. You know, live events are always different to online, so that was my goal. But yeah, so fate, as fate would have it, I ended up here. Thought I'd give it a shot. You know, I only kind of started training 3 weeks ago, so I thought let me put my effort in. Give it a crack, which I did, and now the hard work starts. The Games is a different ball game. I'm going against youngsters down there, and that's all they do. They live, breathe, and train CrossFit all day, every day. It's unfortunately I can't do that, but I'm going to go there and give it a shot for South Africa one more time. Shot. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jason Smith.
Oh man, Kent, I don't know how you're feeling. My heart is racing here. I'm sitting on the edge of my seat. I'm catching the sweats. I mean, just, so much passion just behind Jason Smith. And as you could see just there in that kind of post-match interview, he is just so happy to be here. And he's so, excited to rep one more time. And he made that very clear.
Yeah, no, look, I mean, with a decorated history like his, you would have expected that, it's just another trip out to the Games, but let's take it for what it is. Also, as you now can see, Stretch, better known as Stefan, which we will for henceforth be calling him, is his real name. But all that to say, Jason Smith, absolute maniacal approach to this weekend, proving his pedigree. But Matt, can we just go back to the start of this event? Those first 15 calories. I mean, what happened?
I've never seen someone get onto a machine first. I mean, that clock started off the machine. We also have to take that into account.
100%.
So Jason ran to the machine, jumped on the machine, and got off in 14 seconds after a 15-calorie assault bike opener. That's just unbelievable.
I have a theory here, Matt. Honestly, I think Jason got onto that assault bike. The assault bike had never felt torque like that before, thought WTF, and then just gave him all the cals.
Absolutely amazing scenes here, and just the energy right here in the old Mutual Sports Hall at Witwatersrand, the University of Wits, out here in Johannesburg, South Africa. It is unmatchable. If you were not able to get tickets to this year's event next year, make sure as soon as those tickets come out, you are purchasing tickets to be here live and in person, because as much as it is listening to mine and Kent's voice at home, from the comfort of your home, just the atmosphere in here, unbelievable.
Absolutely. And so, Matt, just like from us for now, Plug Central, Rebel, just did such a stellar job this weekend. For those of you watching internationally and globally, this is how it is done in SA.
Yeah, once again, I mean, we've brought this up a couple of times over the weekend, but Rebel going over and above previous years and just making this year's event that of, you know, a leading international standard, not even just that of an international standard. The live stream this year has been a massive addition, and I'm sure all of you guys out at home very appreciative of this live feed with the live commentary from us as well. Hopefully, by the time you see us back in our hometowns, you won't be tired of our voices. But thank you. Thank you to the viewers for tuning in.
Yeah, also a big shout out to every single person who came out and volunteered. I know that not everybody was able to make it live, but can I just give a massive shout out to our volunteers, our judges, our equipment crew, everybody for putting on such a massive display to make this possible. And next year, if you want to be sure that you get into it, make sure that you register as well to be a volunteer if you want to be a part of this big weekend. It is such an incredible team vibe that we've got going on here. Thanks again to everybody involved.
Live stream this weekend. Just a massive shout out to BT and Rebel. BT, the production company, and live stream company, putting on the show for you guys so that you were able to watch this and follow this from, you know, the comfort of your own home.
Yes, indeed. Incredible quality streaming. Not just the streaming, not just the voices you've heard, but also the digital marketing and content coming through to your social media feed, whichever one you are watching, whether it be Facebook, whether it be Instagram, whether it be Twitter, all courtesy of BT.
So if you guys did enjoy the live feed this weekend, please make sure to show BT some love, show Rebel some love, and leave a comment, leave a shout out, leave some thanks, because I mean, the guys that are on the production team from this weekend deserve all the praise. I cannot express it enough. The team, I don't know if any of you guys saw, I did a little brief on my Instagram story yesterday. Just the team behind the setup and production, making it what it is. Hats off to them.
It was a colossal impact on the sport of South Africa. Well, on the sport of CrossFit in South Africa, it was a colossal statement to the global stage to say, hey, if you're not paying enough attention to Africa, we are coming. And I know there was a lot of debate yesterday, Matt, around, you know, how come we only get the one athlete? Just to put that into perspective, the reason is because the number of people who actively participate in an open relative to the rest of the world gives us one spot. So if you look at one of the regionals in America, they've got so many thousands and tens of thousands and often hundreds of thousands of participants, they can get more people participating. So we get one relative to the numbers that we put up. All that to say, incredible team effort this weekend. Rebel have put the rest of the world on notice, saying we are here to put down an incredible event.
And that's exactly it. I mean, the guys that are at home asking, why only one spot, why only one spot? It all starts with the open. And next year, when you're in your box, I'm not ready for the open, I'm not quite ready to enter that. Come on, enter the open.
Exactly.
Join your box, be a part of the vibe, because this right here where we are, it starts with you at your box at the open. We then move into quarterfinals and eventually, coming to this insane show here at the semi-final event.
Matt, I love that. And I mean, obviously, you as a coach, as an affiliate owner, you'd know firsthand. For those who are coming in the chats and wondering, well, hey, what can we do to get more spots? Honestly, that's the answer. Enter the open. The more numbers in the open, the more spots we get.
You take accountability for yourself and for your training. You set yourself some goals, and you pay that $15 in January. It's a once-off fee. But you make sure that you are a part of the vibe and you are helping us grow the sport, because the more of this that you want to see, the more we require from you guys as individuals, athletes coming together and really making a name for this community right here in South Africa.
Absolutely, Matt. While we do still have the screen with us, talk me through maybe your magic moment for the weekend.
Oh, man, there was just too many. But, the races. The races, the sprint finishes, and seeing the athletes that maybe are kind of tackling a workout that's not 100% suited to them, just fighting through it, fighting for it. A big standout for me on the weekend was Carla van Staden, one of the smaller individual athletes coming in as a, her first year as individual. That bag is heavy, a 70 kg bag. Those snatches were heavy, 55 kgs above her body weight, but she came out and she fought. And then obviously just moving into those top 4 ladies from the get-go. Just what an incredible showing.
Matt, personally, I mean, there's so many highlights again from the weekend, but I do need to give a shout out to the brothers and sisters out in Egypt, because whatever is in your water, please bottle it, import it, send it to Pretoria, let your boy get on it, because you guys were moving insane weight. The caliber in the rest of Africa, Matt, just phenomenal.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of those boys from Pretoria. It looks like you already got a good supply of that water.
Yeah, but looks and performance might not always equate to the same thing. All that to say, we mentioned, a big weekend of performance here. Incredible performances across the board. Here we get to see some scenes of Tiger Valley synergy. They really came through on the final day, tied for 3rd. And then that one event win for 10 Star, giving them the 3rd place. Also in screen now, that Tiger Valley head-to-head with Cape CrossFit. Matt, Cape CrossFit repping Cape Town.
Yeah, we just caught an image there of Brady Finkel just really squeezing out one of those cleans at 97 kgs. I mean, the tests were real this weekend. And we came into the weekend very excited about the tests, but seeing them in action and seeing them in live competition just completely changes the game. From what you've seen on paper to what these athletes are physically capable of doing.
Yeah. So
next level.
Matt, there's a competition out here. You would know it. It's called the Battle. Now, the Battle initially was deemed or dubbed the Battle of the Yukskay. What that meant was North Side, South Side, Pretoria, Joburg. I am proposing, Matt, and I know you are here as a compatriot from the fairest side of our country. Maybe we need to have a North versus South battle.
You know, I'm down. I know, Kent, you are an MC of the Pretoria Throwdown.
Correct.
I am the host of our own competition series down in the Western Cape, the West Coast series. I mean, we've got the means to make it happen.
Absolutely. Let us know in the chats. We are still taking your comments. North versus South battle. Would you like to see it happen? And if you had to put your dream team of athletes together, who would they be? Just saying, Matt, we've got Jason Smith.
He's probably going to be training for the games at that point.
Maybe. We've also got Mariska Smith.
No, you don't.
No, we don't. I was just going to try and see if you were alert there. We don't.
Yeah, no, very, very proud of the athletes this weekend. Yeah, big shout out to the guys coming up from the Western Cape. Obviously, the team that has qualified for the games, Unboxed, Mayhem Africa, some good friends in that team of mine. Mariska Smith as well, finishing second place her first year as an individual athlete here at Semi-Finals, just putting on such a show. Also another good friend down there in the Western Cape. It's just so good to see these athletes really doing amazing things.
Yeah, so much to look forward to, and I think I'll explain so well. I mean, the sport of CrossFit still relatively young in Africa, so to speak. An interesting fact off of the back of, the why do we only get, one spot in Africa for the whole continent of Africa, right? Did you know, Matt, that north of South Africa, as in the rest of Africa, other than South Africa, there are a total of 30 CrossFit boxes in Africa?
Considering that there's 150 in South Africa,
yeah,
I mean, that is wild statistics. But yeah, I mean, we've had a couple of affiliate owner gatherings, and we were all fortunate enough to, sit down with Don Fall a month or two back and have a discussion around these topics as well. And I definitely think CrossFit in Africa, very young sport, but most definitely ready to grow.
Absolutely, and it would be also good to see maybe the context of next year's semi-final now in light, how we can also put on stage, even if it is a highlights reel, to highlight some of the teams coming up in our segment that are entering those age group categories.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's going to be really exciting to see those teens actually start growing up and growing through the sport, and then being able to see them in their prime. I mean, we've got a couple of athletes already throwing down here, just kind of coming out of their late teens and into their early 20s, which has already been a massive step in the right direction for the sport. Speaking of right there on your screen, the youngest athlete to compete this whole weekend, Sophia Benani.
Yes, there it is.
There we
right.
go. Coming all the way from Spain to throw down.
So Matt, I mean, so many words that can describe this weekend. Let's talk technicality for 1 second. What do you think, from your perspective, do you think was some of the most technically challenging components of this weekend's programming?
I'll get back to that question in a second. Just to notify everyone that might still be following the live feed, we are setting up now for the podium, so don't leave. It's going to be amazing. However, we did just experience our next bout of load shedding. So, I mean, a constant challenge all weekend. Thankfully, we are still live here. But we will let you know as soon as we're all set up downstairs and ready to go for the prize giving. Going back to your question though, Quint. The most technically challenging movements had to have been that seated ulcer legless rope climb.
Yeah.
I really think that was a movement coming into the weekend that surprised a lot of people off the bat. People didn't really know what to expect. And then maybe that coupled with the rucksack toaster rings complex. That toaster rings, ring muscle up, and ring dip.
Yeah, look, that did definitely give. I mean, that stopped a lot of athletes right in their track. But interesting dynamic we saw here. If you look at the top athletes coming through in the teams, or the top teams or athletes within the top teams, let me get that right. It's interesting to note how many of the top teams athletes didn't struggle with the new stimulus on the rope climb at all. Maybe what we could be seeing is, as the years roll out, them breaking out of that team frame, much like Mariska Smith, and possibly going solo soon.
Yeah, well, I mean, just taking a look back and having that discussion with Chris Oman earlier, last year they were setting up to get their team into semi-finals and unfortunately had 2 very last-minute injuries. But all of their athletes qualifying for individual semis. Once again this year, they knew that they were coming into this as a team. Their plan was to compete as a team, and once again, everybody qualifying for individual semis. So, you know, the athletes are ready and they are at that level. But we'll have to see. I definitely think we're going to see Cape CrossFit on this pitch one more time, or at least a couple more times. But they haven't worked this hard to come second.
No, absolutely not. I mean, I'm not here to make predictions, although thankfully because I have the mic, I'm allowed to. I think there's a Madison trip in their short-term future, Matt.
Yeah, and there have been once before in 2018, and they will definitely want to be there again. Obviously, this year, just those old dogs coming through, making a name for themselves, and I'm not sure if we're going to see another season out of AJ and Alan Fowlis. So who knows? The door might be open next year once again.
Absolutely, absolutely. The future of South African CrossFit looking bright. Plenty of up-and-coming stars, one of those in your view right now. Mariska Smith having been to the games already with her team. However, making a real play and a real contention to be going individual, nearly having it. Only 1 point behind Michelle Bazinet going into that final event. And it was a race for the finish.
And once again, on the ladies' side, I think it's now going to be decision time for Mariska. She got so close in her very first year. Like, we have to just take into account that she has never been on the competition floor as an individual. So coming into this, into a semi-finals event without that, you know, that backing, that crew that she's so used to, sitting top of the log and then finishing second by 1 point, like, she's going to have to make that decision. Is she coming back? Is she going to give it another year of individual? Or, you know, is she going to decide that maybe this isn't quite for her?
If we're allowed our opinions on that, Matt, I just think 1 year of individual competition, and this is what she shows her pedigree to be, I would love nothing more than to see her go individual again next year, because with, you know, a little bit of, I'm not going to say coaching because she's already got elite level coaching, but with more experience heading into next year's season, I think she's going to be an absolute force to be reckoned with, a freight train to try and stop.
And it's so interesting to also get some insight on a couple of these athletes' backgrounds as well. Like Mariska Smith, just an incredible athlete, but a full-time biokineticist. Like, she's not a full-time athlete. She needs to make time for training in between, her daily job. I know that she does a little bit of personal training, but yeah, her primary income is around her bio business. So I've spoken to her in the past as well, and every now and then between a client, she'll just drop into a WOD and then carry on with her work day. It's not like she's kind of like on that level of Jason Smith, where you can't completely dedicate your entire life to training and recovering. And again, I think that is where we on a South African level may be struggling to keep up with the internationals at the moment.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's a couple of athletes that have got that backing and that support to be able to just follow that dream all the way through of just being a full-time athlete of train, recover, sleep, eat well. But that isn't really the case for majority of the field.
Yeah, Matt, I mean, you raised such a great point. So if you look at, I guess, our fellow athletes out in the States, like a lot of them, even prior to getting to the games, are able to earn a stable income off of being a CrossFitter, as in that's their income. It's sponsorship deals and big sponsorship deals at that, and a whole bunch that's able to put food on the table, if that makes sense, so that they don't need to do additional work. But our top athletes are still actively in working positions. Like, yes, it might be as a coach, and yes, it might be as running a CrossFit box, but you need to take cognizance of the fact that when athletes in other countries are resting and recovering and taking naps in the middle of their day to try and recover as best as possible, our guys are grafting.
Yeah, and on that, like, I know that there's that big misconception of like, oh man, you must own a CrossFit box so you just get all the time in the world to train. Like,
yeah, that doesn't work like that, does it, Matt?
I don't think there's a more frustrating comment or that insulting comment that a box owner could get, because, from personal experience, it is 100% in the opposite direction. And especially if you are, running a bigger box on kind of a business side, at the end of the day, work comes first. And we are there to serve the community, and we are there to, preach the sport of CrossFit to as many people that walk through our door as possible. And at the end of the day, it's just taking your normal, regular, average Joe person and letting them do incredible things. Obviously, over here, witnessing the semi-finals, a handful of people are actually able to get onto this level and really excel. But it's, very important to always know where these guys come from.
Yeah, man, I heard one of the most frustrating comments on the topic the other day, and this individual had said to me, yeah, man, owning your own business, surely that means you have the luxury of having all that free time. Yeah, I don't think it works like that.
Yeah, no, on a Sunday afternoon, when there's a power failure or something, who's going to sort that out?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the buck's got to stop with somebody, right? And if that somebody's you, that means that work's got to get done when everybody else gets to enjoy the benefit of your work.
Yeah, no, I mean, just we've been fortunate enough to do a bunch of renovations down at our box very recently, and you want to try and interrupt your kind of day-to-day running of the business so that your members can stay in their routine as best as possible. So, cool guys, we need to repaint the wall or remove the rig. When do you think that happens? I mean, that happens between Friday night and first thing on Sunday morning, so that you can make sure that your box is in a state of readiness for your members. So, yeah, I think many weekends sacrificed, many late nights, many early mornings, but, it's all for the love of the game. I wouldn't change it for, a thing in the world. I absolutely love what I do.
Matt in screen now, Ruan Pistol Portkita, definitely one of the favorites of this weekend, and I think somebody with what can only be assumed is an illustrious future in the sport.
Yeah, just one of those athletes that, keeps coming out and keeps showing up. And again, surprising, man. Like, I've seen him compete a couple of times now, and, gymnastics are unmatched, as we could see going into this event. But then again, I mean, coming out of a heavy barbell overhead squat and then moving straight into 20 reps to finish it off. Again, body weight overhead squats, and he went 20 unbroken. Like, this guy is a beast.
You mentioned his gymnastic credentials, but can we take a moment to just like realize that the man picked up an event win yesterday in a snatch event?
Yeah. Well, I mean, exactly. We've got to take that into account as well. Again, a moderately heavy barbell for him, and then straight into an 800-meter run. So yeah, some really amazing scenes. But I think, Ken, let's take a short break. We'll just leave these highlights rolling up on the screen, and we'll be back very soon for that award ceremony that you see on your screen.
Training is a mindset.
And there goes Judson Medeiros, and he will take round 2.
It is the meditative process of putting in the work.
Justin Medeiros is the fittest man on earth.
Training is everything.
Dominance defined, history made, legacy left.
For many, it is an outlet.
2 straight unbeaten wins for the defending CrossFit Games champion.
For some, it is an identity.
Justin Medeiros is the fittest man on earth.
It can take us from who we are today to who we want to be tomorrow.
Knocking on the door yet again.
Training is everything.
Try to catch me howling at the moon.
You got me? Can you hear me? Teams, guys. 3, 2, and our champions. Please make your way over to the podium. Hang on. Teams competitors. Wolfpack. CrossFit 10 star. CrossFit 10 star. Third place, ladies and gentlemen, is your third place in the teams. That's CrossFit 10 star hybrids. Ow! All right, in second place, your Cape CrossFit Wolfpack. And your 2023 champions in the team edition, Unboxed Mayhem Africa. And of course, our beautiful ring girl, Curtis. All right, and our ladies individual edition. In third place, Gilmarie Renegade. In second, Mariska Smith. And your 2023 ladies individual champion, Michelle Basnett.
Yes, they murder my
And now onto our individual males for the Rebel Renegade Games 2023. In third place, Ron Potgieter. And in second place, Conrad Vinitz. And your 2023 Rebel Renegade Games champion, the GOAT of African CrossFit, Mr. Jason Smith. Ladies and gentlemen, your champions. Big shout out and thank you, of course, to the athletes, the judges, the crew, everybody and anybody involved. We'll see you for beers in the... over there. My brain's done. I'm done. I'm done.
Second, but also one last shout out, Rebel, for putting on a truly international quality event. Matt putting the rest of the CrossFit world on notice. We're here to stay, and we're here to put on quality events for the world to see.
Yeah, I don't think you could have said it any better, Kent. I mean, what a way to go out with this year's semi-final event. I know, just shifting up to Johannesburg, moving the event out of Cape Town. I don't think we've ever seen an event in South Africa, as a matter of fact, on this kind of level.
Which is a tall order within and of itself, Matt, because let's be honest, the views y'all have going down in Cape Town, like it had to be world class to have it here in Johannesburg, right?
Yeah, and I think a big part of this, obviously, being the equipment not needing to get shipped down to Cape Town. I mean, at the end of the day, we're in an arena. So we've got the events team here. Majority of the competitors are coming from the Gauteng region as well. So just accessibility-wise, no, I don't foresee the semi-final moving again.
Yeah.
I don't know how you feel about that.
No, absolutely.
But, I mean, if we can, keep this standard and keep the event on this kind of level in South Africa, why?
Matt, massive weekend of competition in the books.
Yeah, Kent. Sorry, yeah, Kent. An absolutely unbelievable 3 days. I mean, it's been 3 long days. We kicked off here on Thursday. Obviously, the Rebel crew setting up already from last week, Monday, to make this all happen. So it's been 7 days of non-stop work to get this going.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, for those of you wouldn't know sitting at home, even sitting in the arena, what goes into this. Matt did mention last week, Monday, they were setting up. Matt, we were on a call last week, Sunday night, and the teams had already been getting to work for a long duration within and of this year. So this is a massive scaled event that has been gone down this weekend.
Yeah, and I just think, I mean, we're going to close off the weekend now, but from my side, what an incredible opportunity to be here, to sit here with you guys, to talk you through the weekend, and just to be, on the front line of watching these unbelievable athletes throw down, on the level that they did.
Absolutely. And I mean, what a proud time to be a South African, seeing just the incredible depth of experience that Africa has to offer within the sport of fitness, but also the quality of event that was brought to you and the world this weekend.
Yeah, so I think let's just bring this off to a close, unfortunately. I mean, I've gotten quite comfortable sitting in this seat, but there you have it, ladies and gents, the 2023 Rebel Renegade Games, Africa's official Noble CrossFit Semi-Final, hosted out here in the Old Mutual Sports Hall at the University of WITS, Johannesburg, South Africa. Kent, just thank you so much for sitting alongside me the entire weekend. It was a pleasure to meet you going into this weekend, and I think we've become very close.
Matt, you are a stellar gentleman, an absolute professional, and the elitist of the elite. I do appreciate the time getting to do this with you and getting the opportunity to become good mates in the process.
Yeah, so there we go. From your commentators, myself, Matt Holliday, and my counterpart over here, Kent Klein, thank you.
All the best.
And we'll see you next year.